Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Swordsman Luffy had different devil fruit? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1, The Visit and Baby. On a ship in the New World. There is a man inside the ship's quarters wearing a green cloak holding a newborn baby. I'm sorry, but it is too dangerous for him to stay there. This is for his own good, the man thinks. He looks down on the baby and notices he is still crying as he had been woken up earlier when ships were shooting at his vessel when he was getting away. I have to keep you safe, but I know you will not be safe with me, Luffy, he says out loud, speaking to himself. You deserve freedom and the opportunity to follow your own dreams, but if the world government ever discovered you are my son you would be hunted down, and your grandfather would just try to make you into a marine by highly questionable training methods. I don't even know how the old geezer even comes up or even thinks they are good ideas. 3. 1 month later, on the Moby Dick. Pops, are you sure this is a good idea? You are, says a man with blonde hair wearing a purple long-sleeve dress shirt unbuttoned showing his Whitebeard tattoo, with a light blue waist sash, wearing black pants that stop midway between his knee and ankle, and also wearing tall sandals. Gururara, Whitebeard's loud laughter boomed through the deck. Let's just wait and see what Garp's rebellious brat wants with us, as I'm curious myself. Boat incoming, yells Haruta. Is it him? Asks Izo. Let it get closer and see what it does, says Whitebeard. 30 minutes later the boat is on the side of the Moby Dick. Permission to board Newgate, asked Dragon. Permission granted, though why does Garp's brat want to talk to me, says Whitebeard. Dragon looked at him before he pulled his arms out of his cloak holding a baby. As the crew saw this their eyes were wide open in shock. In Dragon's arm was a baby no older than a month. This is my son, he said. Whitebeard looked at him with narrowed eyes. He asked, and why do you come here and tell me this? As Dragon looks at Whitebeard straight into his eyes he says, I came to ask if you could raise him, as I know if the world government ever found out I was his father they would hunt him, and no child should be hunted because of the blood in his veins. I want him to be free and able to follow his own path, and I know my father cares deeply for his family and would love his grandson regardless, but if I left him with my father he would most likely grow up alone and be told to be a marine. When he finished, all of the commanders were looking at the baby in his arms. Then Whitebeard decided to ask, who's the brat's mother? A loving woman, but if he had stayed there he would not have the freedom I want him to have. He would be chained down, Dragon answered. As he said this, Luffy woke and grabbed his father's free hand and started to play with it. Thatch, the 4th Division commander, looked at this with stars in his eyes, gawking stupidly at the baby. Dragon noticed this and said, although if you decide to take him his appetite is like a black hole, as he seems to always be hungry. Thatch looked at him and said, I'm the head chef, if he's here the little kid is never going to be hungry. Most of my siblings already eat like animals either way, he said while looking at the 14th Division commander Jiru. What's the kid's name you are? Marco decided to ask. Monkey D. Luffy, Dragon responded. As Whitebeard looked on he asked, what if he wonders and asks who his real father is? Dragon looked at Luffy, just tell him the truth, as I'm pretty sure that we will meet eventually and for him to chase his own dreams. Monkey D. Luffy, Gururara, welcome home my dear son, he said smiling. As he said this the commander smiled and Marco went up to Dragon so he could hand him over. As Dragon was about to leave he handed Marco a white and black beaded necklace which he knew was for Luffy. As Dragon left the commanders surrounded Marco trying to get a better look at the baby. Haruta and Thatch thought the baby was adorable and were constantly pushing each other while telling Marco to let them hold him. As this was happening Izo noticed the baby's eyes and asked, why are his eyes a different color from one another? As he said this Haruta and Thatch stopped and everybody looked at his eyes and noticed that his left eye was blue while his right was black. He also has black and white hair. I guess he inherited distinct things from both parents, Vista said. As Whitebeard and the commander saw Luffy playing with Marco's hand they all smiled and knew they were going to protect their new little brother son. 3. Luffy was an energetic kid who was always playing and messing with whoever was taking care of him, as most of the time it was Marco, Thatch, Izo, Haruta, and occasionally Pops when they sat him on his lap. The commanders argued at first as they said they were too busy already taking care of the kids in their division. Thatch was still baffled at how much Luffy ate as he wondered what in the hell were up with all the D's and their stomachs. He didn't even want to think how much the brat was going to eat when he was older. Luffy suddenly fell asleep with the baby bottle still in his mouth, somehow miraculously still sking on it. Marco looked on with a smile on his face. We finally got a couple hours of peace. Haruta just looked and said, if he doesn't get hungry and wake up in 10 minutes hungry again, kids never gets full. 3. Couple months later. Thatch was in his room working on paperwork with Luffy sitting on his lap playing with his toy. Then suddenly as Thatch was writing, Luffy pushed his arm, messing up the entire paper. As Thatch looks at Luffy with eyes containing no hope in, as he feels like he was a kid who went to school and did the homework, but when he was almost done realizes it wasn't even the right one. After what transpired, Thatch takes the 9-month-old Luffy to the deck where Marco, Haruta, Izo, and Whitebeard are. As he gets there, the commanders look at Thatch and already know what happened, as they had all been through it and felt the pain. As Thatch sits down, Luffy starts moving around, seeming like he wanted to get free. As Thatch let him go and put him on the floor, the commanders looked on. He started to crawl as he had learned to crawl 2 months back, and when that happened, suddenly every commander wanted to take care of him and kept spoiling him like proud mothers. As he kept crawling across the deck, he made his way to Whitebeard and started hitting his boot. Whitebeard saw this and brought down his hand, and Luffy made his way on top of it. As Whitebeard sat him on his lap, Luffy looked at him and raised his hand as he signaled he wanted to go up, so he brought him up and Luffy tried to hug him, but Whitebeard was too big. As he did this, everyone smiled looking at their little brother. After that, they all saw Luffy fall asleep with a smile on his face while in Whitebeard's hand hugging him. "He seems to really like you, Pops," Marco said. Whitebeard just smiled and looked at his youngest son who was sleeping. "I almost don't want the brat to grow up. He is going to make me feel old, Gururara," he laughed. "He's going to be something big when he's older and we're going to have to protect him," Teach, who had just come back from a mission, said. Thatch looked at him and said, "That we are Teach, no one's going to hurt our little brother." 3. Couple of months later, the entire crew is on deck celebrating their little brother Luffy's first birthday. While everybody is drinking and partying, Marco is holding Luffy next to Thatch, who barely started drinking but was weaker than people getting drunk off a White Claw, but was acting like he had finished an entire bottle of Hennessy. As Thatch bumped into Marco, he said, "Give the kid some." Marco looked at him, eyes twitching, and said, "Do it and I'll drop overboard you ah. Also, it would be embarrassing when a year-old kid could handle alcohol better than you." Thatch looked at him like he was crazy. "I'm not stupid enough to give a kid alcohol, it's apple juice, you stupid glowing chicken." Marco's eyes were twitching ever more now. "At least my hair doesn't look like I have an overgrown walnut on my head you ah." Thatch just touched his hair while fake tears were coming out and continued to drink. Marco looked at Luffy, who had fallen asleep, and said, "We're crazy for throwing this big party when you won't even remember anything, but we have to celebrate your birthday ever since you arrived. You have put a smile on everyone's faces. I can't wait until he grows up so he can party with the rest of the family," Teach said, who was eating a cherry pie with a smile on his face. "He's probably going to eat all the food and leave the entire supply empty you ah," Marco said, looking at Teach. "He's probably going to be close to you since you're both D's you ah," Marco said as he got up and started taking Luffy to the room so they could fall asleep peacefully. "I hope we do, Commander," Teach said to himself with a wide grin on his face. Chapter 2, Growing Up. On the Moby Dick. It had been a couple of months since Luffy's birthday party, and the commanders were on the deck looking at Marco helping Luffy attempt to walk with a pacifier in his mouth, as that was the thing that kept him from always crying and screaming. After 15 minutes, Luffy managed to stand by himself and he started walking slowly towards Whitebeard. As he got there, Pops picked him up, and Luffy started reaching out towards him while giggling, and all of a sudden Luffy managed to say, "Papa pa." "Gururara, so you finally are starting to talk, my son," said Whitebeard with a big smile on his face looking at Luffy. The commanders were looking with a smile on their face as Luffy was playing with Whitebeard's huge fingers, all of them thinking that he was growing up. As Luffy was laying there, he slowly fell asleep. "I'll take care of the brat today," he said as he got up carrying Luffy to his room. 3. It was the next day and Luffy was crawling and attempting to walk with Marco while Thatch and Haruta watched as they were all in Izo's quarters as he was making new clothes for Luffy. Then suddenly Luffy grabbed his blonde hair and started giggling while saying, "Mama ma." As he said this, the other 3 commanders looked at Luffy and suddenly fell to their knees with rain clouds over their heads. They were all depressed as they weren't the first of the commanders Luffy called anything. "Why does the chicken get called by anything before me?" Thatch said. "After I stole him all of those snacks from the kitchen risking getting killed by Thatch, I'm still not called anything," Haruta spoke. "After I made him all those toys, he still doesn't call me anything," Izo spoke. While Marco just grinned victorious. 3. Months later, Luffy is 2 years old. Marco. Luffy came running down the hall at full speed. "What is it you are? Help me get some candy, Thatch won't let me get any more." Marco looked at him and saw his cheeks were all covered in chocolate. "Why doesn't he give you any more you are?" he asked with narrowed eyes. "Because I threw his dumb hair gel off the ship, Shishishi." "So it was you, you little brat," Thatch said as he came around the corner with messed up looking hair. "Looks like he's going to be a better prankster than you are," Marco said with a grin on his face, as Thatch was always the one pranking crew mates. Come on you little baby, I'll get you some more candy, because of what you did to Thatch you are. Luffy looked at him and said, I'm not a little baby anymore, pineapple head. 3. Luffy was sitting on Whitebeard's lap as he was listening to one of his many stories. The rest of the commanders were all sitting around looking at their little brother who was intently listening to his stories. When are we going to take him off the ship and on to his first island? Fasa, the 15th Division commander, asked his brothers. Not anytime soon with that blonde-hair overprotective mother of his, Jozu replied. What's that supposed to mean you are? Marco replied, eyes twitching. As he was about to respond, one of Whitebeard nurses came out. Can you pass me Luffy, Pops? He needs to get a shot so he won't get sick. When Luffy heard this, he started crawling up Whitebeard as he did not want to get a shot. I don't want one, they're annoying and hurt. Luffy said while on Whitebeard's shoulder. Luffy, still a little baby, Thatch said before starting to laugh. Be quiet, I told you I'm a big boy, I'm not a crybaby like you get for your hair gel, Thatchy. Get down here and get it over with, Marco said, looking like a strict mother. I don't wanna and you can't make me, Luffy said while sticking his tongue out. When did he start getting so rebellious? Marco sighed. If you come down and get your shot, I'll make you some more toys and Thatch is going to give you as much food as you want. Izo said with a smirk, as he knew Luffy would do anything for food. We're going to run out of food if that little devil eats as much as he wants. Thatch said while looking at Izo, who was looking forward smirking. All of a sudden he heard, I'm finished now, Thatchy can make me as much food as I can eat. Luffy said with stars in his eyes. Thatch just stood up and headed towards the kitchen, head down, knowing he was going to make a feast. Also make sure to make cherry pies for Teach, he's coming back today from his mission, Luffy told him. 3. 4 years later. Luffy was now 6 years old, as was currently training with Haruta while using a little bow staff, as the crew had turned him down when he said he wanted to use swords so he can be like Vista and Haruta. They had started training him as they were not always going to be in safe waters and he had to learn to fight. Island on the horizon, the person up in the crow's nest yells. As he heard this, Luffy took off towards the deck. Oyaji, can I get off and go to the town on the island? Thatch doesn't want to give me food and I'm starving. Gururara, of course my son, just don't eat the entire island's food supply. As soon as he heard this, Luffy took off running trying to find Teach. When he found him he was out of breath and told him, come with me to the town and let's eat food. I want to spend time together since I never see you since you're always on missions. Teach just grinned and got ready to go. When the ship finally docked, Luffy was walking with Teach towards the town. I'm hungry so let's go get some food, Luffy said. As Teach looked at him he said, I have to get some new weapons, so I'll pay for your food while I go buy some, Teach replied. What nobody knew was that there was a marine ship on the other side of the island. Luffy was eating in a bar since there were no restaurants in the small town. He was eating alone since Teach had gone to buy food to buy his weapons. As he was chowing down on the meat, a marine came into the bar wearing a normal marine uniform. When he sat down he asked for some meat but was turned down as the bartender said that they were out of meat as someone ate it all by pointing at Luffy. The marine looked at the kid, squinting his eyes. The marine went up to the kid and asked, why are you in a bar? This isn't a place for kids. Luffy stopped eating and looked up and answered, because there are no restaurants in the town, only the bar and I was hungry. The marine looked at the kid with an irritated expression and just said, give me some food, I'm a marine brat, I deserve it for the work I do. Luffy just kept on eating. Did you hear what I said, brat? Said the marine as he threw some of the food off the table. Luffy got mad and yelled at him. What was that for, you stupid looking donkey? As he finished the marine pushed him back into the wall. As soon as he could Luffy got back up and attempted to try and throw a punch at the marine but he just moved out of the way and punched Luffy. You really think you can beat me, brat? The marine said as he stood there. I don't know, but I'm not going to let you waste food because Thatch suffered days when he had no food and wasting food would make him mad. Luffy said as he stood up and ran forward trying to throw a kick at the marine, but the marine just stepped back avoiding the hit but then suddenly got hit by a bow staff as Luffy had hit it under his shirt. The marine stumbled back but was now set off, and when Luffy came to attack him again the marine pulled out his sword and parried the staff, making Luffy lose his balance, and the marine took advantage and slammed his head down onto the floor. You just hit a marine, brat, that's a crime. I should kill you, but I'm going to make sure you suffer. Maybe I'll even ship you off so you can be sold as a SLV. Let me go, you BSTRD. My brothers and pops would never let that happen, they're going to beat you up. The marine scoffed. Your brothers or dad can't do anything, so maybe I'll arrest them too, he said while bursting out in laughter. 3. Couple of minutes later Teach came back to the bar and saw that Luffy wasn't there. Where was the kid who was eating meat in the corner? He asked. The bartender just replied, a marine came in here and well, it was a one-sided fight but the kid managed to hit him and the marine got mad and beat him and took him away. Zihahaha, the stupid brat fought a marine, he said as he walked out. I don't particularly care about the brat, he just likes me since he thinks the D's in our names make us closer, but the commanders and pops would be mad and blame and get mad at me, and that would mess everything I have waited all these years for, he thought to himself as he walked towards the ship. A couple minutes later Teach was running towards the ship to make it seem like he was worried and cared about Luffy. As he got to the deck where Whitebeard and the commanders were, he quickly said, "Pops, Luffy was beaten and taken by the Marines." As soon as he said this, Whitebeard and all the commanders had a dangerous look in their eyes. "What happened, Ui?" Marco asked. "I took him to a bar so he could eat as there were no restaurants in the town while I went to go buy some new weapons, and when I came back I noticed he wasn't there. The bartender told me he had fought some Marine and he got beat and the Marine said that he was going to kill, but decided he had to suffer for disrespecting him and mentioned that he might sell him so he can be a SLV." When they heard this, Whitebeard and the commanders were all furious as they dared threaten their family and make him a SLV. "Marco, fly into the sky and look for Luffy," Whitebeard said as his hand was in a fist as the skies were turning dark. Marco jumped off the deck and turned into his phoenix form and started making his way high into the sky. A few minutes later he landed back on the deck of the Moby Dick. "There's a Marine ship heading away from us on the opposite side of the island," Marco said in a serious voice. "Pull out of the bay and chase down the ship," Whitebeard said, with the weather getting worse and worse as then the crew started maneuvering the ship with the commanders getting their weapons ready to go and destroy whichever idiot in the Marines thought it was a good idea to take their little brother. 3. On the Marine ship? "Unchain me so I can beat you up, BSTRD," yelled Luffy at the Marine captain in front of him. "Shut up, brat, you dared hit me and disrespect my greatness, I'm going to make you suffer," he said in a cocky tone while holding a knife. As he opened the door to the cell where Luffy was, he spoke. "What a beautiful blue left eye, it would be a shame if something happened to it," he said as he got closer. Luffy tried his best to look at him, showing no fear, but his hands were shaking. "Are you scared, little boy?" "I'm never going to scared of you or anybody. If I want to make my dream come true and make Oyaji the king and protect my family, and every person I care and will care about, I can't be scared," he said with a fierce voice. The Marine just laughed in his face and then suddenly stabbed him right under his left eye with the knife. "You're going to make your Oyaji the king," he said in a mocking tone. "Why would you do that?" "Because he's been there ever since I can remember, loving me and all of my brothers, protecting us, accepting us, everybody, no matter who they are, taking us in as his family." Luffy, with tears in his eyes, fiercely said. "You're lucky I'm going to sell you to be a SLV, brat, otherwise I would have tortured you even more fiercely right here. But if you're beaten up your value goes down. Also I can't hurt that bright blue eye as I know some SLV owners are going to enjoy destroying it," he said, finally pulling the knife out under his left eye. "Although I already messed up some of your face when I was kicking you, and the stab I did is going to leave a scar, maybe I should just gouge out your other eye and just leave the blue one." As he said this he got an even darker glint in his eye and was reaching towards his right eye, with Luffy trying to move away but couldn't do much as he had a collar around his neck. As his hand was getting close, the ship suddenly rocked and he fell over as cannon fire was heard outside. "Who's stupid enough to attack a Marine ship?" he screamed out, annoyed. Outside, the Moby Dick was shooting at the Marine ship as they were getting close. The crew and some commanders were up against the railing ready to board the other ship, except Marco, who as soon as the cannons had fired had flown over to the enemy ship and was already fighting some Marines. As the Moby pulled to the side of the Marine ship, the crew and commanders wasted no time in starting to attack the Marines. Izo was shooting his pistols covering his brothers while Haruta, Vista, and Fasa were getting close and personal with their swords. While Blamenko was pulling his big hammer out of the pockets on his face, smashing people in his way next to Rakuyo, who was using his spiked flail with a canine-looking face on it. In front were Atmos, Blenheim, Curiel, and King Du pushing the charge, moving everybody out of their way. Namor, Thatch, and Jiru were quickly pushing through the left side as they let their brothers deal with the most crowded place as they relied on speed. Jozu was back on the Moby taking care of anybody dumb enough to try and challenge Whitebeard. Marco had finished taking care of his people and then saw what seemed to be like the captain come out of a door and quickly infused his fist in Haki and punched him across the deck, then quickly picked him up and held him against the wall with murder clear in his eyes. "Where is my little brother?" he asked. The captain was dazed and had no idea what had happened as he didn't even see a blur. "Who are you talking about?" he asked, at which point Marco tightened the grip around the man's neck and said, "The little boy with messy black and white hair, wearing a black and white beaded necklace, blue shorts, a white shirt and sandals," he asked again dangerously. The captain could hardly breathe but managed to say, "Downstairs in the holding cells." Marco, after hearing that, proceeded to knock him out and threw him to the floor as he rushed through the door trying to find his way around the ship and find Luffy. After running down hallways, Marco had finally found the cells, and when he looked at the cell in which Luffy was in, he saw the boy chained by the hands, neck, feet, and waist, essentially taking away any possibility of escape. He saw there was blood on his face as he had been stabbed under his left eye. Quickly he found the keys and unchained Luffy to see if he had any fatal injuries, but just saw bruises all over his body and had been put to sleep by what smelled like chloroform, which he knew can cause people to sleep after breathing it in for 5 minutes. As the battle ended, Marco took Luffy to the infirmary on the Moby Dick, and Thatch took the Marine captain in front of Whitebeard. "So you're the Marine who dares take my youngest son, threaten to make him a SLV and torture him," he said with clear anger in his voice. "You should never mess with my family, snot-nosed brat. Chain him up and attach weights to the chain around his feet and throw him overboard," he said. As the Moby Dick pulled away from the battle-torn Marine ship, leaving the Marines who survived the battle alone, everybody was surprised to see that Luffy managed to wake up and was on the deck and was on his knees bowing down, crying in front of Whitebeard. "I'm sorry, Oyaji, I made you all worried," he said while crying. "Why are you apologizing, my son?" Whitebeard asked, concern evident in his eyes and voice. "Because I'm weak and made you all worry when I got captured by a dumb Marine. I promise you, Oyaji, I'm going to be strong. Stronger than even you, so I can protect our family and make you the king," he said while sobbing as the crew looked on, looking at their little brother. "Gururara, pick your head up, you don't have to apologize, my dear son. Family is here to take care of each other when one of us make a mistake and help them in whatever situation they are in, but most importantly so they never feel the pain of being alone. They are here so a person can feel the warmth of love and have a reason to live, as life without love, life is pure pain and darkness." As he heard this, Luffy stopped bowing and Whitebeard kneeled down and hugged him. "I'm always going to love my family no matter how foolish my sons and daughters may be," he said so everybody could hear. Marco looked on at the scene and then over at the commanders and said, "It's time for us to start training him seriously, Yua." Vista nodded and said, "I suppose it's time for him to start his path to be a swordsman. Maybe he can start slowly with a tanto or wakizashi to get movements and technique down before moving to a katana." Haruda nodded in agreement as he was another swordsman. All the commanders thought about what they in particular could teach him. Namor had realized the kid still didn't know how to swim, so he would do that before teaching him fishman karate. 3. Navy HQ. At Marineford there was a man sitting in his office eating rice crackers until he was suddenly interrupted by a ringing transponder snail. "This is Vice Admiral Garp. What do you want, you brats? Interrupted my snack time," he answered. "Vice Admiral, sir, we were attacked by the Whitebeard Pirates, and our crew is injured and we are stranded in paradise. We require help immediately." "Why would Whitebeard attack you? He is not the type of person to go attack pirates or Marines whenever he feels like it," Garp answered. "Our captain had arrested a kid on the island we were currently at, and 1 hour after we departed, Whitebeard attacked us." Garp understood, as it seemed like he attacked as one of his sons was captured. "How old was the kid?" Garp asked. "He looked like he was around 6 to 7 years old, sir." Garp was confused and shocked, as Whitebeard was not the type of person to take brats in. "Do you have a picture of what the kid looked like?" Garp asked and got a quick response. "Yes, sir, sending the picture over immediately." When Garp saw the picture, his eyes were wide open in shock, but quickly spoke in a serious voice. "Do not tell anybody else about this, not even Sengoku. I will take care of it, understood?" he said, making the Marine on the other side shiver in fear. "Yes, sir, I will not tell anybody." Garp sighed. "Very well, I will talk to Sengoku and send over help immediately," he said before hanging up on the call. As Garp looked at the picture, he immediately knew who it was, as his son had met him years ago and told him that he was now a grandfather. "I finally found you, Luffy," Garp spoke and immediately got up and made his way towards the door. Chapter text. Chapter 3, New Friends. In the New World. Purupurupuru ka chak. "Who is it you are?" Marco answered the Den Mushi. "I want to talk to Newgate, put him on the line." The person on the other end responded. "I asked who it is you are," he asked again. "It's Vice Admiral Garp, brat, so put Newgate on the line." Marco was curious as to why he wanted to talk to Pops, so he just transferred the line to Pops Den Mushi in his room, and went to go let him know. "Pops, Garp is on the line and wants to talk to you, Marco said as he got to the giant chair on the deck. As Whitebeard heard, he stood up and started walking towards his room, leaving Vista, who was currently training Luffy, who was practicing with a wakizashi. "This is Newgate. What do you want, Garp?" he asked. "I recently received a report that you attacked a Marine battleship as they had taken one of your sons, but the reason for this call is as I got to see a picture of the boy. The entire thing was over. So I'm just going to get to the point. I want to see my grandson Newgate. I know it's him. Gururara, if you want to see him, go to Fishman Island. We should be there in a week, but we will stay for an extra one as we are on our way there to check on it," Whitebeard responded. "I'll be there," Garp answered before hanging up on the call. 3. 1 week later. "Can I finally go explore the island, Oyaji? Every time we come to it I never get off." We just passed through all of the times we came before, Luffy asked excitedly. Of course, just ask one of your brothers to go with you. Whitebeard told his youngest son. As soon as he finished, Luffy started running looking for someone he can go explore the island with. Marco, Thatch, Marco, Thatch. Luffy keeps yelling as he runs down the hall towards where the commander's rooms are all located. What? Both of them say as they open their respective doors. Let's go explore the island since we're staying for a week, Luffy said. I don't see why not, Marco said. Sure, I've been wanting to eat some of the candy here, either way it's delicious. Don't tell him that Luffy is going to eat all of it and have a sugar rush, and he already has enough energy as it is, Marco said, but it was too late as Luffy was already dragging Thatch down the hallway. 3. The trio were now walking down through the shopping plaza, both Luffy and Thatch with 10 pieces of candy each, while Marco was slumped over as he had to pay them for since Thatch had supposedly forgotten his money on the ship. There you guys are, I have been looking for you since I heard you were here, somebody spoke as they turned around. They saw a blue fishman wearing a yellow kimono with Jolly Rogers on it. Jinbei, how you been, Marco asked. I'm doing fine, but the king told me to look for you as he has invited you all to a banquet. Sounds good, especially since Luffy is going to be able to eat and hopefully not be as hungry for dinner, Thatch spoke. Jinbei looked at Luffy with a confused expression on his face. I didn't think the old man took in kids to the crew. Somebody just came to us and asked us if we could take care of him, and of course Pops always takes in sons, Marco answered. Jinbei just nodded with a smile on his face. Of course the good old man would. 3. Ryugu Palace. Luffy was gawking over how big and lavish the inside of the palace was. How have you all been, Jamon? Asked a giant merman who came from behind them. At this point Luffy's eyes were as wide as saucers as he had never seen a fishman this big before. He was even bigger than Whitebeard. Hey, do you poop? Luffy asked, the commander's face palming at the question. Ha ha ha, of course Jamon. Now why don't we head towards the banquet? When they got to the eating area there were already a lot of commanders, and even Whitebeard who came from his ship to get drunk out of their minds. As soon as Luffy got there he sat down and immediately started eating. He was sitting next to a huge mermaid with a pink tail and 3 mermen. Hello my Shirahoshi, said Little Mermaid who came forward, a little mermaid who had blonde hair and was wearing a traditional kimono, hugging the big mermaid with a pink tail. Hello mother, she said happily. Luffy's head was burning, not being able to grasp how the little mermaid was the mother of the huge mermaid. How come your daughter is so big but you're so small, Luffy asked. Oh, and who are you, child, she said with stars in his eyes at how adorable he looked with puffed out cheeks as his mouth was full of food. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Oh little Luffy, how did you get here, she asked as she didn't know how a human child got to Fishman Island, and even more the royal palace. I came with my family, he simply said. So you're part of the Whitebeard crew, she asked. Yup, that's my Oyaji, and everybody on the crew are my brothers and sisters. And are you not scared of fishmen, she asked. Luffy tilted his head to the side, confused. Why would I be, are we not friends? Otoheim let out a squeal and hugged Luffy. You're so adorable, why can't everyone be as accepting as you? Luffy could hardly breathe at this point as she was hugging him so tight, and he didn't even know how it was possible as she looked so fragile and frail. But he felt a warmth he had never felt before. He had always been loved by his Oyaji and brothers, but it never felt like this. Then suddenly as she let him go, and he saw the kindness in her eyes, he finally understood it was the warmth of mother love he had never felt before. Of course he had sisters, but they treated him like a brother. Luffy was always thinking of who his mother was. He didn't really care about his dad as he had Pops and his brothers. But his mother was always a mystery for him, and when he asked the crew couldn't answer as they didn't know it was. The only thing he knew was that he got the blue eye and the white part of his hair from her as they told him his dad had dark hair and black eyes. Luffy just looked at her and suddenly leaped forward and hugged her. The queen was shocked but regardless just hugged him back. As Luffy pulled away he had tears in his eyes and looked up to the queen. Is it okay if I call you Mom? He asked. The 3 princes had their eyes wide open and the part of the crew that heard suddenly stopped moving to look at Luffy. Otoheim was shocked, of course, she happily said out loud, picking Luffy up and hugging him while spinning in circles. King Neptune, who was sitting next to Whitebeard, saw this and asked, What is it, Jamon? Otoheim stopped, and with stars in her eyes hugging Luffy she said, This adorable child asked me if he could call me Mom. Gururara, so the brat wanted the love of a mother. No wonder he had been asking about his mother a lot. Whitebeard said with a smile on his face. The commanders understood as some of them had never experienced the love and warmth of a loving mother. Is it okay if I take him to play with my daughter and sons? She asked. Of course, if he calls you Mom he should meet his other siblings, Whitebeard said. Otoheim quickly walked away with Luffy towards her sons who were all smiling. These are my children Fukaboshi, Ruboshi, Manboshi and my daughter, the youngest Shirahoshi, she said introducing them. So does this mean they are my brothers and sister? What is the big mermaid is the youngest? He asked, his eyes popping out his skull. Yes, she's only 3 years old, the queen replied. So that means she's my little sister then, so that means I'm going to have to protect her, he said with a traditional D smile on his face. The 3 princes all smiled at this as they were overprotective of their little sister. I'm the oldest Fukaboshi, said the first prince who had blue hair with a navy blue and light blue polka dots tail. I'm Ruboshi the second oldest Solati I do, said the second prince who had wavy dark pink hair, and had a large purple tail with white polka dots on it. I'm Manboshi the third oldest, Umambo, said the third prince while dancing, making Luffy laugh at how energetic he was. I'm Shirahoshi, said the giant mermaid. Well that I know your names, can you show me around the island to any cool places, Luffy said smiling. 3. Sea Forest. Luffy had dragged Marco along since Shirahoshi said she wanted to go to the sea forest. The 3 were now walking while Luffy and Shirahoshi were exploring with Marco just looking over them. Look Shira, there's a clearing over there, we should go see what's over there, Luffy spoke. As he was walking, a giant sea king passed over on the other side of the giant bubble, then he suddenly grabbed his head and fell to his knees. Ah, who's talking? Who's there? Leave me alone. Marco quickly rushed to his side trying to see what was wrong. What's wrong with big brother? Shirahoshi asked worriedly. I don't know, Luffy, what's wrong you are? This kept going on for 2 minutes until the Sea King finally passed and Luffy got up. What happened you are? Asked Marco. Is big brother okay? Asked Shirahoshi with tears almost falling from her eyes. I don't know, I just heard a loud voice when the Sea King got close. As Marco heard this he narrowed his eyes thinking. What did you hear you are? I heard that some queen had finally been born, and that the time for the true rulers to return was getting closer, and closer. Whoever it was practically screaming as loud as they could, Luffy finished. Marco's eyes were wide open in shock thinking that it wasn't possible he had that thing. As he was about to speak, Luffy suddenly got up and started walking forward. There's a voice coming from over there, but it isn't loud like the other one. Marco and Shirahoshi just followed Luffy until they got to the clearing. After a couple minutes Luffy spoke. Why would somebody write an apology and leave it in the middle of the forest? Whoever Joy Boy is, he didn't seem that smart leaving it here, Shishishi, and it seemed like he was sad when he couldn't keep his promise to the princess. At least he apologized. I wonder what happened to where he couldn't keep his promise. He said, his head tilted to the side confused. Marco just stared at Luffy in shock as he couldn't believe what had happened. How does he have it? He thought. How do you know what it says? Asked Shirahoshi, confused. I don't know, I can't read it. I just hear it somehow, it's weird, he said before busting out laughing. But I'm always going to keep my promises no matter what, and I'm going to protect you no matter what, you crybaby, he said with determination in his voice. Shirahoshi just pouted and wiped her eyes with a smile on her face. We should get back to the palace, we have been out a while, your mom is gonna get worried about the both of you, and I don't feel like getting beat by a mermaid you are. Marco finished. 3. At the Ryugu Palace. Luffy and Shirahoshi were playing as they went into the palace. How did my kids like exploring? Said Otohime as she rushed towards her daughter and her new son. It was fun, Mom, they both said simultaneously. Yeah, they ran around a lot, you are, but can you tell Pops that I need to talk to him, said Marco. Of course, said Otohime, as she walked away holding Luffy's and Shirahoshi's hand. 3. What did you want to talk about, my son? Said Whitebeard after having made his way towards Marco, who had gone back to the ship. Oyaji, it seems like Luffy has that same thing Roger had when he can hear things, said Marco. Whitebeard just had a grin on his face then laughed. Gururara, I always knew he was going to be special, so he can hear the voice of all things, he said as he sat down. Maybe he's the one Roger told me about when we last talked. After all, he is AD, Whitebeard said as he was sitting behind his desk looking up. What did he say, Pops? Marco asked as he knew Roger had told him things when they last talked, including the meaning of the letter D, but Whitebeard had never told anyone. It's nothing, my son, just that things are certainly going to get interesting when he grows up. Maybe he will turn the world upside down permanently. The era coming up on the horizon is certainly going to be interesting, Whitebeard finished up with a grin. We're going to have to teach him some things before anything, you are. His trusting nature and naive attitude could land him in trouble, Marco finished with a smile as he was thinking how his little brother was going to bring when he was older. 3. Couple days later. Thatchy, what do you mean my grandpa is here? I was playing with my little sister. He can wait, Luffy said with his arms crossed as he was not really happy. He came to see you, I mean part of the reason we stayed so long, so he had time to get here and see you, Thatch answered. As they were getting closer to the ship they could already hear loud laughter. A couple of minutes later they arrived at the ship. They saw a man sitting down in front of Whitebeard laughing and eating rice crackers. Wahahaha, so where is the brat Newgate? Garp asked. As soon as he finished this he saw a boy jump to sit on Whitebeard's shoulder. Oyaji, so where is my grandpa? He asked. That's me, you short brat, Garp said before laughing. Luffy then jumped down a couple feet away from him. Huh, you're my grandpa. I thought it was going to be someone as cool as I am, but you're just an old geezer, Luffy said. What did you say, brat? That's no way to talk to your grandpa, said Garp as he punched him over the head. What was that for, you old geezer? I was just telling the truth, Luffy said as he was rubbing the new bump on his head. He then suddenly ran behind him and jumped on his back. You may be an old geezer, but I still like you, Luffy said, making Garp's eyes widen and soften a little. Whatever, you little brat, don't think that's going to save you. You've been living with pirates instead of training to become a strong marine, Garp quickly said. Marines are dumb. Being a pirate is so much better. You can do whatever you want, Luffy quickly shot back. What did you say, brat? I'm going to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours, Garp said, about to grab Luffy from his back until his grandson quickly let go and ran away and went to sit on Whitebeard's shoulder. So who's my dad, Gigi? He asked Garp. His name is Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy just looked confused. Sounds like an important name. Maybe he's famous. Oh well, whatever. I'll meet him out on the sea someday, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Garp just sat back down and looked at Whitebeard. I want to take Luffy with me, he said. Whitebeard just narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything Luffy replied. You can't take me away from my family. I grew up here, and if I leave I couldn't fulfill my dream and keep my promise. Luffy shot back as he didn't like the way the conversation was starting to sound. You can't just come here and say you want to take one of my sons, Garp. When a person joins my crew, regardless of who they are, they become family. The choice is up to Luffy, and you heard what he had to say, Whitebeard added. I know that, Newgate, and from what I heard my grandson already made up his mind on what he wants to do, but I still want to take him for some time. I'll bring him back, Garp answered. How long do you want to take him, Yua? Asked Marco. For 2 years, so he can meet my other grandson, and can become friends, Garp said. This made the commanders frown as they couldn't imagine going 2 years without their little brother. I would go, but I can't right now. I'm in the middle of training, Luffy answered. The commanders nodded as they had each been teaching Luffy particular things. Haruta and Vista had been teaching him how to use a sword. Namor had been trying to teach him how to swim but gave up as he just sank like an anchor. Thatch and Jiru had been working on his speed. Rakuyo had been teaching him how to get better with a bow staff as he has some experience, while Marco and Jozu had helped his offense and defense fighting techniques respectively. Izo had been helping him with his accuracy so he could have a better shot. And Blamenko, Curiel, Fasa, Kingdu, Atmos, and Blenheim had been helping to build up his physical strength. How old are you right now? Asked Garp. 6, Luffy simply replied. Then how about in a year when you're 7? After you had some training I take you for 2 years, Garp asked. Luffy thought about it as he did want to meet whoever Garp was talking about, but also didn't want to leave his brothers. Sure, but where would I be going? Luffy asked. The East Blue. Luffy frowned as it was so far away from where he had always been but nodded either way. As Luffy agreed, Whitebeard and his commanders, Luffy, and Garp just kept talking late into the day, sharing stories. 3. Couple days later. After Garp had left, it was time for the Whitebeard Pirates to leave. See you later, Mom. I'll visit whenever I can, Luffy said as he was on the deck. Be careful, my son, Otoheim replied. Take care, big brother, Shirahoshi said with tears in her eyes as she and Luffy had been inseparable since they became brother and sister. Take care, little crybaby. Take care, everybody, he said as the ship started leaving. As they were making their way towards the surface, Marco came up towards Luffy. We're going to take your training seriously since you're going to be gone 2 years, and don't worry, you're going to back here in around a year so you can see your little sister since this is where Garp is picking you up, he said. Luffy just nodded as he wanted to be stronger so he could take care of himself and not worry his family. 3. 1 year later. Luffy is now 7 years old. So that's the island where you wanted to bring me, said a boy wearing blue shorts, with a white tank top, wearing sandals, a black and white beaded necklace and another one made out of bronze with a skull and swords underneath it, basically the Assassin's Creed black flag emblem made into a necklace. Yeah, you little brat, you're going to be away from the Grand Line for some time. A couple of minutes later they landed on the island and went through the town and were making their way up the mountain. That Lady Makino is nice. I'm going to come down to the town to visit her sometimes, Luffy said while running through the trees. Do whatever you want. Brat, just don't cause her too much trouble, Garp said. Bam 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 bam. Who is it? Who dares knock so loudly on the door of the rulers of Mt. Corvo, the Dayton family, said a woman with the face of a gorilla and long orange curly hair. It's me, Garp calmly said. Garp. I mean Garp-san, why are you here? I came here to drop off my grandson, bwahaha, Garp laughed. Grandson, said two people simultaneously from inside the house. Garp-san, this isn't a nursery home, we can barely take care of Ace, we can't take off another little monster, she said as she saw Luffy trying to catch a butterfly. Don't worry, he's only going to be staying for 2 years before he leaves. Also, if you don't take care of him, I'm going to arrest you. After all, the number of your crimes are endless, he simply said. As they were talking, Luffy was playing chasing the butterfly until in the corner of his eye he saw something shooting towards his face and he moved out of the way. Why did you try and spit on me? That's nasty, idiot, he said while looking at a kid sitting on top a boar with crossed arms and metal pipe in his hand. Ace, there you are, says Garp walking away from Dayton. That's going to be your new friend Luffy, he said. Well, I got to go, I'll be back in a couple of months, so I'll leave you here, he said, then soon walking away. As Luffy and everybody else started going inside to go eat, which was like wild animals fighting, but Luffy still stuffed his mouth. 3. It was the next day and he saw Ace going into the jungle. Where is he going? He asked Dogra. I don't know, he just always goes into the jungle, so hurry up and get to cleaning, he said, but Luffy just went running after Ace. When he caught up to him, he was on top of the cliff. Hey. Let's be friends, Luffy said, waving his hands up in the air. Ace just turned around and looked at Luffy before kicking the tree and looking as it rolled towards him. Luffy quickly started running away, quickly screaming until he was out of sight, simply jumping up into a tree branch to get out of the way. As Luffy was on a branch, he sat and started thinking to himself. It looks like he is angry, sad, and lonely. His eyes remind me of how the slaves of celestial dragons on Sabaody were. Marco always said that the eyes of a person filled with anger and feel lonely are different. I guess I'm going to have to wait and slowly become his friend over time, he said to himself. Pops and my brothers always told me that being lonely is worse than pain and death itself, so I can't let him be by himself, but I have to take this slowly, he finished talking to himself. Luffy kept following Ace for 3 weeks and Ace had done everything possible to lose Luffy, and Luffy just acted like he couldn't keep following him as wanted to take it slowly. He was acting like a weak little kid until they were on a bridge high up with forest and river right underneath, and when Ace saw Luffy behind him on the bridge, he attacked him the pipe trying to hit him off. So Luffy had to pull out his collapsible bow staff he kept and blocked the pipe. Ace was shocked that the kid had actually blocked his hit so easily, like he knew where he was going to swing, so he leaped back. Why do you keep following me? He asked. Wow. So you can actually talk. I thought you were mute, and I'm following you because I want to be your friend and show that I care about you. Luffy answered. Ace didn't know how to answer as he had been nothing but mean towards the kid. But I'm not going to force you to be my friend quickly, so I'm going to follow you until it looks like you're open to me being your friend, he said as he put up his staff and walked back towards the bandit base. Be careful, Ace, he said as he got to the end of the bridge waving his arms. Ace just looked at him walk away with a little hope in his eyes. We'll see what happens, he thought before he walked away. 3. Luffy had continued to follow Ace for a couple more days, and after the chase he always went down to Fusha village to visit Makino, and he really realized how nice she was, and already said that she was his sister, to which Makino had giggled and with a smile happily agreed. Luffy was eating and suddenly a villager passed by screaming, "Pirates! Pirates are here!" Makino quickly made her way toward the doors, but before she left she told Luffy to stay there and wait as it was dangerous. Of course Luffy didn't listen and made his way out, through the back door, and made his way up a building close to the port. Luffy saw the pirates and immediately thought back to a pirate his pops called a red-haired brat, but he quickly forgot about it as the way pops talked about him it seemed like he was strong and there was no way someone that strong would be in the East Blue. So he made his way back to the bar, and sat. Then 5 minutes later the pirates walked in and filled up the bar. As the red-haired pirate sat down he asked, "So is this little kid your son Makino?" Luffy quickly answered, "She's my big sister, idiot, and I'm not a little kid, I'm a pirate," he said standing on the stool. "Ha ha ha, you're a pirate?" As if a little baby could be a pirate, the red-haired man kept laughing. "I'm not a kid, I'm a pirate, and a grown-up," Luffy said, but the red-haired man just kept laughing as they kept drinking. 3. Luffy kept coming to the bar over the next few weeks as he liked the pirates, and it reminded him of the Moby Dick. With his brothers as usual he always came after chasing Ace. As he would actually talk to him at the bandit's base, but still didn't let him follow him. "As I said, you're never going to be a pirate," the man laughing. "I already told you, Shanks. I'm already a pirate, not that I want to be one in the future," Luffy said standing on the stool. "And next thing you're going to tell me is you're the captain," he said. "I'm never going to the captain, that's always going to Oyaji. I'm just going to be stronger than him so I can protect them and be a commander, and then go on my own adventure and collect a crew for my division, and with that crew I'm going to make Oyaji the king of the pirates and protect my older brothers," Luffy shot back. As he finished this, Shanks raised an eyebrow as he was confused and decided to ask, "Who's your Oyaji?" "Whitebeard," Luffy simply said. "EHHHHHHHH, the entire crew, Makino," and Shanks said wide-eyed. "So why are you here in the East Blue?" Ben Beckman asked. "Because Grandpa asked Pops if he could bring me here for 2 years," Luffy answered. "Who's your grandpa?" Yasopp asked. "His grandpa is Vice Admiral Garp," said Makino, waiting for the shocked expressions. "EHHHHHHH," the pirate said in shock again. "So that's why you said you were a pirate, you're part of the strongest man in the world's crew, but I gotta ask, why do you want to make him king?" Shanks said. "Because he's always loved me and my siblings, and protects his family from anything and protects his territories without asking for much. That's what the pirate king should be. Also because I want to go on the ultimate adventure to make him king and be free, and most importantly." As Shanks heard this, he saw the image of his old captain behind Luffy as he was going to grab his straw hat. The doors burst open and in walk bandits. "So these are the pirates everybody keeps talking about. They look weak and like cowards to me," the leader says as he walks forward. "We're mountain bandits, but we're not here to trash the place, we just want 10 barrels of sake," he said. "I'm sorry, but I just served the last of it," said Makino. "Sorry about that, looks like we drank the place dry. Here, you can have this," said Shanks as he offered the bandit an unopened bottle. To which the bandit grabs the bottle and smashed it over Shanks' head and pushed him to the ground. "Don't play with me. My name is Higuma and I have a 8 million berry bounty. A bottle ain't enough for a big shot like me. Watch yourself, pirates. I'll be back in a week and you better have sake for me and my men or we'll destroy the place," he said as he walked out. "Ha ha ha ha," the pirates burst out laughing. "He got you good, boss," Lucky Roo said. "What was that?" Luffy said. "That was disgraceful, why didn't you fight back?" Luffy screamed. Shanks stopped laughing. "Not every battle is worth fighting knowing to fight, and when to not fight is part of what makes you a man," he simply said. Luffy just scoffed and sat back down, and saw a chest and opened it and saw a light gray-looking fruit with what seemed like a white crack design all over it. Thinking nothing of it, he put the entire thing's his mouth, and swallowed it as it looked cool, but when he tasted it he scrunched his face as it tasted horrible, but said nothing as Thatch would be disappointed if he wasted food. "Luffy, are you okay?" Shanks asked as he got up and sat back down in his stool. As he looked over he saw the chest empty. "Luffy, did you eat the fruit in the chest?" he asked. "Yeah, it tasted nasty, like dirt." Shanks quickly picked him by the legs. spit it out now," he said frantically. "What's the big deal, Shanks?" "It was just a fruit," Luffy asked as Shanks set him down. "Luffy, you ate a devil fruit. You will never be able to swim again no matter what. There's only one fruit that would let you still swim, and that's not it for sure. We don't even know what the fruit you ate was. It might be completely useless." Shanks told him. "EHHHH, now I'm like Marco, Jozu, and Blamenco. I can't make fun of them for sinking anymore," Luffy said. Shanks just looked at Luffy, eyes twitching, finally speaking. "You dumbass." Chapter 4, Devil Fruit and Brotherhood. Fusha Village. "Are you still disappointed over what happened, Luffy?" asked Makino. "I thought Shanks was a cool pirate the way Oyaji talked about him, but he just let bandits do that to him. I would never let anybody talk bad about Oyaji or my family. I would beat them all up," he said while playing with the cup. "Yes, but not every fight is worth fighting, and sometimes people just talk bad to get out a reaction out of you, and lure you into a trap," Makino simply said. Luffy was there thinking and was about to say something, then suddenly the doors bust open. "You better have the sake, woman." "Me and my men are thirsty," said Higuma. Makino just nodded and started serving them. "Those stupid weak pirates aren't here, that's unfortunate. I wanted to kill them all," spoke a bandit. As they got drunker they also started getting more rowdy, talking bad about Shanks and his crew, but Luffy was trying his hardest to stay still and not do anything as he remembered what Shanks had said about being a man, and Makino about knowing what fights to take and which to not. That was until he saw a bandit grab Makino and pull her into his lap while Makino tried to struggle and get up, but the bandit just tightened his grip. Luffy suddenly got up and took out his collapsible bow staff, and moved the end of the staff into the face of the bandit, and pulled Makino behind him. "Don't touch my older sister, BSTRD, and don't talk bad about my friends." After he said that, the bandits all got up, so Luffy pushed Makino behind the counter, and got ready to fight. The first bandit rushed forward swinging his sword at him, but Luffy just sidestepped, and hit him across the face. Then he felt a presence from his right, and quickly parried the sword which was heading down towards his head. Then suddenly the rest of the bandits along with Higuma started attacking, but Luffy was just easily dodging the attacks while hitting them with his staff, keeping a distance and making sure not to get stuck in a corner. As the bandits were all getting irritated about not being able to hit the kid, Higuma yelled, "Stop fighting, brat, or I'll shoot the woman," he said in a booming voice, stopping every movement while holding a gun to Makino's head. "Just get out of here, Luffy," she said worriedly, but Luffy just dropped his staff and told him to let her go as the other bandits surrounded Luffy and held him down. "Take him outside, I'm going to teach him a lesson not to mess with bandits," he said, and the other bandits complied by emptying out off the bar. As they left, Makino made her way towards the mayor's office. 3. "Let the kid go. I'll give you how much ever money you want," said the legend himself, Whoop Slap. "Please let him go, you can take me instead," Makino said worriedly. "The old man knows how the real world works, but it's too late. I'm going to teach the brat that you don't mess with people stronger than what you can handle," he simply said. "I was wondering why the bar was empty. If it isn't the bandits from the other day," Shanks said as he came from behind. "Shanks-kun," Makino said in surprise. "I thought you said you were a pirate, Luffy," Shanks said. "Shut up. I was beating them up, but they had Makino at gunpoint," Luffy shot back. As he finished, Shanks walked forward until a bandit pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. "Put your life on the line," he simply said to the bandit, who looked irritated and confused. "Now that you've drawn your pistol, you put your life on the line," Shanks said, his eyes shadowed by his straw hat. "What are you talking about, you idiot?" the bandit said, irritated. "I'm saying those aren't for threatening people, they are for action." As soon as he finished, there was a gunshot, but it was Lucky Roo shooting the bandit in the head. "Those BSTRDS fight dirty," said a bandit. "Dirty?" said Yassop in a mocking tone. "Cut the crap, you think we're saints or something?" Ben Beckman added. "You're looking at pirates," Shanks said. "Shut up, this has nothing to do with you," Higuma said. "Listen, bandits, whether I'm splattered with alcohol or food or even spit on, most of the time I just laugh and forget about it. But anybody who hurts my friends, no matter the reason, has to pay," Shanks said, his pupils constricting. "Has to pay, kill them all," Higuma barked out. Ben Beckman walked forward. "I'll handle this, they're weaklings," he said as he brought out the handle of his gun and quickly took out the bandits. "If you want to fight us, bring out a buster call or something. It was the kid's fault, he attacked and beat us up first," Higuma said, his sword still against Luffy's neck. "You have a bounty, do you not?" "Big shot," Shanks said in a mocking tone. As he finished, he quickly threw down multiple smoke bombs. "DMN, I let my guard down, scatter, and look for Luffy," as he said that they all took off. 3. On the boat out in the bay, as Luffy was about to attack Higuma, then suddenly the guard of the coast came out off the water looking down at Higuma and Luffy. "Luffy!" yelled out Shanks and Makino from the pier as the Sea King had his mouth opened about to eat them, but Luffy by a sudden urge just punched forward, and when he did, little cracks in the air formed, hitting Higuma, killing him, and pushing the Sea King away. As Shanks saw this, he thought to himself, "You gotta be kidding me, out of all the devil fruits he got the most destructive one." "The Gura Gura no Mi," Ben simply said out loud, looking at Luffy. He then looked over at Shanks as they had to do something, as it was a dangerous power for somebody to have without control over it. "We can't just let him be, that power is too dangerous, and destructive, especially since he can't control it," Ben added while looking at Shanks, who simply nodded in agreement. But at the same time thinking, "How am I supposed to tell Whitebeard this without Marco finding out, and being an overprotective mother and trying to come kill me? Now he's never going to join my crew," he sighed. As Luffy got back to the pier, Makino instantly brought him into a hug, sobbing. Shanks just looked at Luffy, glad he was safe. "Luffy, did you find out the name of your fruit?" he asked. "Yeah, the Gura Gura no Mi. Yes, it gives you the power to create vibrations and tremors. It is the most powerful paramecia in the world and one of the most dangerous." Luffy just nodded, understanding how dangerous producing a natural disaster at will is. "I'm going to train you so you can get an understanding at how your devil fruit works, so you don't destroy everything," he simply said as Luffy just nodded. 3. It had been a couple of weeks and Luffy discovered how to use his powers. He wasn't even close to mastering it, as that would take years, but he could now control when to cause tremors, and crack the air and just throw a normal punch. Luffy and Makino were now at the pier as Shanks and his crew were getting ready to leave. As Shanks was getting ready to leave, Makino gave him a hug and kiss. "You better not break her heart or I'll beat you up," Luffy said. "I would never break her heart. I'm going to come back after we take a little trip through the Grand Line and marry her," Shanks responded. As Shanks walked down the stairs, he turned around, took off his straw hat and put it on Luffy's head, surprising him. "Take care of it, it's my treasure. Give it back when you make Whitebeard the king, and complete the special final part of your dream after he's king," he told Luffy. Luffy suddenly let out a couple tears. "After I make Pops king, we're going to duel and show you I'm the strongest in the world," he told Shanks. "I'll hold your word, Anchor," he said in a mocking tone at the end. Luffy and Makino stood there as the Red Force and sailed away. "I think it's time I follow Ace all the way and be friends with him. After all, I have limited time and I already wasted 6 months," he thought to himself as he and Makino walked back towards the bar. 3. Back on MT Corvo a couple days later. Luffy was waiting up on a tree waiting for Ace to go out like he usually did. As Ace made his way towards the jungle, Luffy followed from a distance, making sure not to get spotted. As he followed Ace for a couple of minutes, they reached what seemed to be a junkyard where trash was piled high. He stopped following Ace and went to just walk around exploring, as he had never seen a dump like this. Luffy was exploring, and paid no mind to the people looking and whispering to each other behind him. Then suddenly a man with what seemed to be a pocket knife came out from behind a pile of trash and tried to rob him. Luffy quickly beat him up and took the pocket knife as just in case he might need it later. Luffy then once again looked for Ace and saw him carrying a bag into the forest. He quickly followed and hid behind a bush where he saw Ace and somebody who he didn't recognize talking, so he got closer so he could hear. "How much did you get?" the blonde boy asked. "I don't know, but it seems like a lot of gold and it looks like it more than yours," Ace answered. "How much do you think a pirate ship cost?" the blonde boy asked. "I don't know, 10 million, 100 million berry, we just have to get more so we can set out and be free," Ace answered. "So you guys want to be pirates?" Luffy came out acting like an idiot, startling both of the boys. They quickly climbed down the tree and Luffy let them catch him and tie up to the tree. "So he's the kid you were talking about, he finally made it here," the blonde kid missing a tooth with a top hat said. "I guess so, and I didn't take any of the walkable routes either," Ace said. "Well, he found out about our treasure, so what do we do?" the blonde asked. Before Ace could answer, Luffy spoke. "I don't know who you are." "What's your name?" he asked. "My name's Saw, what I'm not telling you," he screamed back. "We have to kill him," Ace, who was standing off to the side, said. As he heard this, Luffy narrowed his eyes, and moved his hands toward the pocket where his knife was, so in case he had to get away if he needed to. "I guess we have no choice," the blonde responded. "Okay, so do it," Ace said. "What, why me? You're the one who came up with the idea," the blonde shot back. "I came up with the idea, so you do it." "I have never killed anybody," Ace frantically said. "What makes you think I have either?" "We use for pipes for a reason, you idiot." As they were arguing, they heard a voice and got quiet so they could hear. "I heard a kid's voice this way," a man off in the distance said. "Free him or now and we'll see what we do later," Ace quickly said, and they both quickly untied Luffy before chucking him towards a bush as he was picking his nose with his pinky mid-air. "Where did the brat go?" "Do you know their names?" a man with whitish blue hair asked. "Yes, his name was Ace, Porchime-san," a man said. "I heard of him. It's a brat who supposedly robs people in Grey Terminal. We have to find him, and deliver the money to Captain Blue Jam or he's going to kill us," he said before walking off back towards the junkyard. "DMN it, I didn't know those people I robbed work for Blue Jam," Ace hissed out. "You robbed from Blue Jam? Are you an idiot?" Sabo retorted. "What's Blue Jam? Sounds like food. Is it tasty?" Luffy said from behind them, startling the boys in surprise. "You idiot, Blue Jam is a pirate, a real pirate who kills people," the blonde replied. "Well, yeah, that's what most pirates do, well, for different reasons, but still do it." "Isn't that what you both wanted to be?" he asked, confused. "Forget about that right now. How did you even follow me either way?" Ace asked, as he always thought the kid had gotten lucky on blocking his attack on the bridge and was weak. "I just decided to finally follow you all the way instead of going back when you knocked trees towards me or aggravated the animals, which caused them to come after me," he said. "Wait, so you could have followed me all along?" he asked, surprised. "Yeah, I just didn't want to rush things, so I just took things slow, but I'm only going to be here for 2 years, so I have to make you my friend." "Why do you want to be my friend?" Ace asked. "Because you seem lonely and are full of hate, so I just want to try and make you happier," Luffy said, shocking Ace as he quickly turned around and asked, "What would you think if Roger had a son?" "Why does that matter?" "It's not like his son is Roger himself," he said, his head tilted to the side, confused, shocking Ace. "Where are you going to go back to in 2 years?" Sabo asked. "The Grand Line," Luffy simply said, making the boy's mouth hand all the way to the floor. "You're from the Grand Line?" he asked, shock evident in his tone. "Yeah, I've lived there all my life," he simply laughed at their reactions. "Have you ever seen a fishman?" the blonde-haired kid asked, stars in his eyes. "Yeah, there's a whole island of them, even my mom is one," he simply said. Ace raised his eyebrow. "A fishman is your mom?" he asked. "Well, not really, but I called her mom, and she said I was her son, so she is basically my mother," he said with a smile on his face. "How did you even survive the Grand Line if you're so weak?" Ace asked. "I'm not weak, I'm stronger than both of you," Luffy shot back, immediately jumping to his feet. Ace just rolled his eyes. "Whatever you say. You're just mad I blocked your pipe when you tried to hit me off the bridge," Luffy said, aggravated with sharp teeth. "You're just lucky," Ace responded. "No, I didn't. Let's fight and see who wins," Luffy said. Ace and the blonde both agreed and led the way to where they usually sparred. 3. Ace was laying down on the ground as the boys had fought 100 times each. "I wasn't expecting that." "What were you expecting, Sabo?" Luffy asked as the blonde had finally told him his name. I thought you were weak since you're small, he simply said. The results of the fights were 30-20 Luffy winning against Ace and 31-19 Luffy winning against Sabo. In some of the fights it looked like you moved like you knew where the attack was coming from. How did you do that? Ace asked. A secret power, Shishishi, Luffy answered. Don't tell me it was one of those devil fruits I hear people always talk about, Sabo said. No, it isn't. I did eat one recently on accident, but that's not what it does. Ace popped back up curious. Wait, those are actually real, he asked, eyebrows raised. Yeah, I didn't know it was one though. I knew they were real, but I didn't know what they looked like, Luffy answered. He probably got some stupid power like turning into rubber, Ace said mockingly. Those aren't my powers. And even if they were, being rubber would be a cool power, Luffy shot back. So what powers did you get? Sabo asked. I have the powers to basically cause vibrations and shockwaves that can travel through anything and cause tremors if I wanted to and tsunamis if I get strong enough, Luffy answered. There's no way that's true, Ace said back shocked. Yes it is, let's go the coast, and I'll show you. After a couple of minutes of walking they finally go to the coast. Luffy walked up to the beach a couple of feet before the water, then he suddenly punched the air causing little cracks to appear and the water slightly rising into a wave before the wave just went out into the ocean. Ace and Sabo were staring wide-eyed at the display as Luffy had practically cracked the air and caused a medium-sized wave to rise up and go off into the distance. See, I told you I could do it. That's just unfair, Sabo said. Shishishi, well, I want to become the strongest in the world, at least this helps me on the way there, Luffy simply said. Good thing you didn't use that in the spars, Ace said, imagining their deaths. As they were walking back into the jungle, Sabo quickly asked. What am I supposed to do now? Blue Jam is looking for us and where I usually sleep is close to their hideout. What would happen if they found me? He said. You'll die, Ace said. Cooked like barbecue. Luffy answered. Sabo just paled at Luffy's answer. But you can stay with us, Luffy said, and Ace just nodded as they made their way towards the bandit base. 3. Oh yeah. We're back, Luffy called out when he saw Dayton while Ace and Sabo were carrying an alligator toward the base. I had hoped you didn't come back, brats, she said. Then she saw a kid with a top hat and asked. Who's the new brat? So you must be Dayton, Luffy and Ace said. You were an old gorilla-looking hag. Man, they were being nice. You look much worse, Sabo said while laughing. Watch your mouth, brat, she shot back. Well, I'm going to be staying here for a while since we caused trouble with Blue Jam. Thank you for taking me, Sabo said while bowing. This isn't a daycare. Dogra, Magra, and Dayton said, screaming with sharp teeth. Man, you really are a nice person, Sabo said while walking in. Of course, just cook the alligator and sleep with Ace and Luffy, she said. Our boss has no backbone, said Dogra and Magra, sighing. 3. Couple months later. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace had gotten closer as they hunted animals and went into Hightown eating ramen and beating thugs and stealing from nobles. Now they were all in the forest after eating ramen and running away without paying. Who was that man who called you? Ace asked. I don't know, he must have mistaken me with somebody else. Stop lying. Ace shot back. Fine. He's my dad. The truth is I'm a noble and both of my parents are alive, Sabo answered. What? Then why did you run away? Ace asked, now stepping back. Because they don't care about me. They care about status and their reputation and glory, not their own son. Those aren't real parents, he said while looking down. Well, we're always going to be here for you no matter what, Ace responded. Let's go back to the treehouse, Luffy said. Do you know your parents, Luffy? Ace asked as he was thinking about telling him the truth as they had gotten close over the months and he left in around 5 months. I know who my dad is, but I never met him. I have Oyaji though, so I don't care. As for my mother, I don't know my real one, but I have one who treats me like her own son, he said while playing with his straw hat. Who's your dad? Sabo asked. I think Grandpa said his name was Monkey D. Dragon, said Luffy, making Sabo stop as he looked at Luffy with his jaw on the floor. You mean the revolutionary? Sabo asked, shocked, while Ace didn't really know who it was. Yeah, Luffy simply replied. Who's that? Ace asks, confused. He's the world's most wanted criminal, Sabo answered, gulping, which made Ace's eyes widened. Yeah, so see Ace, you're not the only person who has the blood of a person the world calls a demon. People are just ignorant and would blame their parents' crime on their child. As Ace heard this, he stepped back in further shock as he thought there was no way Luffy knew who his father was. What do you mean? He said in a shaking voice. I know your dad is Gold Roger, Luffy simply replied while twirling his straw hat on his finger. How long have you known? Asked Ace, shocked. When Makino was making you guys all new clothes, Grandpa called me over and asked me what I would think if Gold Roger had a son. And I just simply said just treat him like everybody else, and be his friend as he's just the son and is not responsible for their parents' actions, and he told me you were his son. Ace was shocked and simply asked, so you don't hate me? Never, you're my friend, Shishishi, Luffy answered. They just kept walking towards the treehouse and Ace just had a smile on his face. 3. It was now a couple days later. Ace had brought Luffy and Sabo to a cliff overlooking the ocean with a tree stump in the middle of the clearing, and then he brought out sake and 3 red sakazuki cups and filled them with sake. Did you know that when people exchange a cup of sake they become brothers? Ace simply said, which caused Luffy and Sabo to smile. We might not end up on the same pirate ship when we're older, since Luffy already says he is a part of the crew and won't say the name. But that doesn't matter, as we will always have our brotherhood, finished Ace as they all had smiled on their faces, and then they lifted their cups and hit them all together. Kanpai, they said at the same time, and down the sake from their cup, Sabo and Ace not liking the taste and Luffy not minding it somehow. Chapter 5, Departure. MT Corvo. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were all up in the treehouse they had built, relaxing as they had barely finished their usual sparring. We need to go get more wood and replace some of the planks that are rotting, Sabo said. We also need a telescope, Luffy happily responded. Why do we need a telescope? Ace asked. Because they're cool. Whatever, we just have to be careful in case Blue Jam comes after us, so if they come after us. Luffy, use your ability as a last resort, Sabo finished, and Luffy just nodded. 3. Gray Terminal. The trio were currently looking for materials for the treehouse, and Luffy specifically for a telescope. They looked without issue for 30 minutes until men suddenly came out of nowhere, and the boys suddenly got in a stance ready to fight. Ace and Sabo with their pipe and Luffy with his staff, backs towards each other. The men rushed the trio quickly, but they started fighting back, hitting them with their weapons across the face and behind their knees and some between the legs, making sure the family genes ended with their generation. They were beating them soundly until a sudden gunshot stopped all movement, and the suddenly pirates came from behind and pushed Ace and Luffy, smashing their face into the ground, holding them by the neck while 2 others held Sabo back by his arms. Let me go, BSTRD, Ace hissed out. Sabo! Luffy called out, trying to get free. Sabo, stop resisting at once and come back home, said a man coming from behind the rubble with 2 guards. Father, said Sabo, shocked as to why he was there. Unharmed just like you said a man with huge gaps in his teeth. Blue Jam, Ace hissed out. Why are you here, father? Sabo asked, not understanding why the man who always looked down on other people was there. I'm here to get back my property who ran away from home and started living in a dump, he said, looking down at Sabo. Of course, you would be hanging around these pests, he said, talking down at Luffy and Ace. Shut up, you BSTRD, Sabo wants nothing to do with you, Ace hissed out. Shut up, you lowly peasant, before I kill you. After all, people like you are just here to serve nobles and royalty. You don't even have the honor to polish my shoes, the man said. So where is my payment? Blue Jam asked, and just soon afterwards Sabo's father handed the man a bag full of gold coins. Hopefully you'll do the job of burning the pests before the celestial dragon comes as good as this job, Outlook 3 spoke. Which grabbed the attention of Luffy as he knew who a celestial dragon was and the influence they had. You can do whatever with the brats, let's go back home, Sabo, he spoke once again. Don't hurt them, I'll go back and do whatever you want, father, Sabo pleaded. Of course, you will, as I'm going to force you to do what I want. It's a children's job to do what the parents ask of them. When Luffy heard this, he balled up his fist, gritting his teeth, hearing something so stupid. Oyaji would never take away any of his children's freedom. Sabo! Don't leave, Luffy yelled out. As they were walking away, Luffy quickly made a little bubble not even encompassing his entire fist and grabbed the person's hand, breaking it, which caused the man to release it. Luffy quickly rushed towards Sabo, dodging the attacks from the guards, and jumped up to be face to face with Sabo's father and punched him, causing cracks to appear in front of his face, sending him flying back. As everybody was distracted and shocked at what just happened, Luffy quickly grabbed Sabo, dragging him, and went to kick the person who was holding Ace down, freeing him. Get those brats, Blue Jam ordered, and the pirates quickly started chasing after them, but when the trio got into the forest they quickly hopped into the trees and started swinging on the vines, losing the pirates who were chasing them. 3. ASL Treehouse. That was close, Luffy said, panting, sitting against the wall. Good thing you ate that devil fruit and have been practicing with it a little bit, Ace said. Luffy, is he still alive? Sabo asked, knees to his chest. I don't know, I didn't use all the power that I could have, but it was enough to send him back a couple 100 feet, crashing through 2 piles of rubble. Do you want him to still be alive? Luffy asked. I don't know, I don't particularly love them, but he still is my dad, Sabo answered. Well, he didn't treat you like a son, he treated you like property, so don't beat yourself over it, you still have 2 brothers who are always going to be here for you, Ace answered with his arms crossed. Yeah. 3. A couple days later. What happened? All of the people. They're dead, the trio said as they were watching as Grey Terminal in an ocean of flames. Luffy balled his fist up in anger as he remembered what Sabo's father had said when they were being held down. They did this, he said, gritting his teeth in a tone full of malice. Who? Asked Ace. The nobles. I remember, Sabo's dad saying that he hoped Blue Jam did a good job burning the pest before the celestial dragon came. They must have done to be looked at in a positive light. Sabo just grit his teeth and fell to his knees sobbing. When are things like this going to change and people are just going to be equal? He asked, still crying. Luffy just looked forward as he had no answer as he had seen how corrupt the world was, and Ace just stayed quiet as he didn't know what to say. 3 months later. I guess this is it, huh? Said Ace as this was the day Garp was going to pick up Luffy so he could go back home to the Moby Dick. I'm gonna miss you, Luffy, said Sabo. Don't worry, we'll see each other someday when you set out to sea, and since the both of you are going to set out from here when you're 17, I'll come back here and set out from the East Blue for pick up a few members to go on an adventure all the way back to the New World. Luffy said with a grin, and maybe when we see each other you'll be stronger and we can fight again. Next time I see you I'm going to beat you up, said Ace and Sabo. I doubt it. You may be my older brothers but I'm still stronger, sure. Whatever, it's just because of your devil fruit. I don't even use my devil fruit in the spars, Luffy shot back, teeth sharp as he was annoyed. What do you even consider a cool devil fruit power? You still make fun of mine even though it's cool, Luffy asked. Fire, Ace answered. I don't know, something that would have a shock to it, Sabo answered. Luffy just nodded. Well, I gotta get going, so here's this, he said as he pulled out 3 silver necklaces all with the same symbol. I dropped the bronze one that I had back when we were ambushed, so I asked Grandpa to get me 1 for all of us that look the same. It's a symbol of our brotherhood, he said, handing the necklaces to Ace and Sabo, which had a skull in the middle with 3 stars underneath it. Assassin's Creed symbol basically. Well, I gotta go. Bye Ace, Sabo. Bye bandits, bye Aunt Dayton, he said, waving his hands in the air and running down the mountain, leaving a crying Dayton blowing her nose into her handkerchief. 3 on the coast. Bye everyone, bye big sister Makino. Thank you for being so nice to me, yelled Luffy as Garp's marine ship was pulling away. Luffy stayed at the back of the ship until the island was out of sight, but he knew he would be back when he was 17 to go on an adventure. 3 hours later. Are you sure you still want to be a pirate? Garp asked as he came to stand next to Luffy. Yeah, I have to fulfill my dream and promise, but Grandpa, why are you against me being a pirate? You know that not all pirates are bad, Luffy asked. Garp just sighed and looked off into the distance. Because most of my family members have been pirates. Both of my half-brothers took off on their own to be pirates even though our dad wanted us to be Marines. I wanted to bring justice to the world. One of them wanted to go on an adventure and have freedom, and the other wanted control and power as he thought he was above everyone else, and that they should even sacrifice people to his greatness, Garp said with tears in their eyes. We didn't even take the name of our father, we each took the name of our own respective mothers, thus nobody knew we were even related, not even Whitebeard knows, and he knew both of my brothers personally. Sometimes I go talk with Whitebeard just because I want to hear stories about them both. Although the thing that pains me the most is that I had to take my older brother down with my younger brother, and was credited for the death of my younger brother. Although at least the son of my older and youngest both live on. Garp finished now sobbing. Luffy was shocked with tears in his eyes as he could not imagine having to kill any of his brothers, even less so to be revered for being responsible or credited for their deaths, and seeing his grandfather crying was another, as he had never thought Garp could cry. Sheet, I probably shouldn't have said that, wahaha, said Garp laughing, wiping his tears, trying to lighten up the mood. Gigi, I need to tell you something, but you can't tell the Marines. I don't want them to know of my abilities when I get my first bounty. Garp just nodded. I ate a devil fruit when Shanks stayed in the village, Luffy said, noticing that Garp for some reason tensed up a little when he mentioned Shanks. What devil fruit was it? Garp asked. The Gura Gura no. Me, Luffy simply said. So, you ate the strongest paramecia fruit that if trained enough has the power to destroy the world, he said, looking off into the distance. Wahaha, well at least I know a shrimp like you isn't going to be weak, he said, walking off, leaving a fuming Luffy behind with smoke coming out his ears at being called a shrimp. Luffy just stayed and kept staring off into the distance. I wonder who his half-brothers were and who their sons are. It would be interesting to meet them, he said to himself before his stomach growled and took off the mess hall as he was starving. 3 couple days later. You need to put more power into it, brat. I taught all you 3 brats how to use the basics of each, Garp shouted as Luffy was trying to use Jeppo to stay in the air. I'm trying, it's not that easy, you old geezer, even though me, Ace, and Sabo always practiced at the island. Maybe if you were there more, we would be better. Show some respect to your grandfather, brat. At least I taught you the techniques. How are you going to be a man if you can't do anything yourself? Garp said, hitting Luffy in the head. Ow wow, why do you keep hitting me with armament haki? Just you wait until I learn it, I'll beat you up. I see the island. I can't wait to see Mom, my little sister, and big brother, Luffy happily said. At this point Garp had a solemn expression on his face. Luffy, you should probably go talk to Newgate before you go to the palace. There's something you need to know. Luffy was confused but just nodded as he was excited to see his Oyaji and brothers again and eat Thatch's food. Chapter 6, Return and Departure Again. On the Moby Dick. Oyaji, Marco, Thatchdi, Haruta, Izo, Teach, everybody, yelled Luffy as he was running towards the deck where the commanders and part of the crew were currently located. He then jumped up to Whitebeard's shoulder. Hello my son, said Whitebeard with a smile as he had finally been able to see his youngest after 2 years. How was the trip you asked Marco with a smile on his face, happy that his little brother had finally came back as it hadn't been as fun and lively around the ship without him. I missed you. Now we can prank the rest of the crew again, said Thatch as he and Luffy were the pranksters of the crew. Don't even think about it, you have already messed up more than enough of my kimonos, yelled Izo. Our little brother is finally back, said Teach with a smile. But red-haired said you ate a devil fruit when you were away. Which one was it? He asked with a stern gaze which none of the commanders noticed as they were curious themselves. I ate the Gura Gura no Mi. I've been trying to get better with it, but I could only do so much on the island without someone strong enough to watch over, so I only trained when Shanks and Grandpa were there, and he also gave me his hat which he said was his treasure, he said. When he finished, Teach had an evil grin on his face that went unnoticed. Now if I can just get my hands on the Yami Yami no Mi, the power to destroy the world would be right there for the easy taking, he thought to himself. I also made new brothers and a big sister, Luffy finished. But can I go see Mom and my little sister now, Oyaji? I want to spend time with them as I know we're probably going to have to leave soon. As everybody heard this, they all put their head down as they didn't know how he was going to react. I have to tell you something, son, so sit down, Whitebeard finished, and so Luffy hopped down and crossed his legs and sat down. Neptune died protecting your mother. She was in a deep depression afterwards, causing her to leave the kingdom afterwards, and nobody has found her. When Luffy heard this, he felt a wave of guilt wash over, and was now worried. Oyaji, what happened? Luffy fiercely asked. She wouldn't have left us alone, she loved and cared for us, she would have taken care of Shira and the others, Luffy said while tears came from his eyes. You have to understand, she feels responsible for her husband's death, so she probably felt like she couldn't stay. She did leave a note saying she will be back, so you don't have to worry too much, Whitebeard added. She probably wanted to get stronger so she could protect what she cares about, you. Luffy just nodded, and asked Marco if he could take him to Neptune's grave. 3. Sea Forest. When Luffy saw the memorial and the picture of Neptune on top of the tombstone, he dropped to his knees, and let out a wailed cry while holding his straw hat over his eyes, openly sobbing. He kept hitting the ground to the point his knuckles started to bleed. Marco, why did he have to die? He was family, he was a good king, there's not a lot like those around. Maybe if I was here, I could have protected Mom and he would be here with Shira. I don't know, Luffy, but it's not your fault, you couldn't have done anything, he died protecting family and that's what matters. That only made Luffy's heart break even more as he walked up to the tombstone. He died protecting Mom. With a smile on his face, came a voice from behind which was the first Prince Fukaboshi. Mom was always talking about your return, and how she missed you and looked forward to seeing her beloved son. She was always counting down the days, you were always the person she talked about in her campaigns where fishmen and humans could coexist. He said with a tear escaping his eye. Luffy just felt like his heart kept getting twisted and shattered. He felt guilty that he wasn't there to protect his mom and his other family, or at least be there in Neptune's last moment thanking the man. She also said for me to tell you that she was sorry for not being here when you returned. Luffy just bowed down in front of the stone and stayed there for 5 minutes. I'm sorry I was not here to protect Mother, and I'm sorry I was not here for my little sister. Thank you for saving them and taking me into your family and accepting me as your own, he said before getting up and walking away. Where is Shirahoshi? I promised my mother and Neptune I would always protect her and be there for her, and I already failed for not being there for her when her father died. I don't plan on breaking my promise more than I already have, he asked, his hand balled up in a fist, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. She's in the palace, Luffy. She now has to stay in there permanently as she is being targeted by Vanderdecken 9 for her hand in marriage and cannot leave without her life being in danger. She couldn't even come to her father's funeral, and to this day hasn't even seen the memorial and tombstone. Fukaboshi said, which made Luffy even more sad as his little sister was now trapped and could not get out of her room as some a-hole kept endangering her life and even dared ask for her hand in marriage. Luffy would rather die than give her over to whoever that Pefli was. She was barely 6 years old right now. 3. Ryugu Palace. Luffy was now standing outside Shirahoshi's room. He looked at the walls and noticed multiple axes and swords all over the wall. DMN that Pefli. He opened the doors, and just sighed as he couldn't even see as it was so dark, but he walked forward nonetheless. As he got on the bed, he noticed his sister was asleep but was startled when the lights suddenly turned on, and an unfamiliar shark was in front of him. The shark then started growling at him, which woke Shirahoshi up, knocking Luffy off the bed and onto the ground on accident. "Who's there? Are you here to hurt me?" Luffy was seeing stars as he had fallen head first from the bed, potentially causing head damage. "It's just me, Shira," Luffy said, rubbing his head. "Oni-sama," she said with tears in her eyes. Luffy just raised his eyebrow as to why she used that honorific for him. "Yes, it's me, but just call me Luffy." "That honorific is weird," he said, getting back to his feet and jumping to the top of the bed. "I'm sorry for not being here for you, Shira, and I'm sorry I cannot stay here for long as I have to go with Oyaji, because I have to train to become stronger," he said, looking down. "But once I find whoever is keeping you here, I'll beat him up so you can be free again, and I'll take you to see your dad's memorial." "It's okay, mother and father said you were going to protect me, and you have to be strong for that, and you have to follow your dream like her, but you have to spend time with me whenever you are here." "Of course, that's what big brothers are for," Shishishi, Luffy said, wiping the water from his eyes. "I will protect you no matter what happens and be by your side even if the entire world government is against you." 3. 2 weeks later on the Moby Dick. "Marco, when are you going to start training me in armament haki? I need it to be a swordsman and be stronger so I can protect mother and everybody else when she returns." "I already have a decent grip on observation," Luffy said, still dodging the hits with the BLNDFLD on. "Soon you are. Me, Jozu will start training you in armament, and later when you have a good grip on it, Vista, and Haruta will help you imbue haki on your weapons. Though you're done with observation training for today, you finally managed to dodge 2,000 hits. You are. Sometimes when we went to hunt on the island, I put a BLNDFLD on so I wouldn't lose the progress I have made." "Marco, you said there was an advanced version of all the types of haki. What were the ones for observation and armament?" "For observation it is that you can see some time into the future and increase the area of how far your observation can reach. You are. The first commander for the Big Mom Pirates has the ability and can see 5 seconds into the future, although you can go further. The advanced version of armament is a little bit more complicated as it basically just increases your power, and if you clash with somebody and your haki is that much stronger, it will hurt them and their haki, essentially overpowering them and hurting them. You can take it even further by expanding the aura of your haki and imbuing objects you're not even touching, but there is also the way people from Wano Country use it. They call it Ryuo and it acts a little differently. The former 2nd Division commander used it and you basically allow it to flow through your body, which makes it more powerful, and you can essentially hit somebody and instead of being a normal hit with haki, it will affect the enemy's interior and affect your enemy from inside and even affect them without even hitting them physically if you get good enough. You would also be able to move the aura of your haki outward into a little blast and destroy objects like cuffs, collars, and doors or whatever you choose, and if it's strong enough, see Prism Stone, even if you have a devil fruit, and of course it works as an aura and armor around your body or wherever you choose it, even to protect your organs. The only person who can use it on the ship is Oyaji, and of course he can use Advanced Conquerors, but that's even harder to advance and he is the only one here who can tell you to advance that in the crew if you even have it, because Teach and I haven't even been able to get close to advance it. You can always train for it to get better, but remember, haki is always going to get stronger in intense fights and moments. The stronger opponents you fight, the stronger it will get. That's a lot of things, so basically what I have to do is fight strong people and my haki will get stronger and develop. Yes, but don't be an idiot and go picking a fight with Kaido or another emperor by yourself because you want your haki to get stronger. There can't be that major of a gap. It doesn't work as some but pull you are. It comes from your spiritual energy, will, and understanding of it. You can learn the advanced types from Oyaji even though it will take a long time." "Okay, I understand. I'm going to try and train it, but when I have the chance, I'm going to fight people stronger and stronger until I master them both, and if I have conquerors, I'll advance that too so I can do all the cool stuff Oyaji does. But you have to spar with me, and when you do, I don't want you going easy on me. If tough fights and near-death situations is the way for it to get stronger, I don't want any shortcuts," Luffy said while looking at Marco. "Whatever you say, you are, so let's get to work on bringing forth and training your armament." 3. Couple weeks later. "You need to be quicker, Luffy. Being a swordsman requires good footwork, quickness, speed and power, otherwise you are going to have good sword techniques but be a sitting duck and get picked off by faster opponents coming from different directions, Vista said on the offensive while Luffy just kept blocking on the defense with both of his swords. I'm using 2 swords. I'm not used to it, twirly mustache. Luffy was still on the defensive trying to find a way to go on the offensive but still having trouble until Vista brought both his swords down on a slash and Luffy brought one of his up but didn't try to block, just parry and push it off to the side. As Vista's sword went down, he went with the momentum and now had his right sword in a reverse grip and quickly went on the offensive and slashed at Vista, who quickly jumped back. Luffy quickly followed suit, still with different grips on his swords, and tried to get a hit on him, trying to win in speed as he knew he would for sure lose in power. He tried to attack with a horizontal slash which easily got blocked and Vista threw him off to the side, throwing him off to the floor and his swords off to the side as he had lost the grip on them. Vista was quickly on top of him and about to give him a shallow slash to the back, marking the end of the match, when Luffy suddenly turned around facing forward, receiving the slash across his chest, which confused him, the commanders, and Whitebeard, who were all watching. "Why did you that, you asked Marco, eyes twitching as what Luffy had just done had thrown Vista off and made the slash a little deeper than it was supposed to be. "I'm not going to get slashed across my back, Vista," and Haruta said that scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. "It wasn't going to leave a scar, you idiot, it was supposed to draw little to no blood at all," yelled Thatch. "I don't care, I'm still not getting slashed across my back, but most importantly is that my back is where I'm going to put my tattoo at, and just like Oyaji I'm not going to have scars on it, that's his mark, and when I get it, I'm going to make sure it doesn't get damaged or run away from a fight ever." He finished, which made the commander smile with pride a little bit, but still annoyed at the stupid move that he had just pulled off. Whitebeard was also smiling with pride looking at his youngest son, but spoke as he wanted to make something clear to him. "I am grateful you want to protect my pride, son, but remember, if it is to protect one of the people you care about or love, do not hesitate to let them damage your back. Also, running away is not always being a coward. If it is to protect somebody like your brothers or loved one, it is completely fine running away when you know you cannot win." Luffy just looked at him confused. "But you have never ran away from a fight, so why should I?" "Because I have never needed to back when I fought most of my fights. I had no family, the only thing I had was my pride, so I never ran away from a fight to protect it, and if I died then that would be my destiny. But as time went on, I started my own crew and had a family. I now have sons and daughters, and if it meant getting a scar across my back to protect even one of them, I would do it. Also, there are going to be people stronger than you that you will not be able to beat no matter how much you try at that point in time, so in order for you to survive and fulfill your dreams and be there to protect the ones you care about, you have to be alive, but you can also not be a coward." "But what happens if when I run away, and they call you a coward? That would be insulting you," Luffy responded with some anger in his voice. "Gururara, then the snot-nosed brat can come and say it to my face, and if he doesn't then you know what he is made of." Luffy just smiled, somewhat understanding, but he still didn't completely agree with running away from a fight, as he thought he would be strong enough to fight and beat whoever it was as long as he tried hard enough. "Oyaji, I have been meaning to ask. How am I going to train my devil fruit? I mean, it's not really the type of where I can train it everywhere without destroying everything. There's actually a person I know that called and wanted to meet you. He even said he would train you for a year if you wanted." "Who is it and what would he train me in?" asked Luffy, skeptical as to who it could be and train him better than his brothers who were training him right now. "His name is Rayleigh. The guy from Sabaody who coats the ship when we stop there. He's just an old man," says Luffy, now really not liking the idea of an old man training him. "Gurara, if he's an old man then so am I, brat," Whitebeard said with a grin. "He's also not weak, I mean he was the right-hand man of Roger." When he heard this it got all of Luffy's attention and interest. "Why would he want to train me?" "Apparently the red-haired brat told him about you and since then he's wanted to meet you." "Shanks, I still don't want to go so soon. I barely got back, maybe in a year when I'm 10. If he still wants to see me, he can train me. He barely got back and is already planning to go away in less than a year," Thatch says, head down. 3 weeks later, on an island in the New World. The Whitebeard Pirates were currently off on an island in the New World collecting supplies, and as usual Luffy went exploring the town along with Izo. "Why do I have to go shopping with you?" "Because you need better fashion sense," Izo answered. "Whatever, I don't even know if I'm going to wear a shirt after I get my tattoo. Shirts are overrated either way." Izo just had a tick mark on his forehead at the statement. "You really have no sense in anything." Izo replied, to which Luffy just stuck his tongue out and went to sit down. As they walked outside, they suddenly saw people running away. "What's wrong?" asked Izo. "You have to run. The beast pirates are here," and they started fighting people back at the bar. As soon as Izo and Luffy heard this, they used their observation, taking off to where they felt the most people at. When they got there, they saw people fighting and a triceratops just destroying the buildings around and hitting his own crew and enemies alike. What the hell happened? Luffy asked. No time to find out, it's an all-out fight now, Aizo said and shot his guns coated in a little bit of haki at the Zoan user, hitting him and getting his attention. I guess so, Luffy said before pulling out the swords he carried and jumping into the fight, slashing 2 people from the back. Luffy kept moving around, beating around cannon fodder while protecting the other Whitebeard pirates back, trying to protect most from not getting a fatal injury. With Aizo was currently shooting the Zoan user, moving around, staying at a distance knowing if he got close it would be over as he was supporting a long-range type. I might as well pick up a sword, it's not my specialty, but I can use it well enough, he said as he picked up a sword from the ground and suddenly had to jump away from where he currently was, and as he did the tail from the Zoan user had crashed into the building. You really picked a fight with us, do you even know who we are, you stupid little pirate crew, he said while looking at Aizo not knowing whose crew they were a part of. I feel like I should ask you the same thing. Kaido wouldn't really be happy if one of his subordinates picked a fight at his own will, he said before firing more shots off. He won't have to know, as you're all going to be dead along with the rest of the people of this island, he said arrogantly, blocking Aizo's shots. Aizo coated the sword in haki as his gun was not really going to do anything and jumped up running on top of a building and was about to slash the Zoan user until he got hit in shoulder by an arrow imbued with some haki from the sky and he fell to the ground. Kikiki, did you really think I would let you damage Sasaki-sama, said a man with bad ears, curved fangs, and bat wings with a bow in his hands. The now identified Sasaki turned around and picked Aizo as he turned into his hybrid form. Now your life is in my control. Are you from Wano? You look like a samurai from there, just that you use guns, he said with a smirk. Aizo just grit his teeth knowing what had happened in Wano and to his former comrades and lord. As Sasaki was about to kill Aizo, a wave of power washed over the battlefield, knocking people from both groups out. With Luffy was fighting what seemed to be a person with a lion coming out of his waist and was having an annoying time. He was currently not using his devil fruit as he wanted to get better with haki and did not want to cause too much more damage to the town they were fighting in. What he didn't understand was how the hell the lion could produce fire, which forced him to dodge a lot more than he wanted to. Suddenly he brought out his sword, which suddenly broke out into parts which looked more like a sharp whip instead of a sword. The lion man suddenly whipped it towards Luffy, forcing him to bring up his sword to block it, but unfortunately wrapped around his sword, and while Luffy was trying to get it back, the lion suddenly breathed fire on sword, whip on fire, forcing Luffy to leap back and leave his sword. "DMN it, you annoying lion man, or whatever you are. My name is Hold'em and Dash. I didn't ask and I don't care, you're just weird and annoying with your stupid face and fire-breathing lion," interrupted Luffy as he imbued his arms in his haki. He knew it was still relatively weak, but the only way to get better was fight with it. He jumped forward and dodged the hit Hold'em threw and quickly went for a kick with his legs, trying to throw the bigger man off balance, which ended up working until the man-lion sent a punch, forcing Luffy to cross his arms and block. Luffy kept trying to use his superior and agility to fight the man, but every time he was about to land a serious punch the lion would counter. As he was about to rush back in, he saw Aizo get shot by an arrow by what seemed like a half-bat half-fat man. Luffy quickly took off to try and help Aizo as the Triceratops was moving towards him until Observation Haki picked up something from behind him and was forced to dodge. "You're fighting me, brat." Luffy just gritted his teeth before quickly rushing towards the man, making a fist, and when he got close enough threw a punch, activating as much of his devil fruit as he could, forming cracks in the air, surprising the man and sending him flying back. As the man quickly went flying back, Luffy turned around running towards where Aizo was, but noticed he was wrapped around in a tail and he knew he would not make it. In a desperate call he yelled out, "Let him go," unknowingly releasing a wave of Conqueror's Haki that was felt all the way at coast and knocking out the weak-willed people out, shocking the people who were still up and momentarily stopping Sasaki from squishing Aizo. Aizo just looked on, shocked as Luffy had used Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. Sasaki just grit his teeth and was about to squish Aizo, but was then kicked across the face by a man with blue wings, making him release Aizo from his grip. "What do you think you are doing, you ah?" Marco said with narrowed eyes, holding Aizo up with his phoenix talons. When Sasaki got back up and saw Marco, he suddenly realized who it was and started sweating. "She, don't tell me those stupid pirates were part of Whitebeard's crew. Batman, Hold'em, go back to the ship immediately, we have to get out of here now," he said in an urgent voice, causing the people who were up to start running back to the coast where their ship was located. Marco decided to let them go as he would rather take care of Aizo and check up on the rest of his brothers. Putting Aizo down, Luffy quickly came up. "Aizo, are you okay?" he asked in a panicked voice. "I'm fine, stupid Batman caught me off guard. I don't even know how that BSTRD looked like that. What happened, UI?" Me and Izo were buying things, and as we came out a villager quickly came running screaming that the beast pirates started fighting with another crew which we knew was us, so we came here to help. You were lucky a villager reached the shore panicking and I had made my way here by then, if not I wouldn't have made it in time you are. Although Luffy, do you know what you just did? No, why? I was just fighting. When Dinosaur Guy was about to squish me, you used Conqueror's Haki, answered Izo looking at Luffy, shocking him. I didn't even know, I just wanted to save you. Conquerors usually comes out in a stressful time when your emotions are tense you are. Well, we better pick up and check up on our guys and see that they're okay, and also tie up the people from Kaido's crew and take them to Pops and see what he wants to do with them. The others are most likely on the way since they probably felt that wave of Haki, so I'll take Izo to the infirmary, and you start helping the people here, Luffy. A couple of minutes later they had finally helped the injured back to the Moby to get them treated and had tied up and brought the other subordinates to the beach. So, what happened and who are they? Asked Whitebeard as Marco had only told them that they had fought another pirate crew, just not which one. They're Kaido's subordinates, Pops, answered Marco. So, they're part of the Overgrown Fish's crew, Whitebeard said in a sort of mocking tone. Overgrown Fish? Luffy asked, confused. It's just what Pops calls him for some reason, answered Thatch. But more importantly, who released that wave of Haki? Whitebeard asked now in a more serious voice. Luffy, you are. Gurara, so he does have it. But what caused you to use it? Whitebeard asked. I was in trouble and was about to get squished by some dinosaur and Luffy saw, and he just used it without knowing. Whitebeard understood and just frowned that his son almost died. Just make it quick, he said before walking away. The crew who was there understood and told Luffy to go with Whitebeard as they still didn't want their little brother to see what was going to happen. 3. Couple of months later, Luffy 10. I can't believe he's already going away for a year, it feels like he barely came back, cried both Thatch and Haruta on the deck seeing Luffy go off with Rayleigh. You sound like moms you are. Shut up you stupid blue turkey before I paint your room a hot pink, responded Thatch. Do it and that's the last thing you'll ever do you are. Bye again guys, take care, Luffy said waving back at the ship, while he was on a rowboat with Rayleigh about to enter the calm belt. As soon as they crossed into the calm belt a huge sea king came out which Rayleigh just cut the head off. I guess it's going to be a rough trip, Rayleigh said laughing. Why are we going to train the calm belt? Because we are going to also be training your devil fruit which is destructive, so it would be best if there was nobody around, and the island where we are going to have strong animals that you can train your Haki, and also the weather changes so you are also going to learn to survive out in the extreme wild. Luffy just nodded at the potential of exploring the full access he has of his devil fruit and making his Haki stronger. But we are going to stop at another island before, and the people there are going to give us a ride on their ship. Who lives out in the calm belt? Luffy asked, curious as to who could live out on this ocean. The Kujas. My son is also going to train you with swordsmanship. Luffy just raised an eyebrow as he did not think Rayleigh had a son. You have a son? Well, he's not my blood son, but Shaki and I found him when we were still pirates, which caused her to stop living a life of piracy so she could raise him, and when my time came, I also raised him and taught him how to be a swordsman. Oh, of course Shaki would raise a child, she is nice after all. Is he a better swordsman than you? Ha ha ha, I'm an old man now and he's in his prime, so what would you say? 3. One day later. We're coming up on the island now, let's just hope they don't attack us first, Rayleigh said. Why would they attack us? The Kuja are a woman-only tribe, and they don't allow men on the island, but the former and current pirate empress and her sisters owe me favors, and when I asked for their help to get to Ruzakana they agreed. Couple of minutes later they docked on the island and they both got off. Luffy-kun, you might want to protect yourself, seems like some warriors are coming and I don't think Hancock is with them, so they might be aggressive. Luffy just nodded and pulled both of swords out. Who are you and why are you here? Came a voice from the bushes. I'm Rayleigh and we are here as the pirate empress is supposed to take us to the next island. After he finished talking there was mumbling behind them. We'll let her know that a man by the name of Rayleigh is here, but if she doesn't know who you are you will die, the woman spoke before she left along with the rest of the warriors. Rayleigh and Luffy were waiting there for around 30 minutes until they both felt a strong presence heading their way. Rayleigh, so you actually made it here, the tall woman spoke. It was just a nice stroll through the calm belt, nothing more. Rayleigh said, making Luffy's eye twitch as he remembered all the times they were attacked by sea kings and Rayleigh had made him use his devil fruit to attack them. So, this is the child which you are going to train on that horrific island, she said while looking at Luffy. Yes, he has a lot of potential and special in a lot of ways. Whatever you say, Rayleigh, maybe if the shrimp survives the year of training there. Who are you calling a shrimp? Luffy answered, teeth sharp, showing his annoyance at being called a shrimp. Hancock just ignored him and told Rayleigh to follow her to the ship so they could get ready to set off as the island was 3 days away from Amazon Lily. 3 days later. You better take care of him, Rayleigh, or I'll kill you myself, said Hancock while pulling him by the nose, being a little overprotective of Luffy since they had gotten close and became friends on the ship when Luffy accidentally saw Hancock's back and did not just her for being a former SLV. Nothing will happen to him. I don't want Whitebeard coming after me either, Rayleigh said, trying to break away. By Hancock, take care, Luffy said, waving from the beach as the ship was pulling away. As soon as the ship was out of sight, Rayleigh and Luffy started walking to the center of the island when they reached a clearing with a giant tree with rocks surrounding it. This is a safe place, so if you want to put any of your belongings here so they can be safe you can, but we're not coming back here until we finish the year of training, Rayleigh added. Luffy just nodded and put his straw hat on top of the rock with his necklaces tugged under the ribbon. Let's go train, Luffy said excitingly. Luffy was now sitting on a rock while Rayleigh was standing. So, I'm guessing you know what Haki is. Marco explained what armament was, an observation and the advanced versions like seeing into the future and expanding how far you can feel presences, and advanced armament and advanced Ryuo. I see that is basically it for the most part. Of course a person can develop their Haki and come up with different techniques for how they use it, and they have the one which they prefer, but I'm going to make sure you excel in both and not just fall to one. Also, there is the thing for Conqueror's Haki which you have the luck of having. The good thing about that is that Conqueror's Haki can make the other two stronger, although it works best for armament. As Haki is essentially spiritual energy and Conqueror's is your will, you can focus your Conqueror's into your armament to make it stronger and more effective by controlling how much escapes out, because armament does run out, although if you used it for observation, it would just increase the range temporarily but not let you look into the future. As for that, you need to be calm. Advanced Conquerors will also let you have protective armor around yourself just like armament, and the waves you release will also even affect objects from the pressure of it, and you can also coat your attacks in it like you can with armament. That's mostly the reason the sky splits when people at that level clash. It can happen if the armament is strong enough, but it wouldn't be as major, and there are other things that you will discover on your own, but I'm not going to tell you as that would take away from your adventure. Luffy just nodded at the new information, trying to take everything in so he can get a better understanding. Well, let's get to training your armament until my son gets here, as I heard you want to be a swordsman and armament is going to be important. Luffy immediately stood up, excited to start training. 3. A week later. Luffy was panting on the ground after just having finished his devil fruit training. How am I supposed to train to be a better swordsman with only one sword? Luffy asked as on the third day of training with Rayleigh one of his swords had broken. Well, it is your fault for using low-graded swords. Well, the one that broke wasn't even graded, and the one you have now is in the lowest class of the graded classes. It's not particularly easy to find graded swords, you know, Luffy retorted, and was about to say something else until his observation Haki picked up a powerful presence which got him on his feet immediately. Rayleigh, do you feel that? Yeah, I guess he is finally here, he simply answered. Luffy and Rayleigh walked to the coast, and when they got there, they saw a little boat on it which looked like a coffin with green candles on the side and the mass which resembled a large crucifix. So, this is the boy which you want me to train, spoke the man with yellow hawk-like eyes and a large sword on his back, still sitting down. When Luffy saw the man, his eyes widened. Hawkeyes, he said to himself in a low voice. Yes, although it will be difficult now that he broke one of his swords. Mihawk simply scoffed and reached down and threw the boy a sword. Luffy quickly caught the sword, which was in a white scabbard with koi fish on it with a white tsuba, and when he unsheathed it, he saw it had a gold habaki and the blade was a grayish-white on the bottom with a deep-sea blue on the top in a wave-like pattern. You can search up true katana white wakizashi and it should be one of the first things that pop up. The one Luffy got is a katana, not a wakizashi. It just looks like that. Wakizashis are shorter than katanas. I will try to link it in my profile, but I don't know if it will let me. It's a calm-obedient sword that obeys its master, but is still ruthless and deadly in battle. It is called Sulu. Also, it won't break as easily as it's part of the 21 Owazamono grade swords and can be part of the Seijo Owazamono if you make it into a black blade, Mihawk simply said. And you would just give it to me? Luffy asked. I will not train somebody with a weak sword as it would just break. The sword a person wields partly defines the swordsman, he simply said. And you just have this lying around? Luffy said, still trying to wrap his mind around how he just simply gave it to him. It was from a fool who challenged me and he was not worthy of wielding the blade, so I took it from him after he was defeated. I only came here because father asked me to train you, and from what Red-Haired said about you having potential, so hopefully you don't disappoint. Chapter 7, First Bounty. In the New World. How was your sister Yua? Marco asked, sitting down with the commanders on the deck next to Whitebeard, who was on his chair, all looking at Luffy as they had left Fishman Island a couple of days ago. She was good, well as good as somebody can be when they are trapped in a room. I just want to find that stupid Pefli and beat him up so she can be free and ahhh, Luffy answered before screaming a little bit at the end. Stop moving or I'm going to end up messing the tattoo, idiot. It hurts. Well then you shouldn't have asked for it on your back and as big as this, and I also have to color it in, which is even going to be more painful, so deal with it. Do you even have enough ink? Luffy asked, gritting his teeth as the tattoo hurt. We have enough white ink, although purple was hard to get a hand off. I can't believe he's going to go with the whole no wearing shirts thing even after I tried to get him to learn some fashion sense, Izo said, face palming. Shirts are overrated and I'm going to use coats in the cold weather. It's not like I'm a Logia user, even though I wish I was, he said, sticking his tongue out at Izo. I still can't believe you got to see and got trained by Mihawk. I always wanted to fight him and see how good of a swordsman he really is, Vista said. Well, he lives up the name, Luffy simply said, looking down, remembering how bad he had got beaten into the ground during their so-called spars. So, what did you train in UA? I trained on all 3 types of my haki and started learning how Ryuo works and all of that, sword, and using more of my devil fruit as we did discover problems I was going to have with it. What do you mean problems, UA? Well, it's just that it's hard to use haki at the same time with my devil fruit ability. Cracking the air, causing big waves and all of that is simple enough. If I apply haki there, it makes it more potent and I can cause bigger vibrations, shockwaves, waves, and that sort of thing, but the trouble comes when I make a quake bubble. I can make decent ones on my weapon and use them like that. But if I try to use haki at the same time, for some reason my haki is not as potent as normal, it's only around 60% as powerful. If I was fighting a normal person, it would be no issue as my devil fruit would most likely be enough, but if I was to fight a Logia user right now with my fruit it would be a pain. Rayleigh said the better I get with my devil fruit the easier it will be for me to use the full power of my haki and that technique simultaneously. He also said that if I get good enough, I can probably shift the sea and islands, maybe sink them if I'm good enough. The commanders and Whitebeard all nodded in understanding as to how that would be an issue. Izo, did you finish adding the gold beads to my necklace? Luffy asked. Yeah, it's in my room. Why did you want me to add gold beads when the thing was from your dad and he said he and your mom had picked it out before you were even born for when you were older? That's exactly why I added it. I have a second mother and the gold beads are a tribute to her. I'm probably going to get a tattoo to honor her, but coming up with something is quite hard. Shishishi. You're going to turn into an art gallery, and you're barely 11. You don't need any more tattoos right now, Thatch spoke up. 3. Couple weeks later. Why can't something exciting happen? I want to see how I would do in a real fight, Luffy said while sitting on the deck with Marco and Thatch. And who do you want to fight? UA? Some marines, so after we beat them up and send them away running, I can finally get a bounty. When Thatch heard this, he choked on the water he was drinking. Why do you want a bounty, you idiot? You're still a kid. I'm not a kid anymore, Thatchy. I also want to be a great pirate to just like the rest of you, and for that I need a bounty. Whatever, we rarely ever get attacked. It's not like they're going to attack us during lunch or anything, so get back to your chores. 3. Navy ships incoming, came a crew member yelling into the galley where the rest of the crew was eating. It really happened, Thatchua, laughed Marco. Oyaji, can I join the fight? I want to beat them up and maybe get a bounty, Luffy said with a smile on his face. How many ships and who are they? Whitebeard asked. It seems like it's a newly appointed rear admiral and 2 commodores must be trying to make a bigger name for themselves. The commanders just sighed at the answer. You can fight if Marco watches over you, Luffy. Luffy happily got up and picked up his swords and started dragging Marco towards the deck as some of the crew were already making their way ready for a fight. A couple of minutes later Whitebeard was sitting in his chair with Jozu and Haruta as they were going to take care of any of the marines that were dumb enough to try and take on Whitebeard, as the rest of the commanders were just sitting down as they were just going to see, except Marco, who was with Luffy as he had to babysitting duty. We're here for your head, Whitebeard, yelled the rear admiral. We are taking you down in the name of justice, yelled the commodores, making the commanders roll their eyes but causing the other marines to let out a battle cry as they were finally next to Moby Dick, as the battle started when the pirates boarded the marine ships. Luffy just smiled. The rear admiral is mine, he yelled out loud before hopping off the deck, making Marco's eyes widening as he wasn't expecting him to take off this soon, but followed behind Nonetheless. I'm going to get your head, Whitebeard, yelled the man on the deck of his ship, and was about to use Jeppo until a flying slash attack came towards him, forcing him to dodge. You're fighting me? Someone like you doesn't even deserve a chance at challenging Pops, Luffy said with one of his swords in his hand. The man just laughed when he saw the boy. Who are you, boy? You really think you can beat me, Rear Admiral Horo? You are nothing but a child, the man confidently said. "Shut up and let's dance," Luffy answered with a grin, making the man irritated as he used Rankyaku directed towards Luffy expecting it to cut him in half but was surprised when the kid brought up his sword intercepting the projectile and essentially throwing it to the side. "You're gonna have to take me seriously if you want to beat me," Luffy said in an irritated voice at being underestimated. Horo used Saru and tried to kick Luffy across the face but was suddenly blocked by Luffy's sword and was forced to dodge as Luffy attempted to kick him and was further shocked when Luffy used Rankyaku himself curing the floor and forcing the man to dodge to the side. "You're not the only one who knows the Rokushiki. I hope you know some other things, if not you're going to lose," Luffy said, sheathing his word. "How does a pirate brat like you know those techniques? They are only supposed to be known to people in the world government." The man grit his teeth. "I have my ways." Horo quickly infused his hand in Haki, rushing forwards to punch Luffy, but he also infused his own hand in Haki, clashing with Horo, shocking the man yet again at how a kid even knew Haki. The two quickly exchanged hits trying to get a hit on each other, but Luffy was too quick and kept dodging and infusing his leg in Haki and trying to make Horo make a mistake, and eventually he jumped in the air kicking Horo across the face, making him bleed. Luffy and Horo kept trading blows as Luffy forced him into hand-to-hand combat, which Luffy was pretty good at. Luffy kept blocking, weaving, and then jumped up in the air and kicked Horo across the face with his leg infused in Haki, drawing blood. "Why is he so weak?" Luffy thought, annoyed as he wanted a good fight. Horo leaped back and pulled out his saber, infusing it with Haki. "You're not a bad brat, but I'm still going to kill you." Luffy just pulled out both of his katanas, infusing them with his own Haki. "I can't say the same for you, you're just disappointing," he said before going forward to clash. They met in the middle, Luffy blocking the saber but pushed back as he still was not physically strong enough. Luffy noticed the man used a Goken sword style which relied more on strength, while he himself was more of a Juken sword style which relied more on speed, as Mihawk had told him that since he was still a kid it would be better suited for him, and as he would build up his physical strength the Goken style would come naturally, as he said he should have a mixture of both, being able to move smoothly but also being able to destroy whatever you want. The two continued to fight and parry each other until Horo threw a kick, catching Luffy off guard, to which Horo used the advantage, slightly cutting his cheek, drawing a little blood, making Luffy leap back. "That's a dirty trick when you are fighting with swords, and here, I thought you were a swordsman." "It doesn't matter if it's dirty, all that matters is winning in this world," the man answered, to which Luffy just grit his teeth and was now dead serious and changed his stance. Luffy now held Sulu in a reverse grip in his left hand and went on the offensive, using his quickness to his advantage, attacking fiercely, trying to attack Horo's weak points, eventually making him make a mistake and slashing him across his chest, drawing blood. Horo hissed in pain as the cut had been pretty deep, but Luffy didn't stop and quickly used Saru and was now on top of him again, this time continually using Saru, attacking from multiple directions, cutting him all over his body. Horo tried to use Tekai, but Luffy's Haki was too strong and kept cutting him. Marco, who was watching, was really surprised at how strong and quick Luffy was now, as he had come a long way from before. Luffy was now in front of Horo, who was now on his face down, bleeding from multiple wounds over his body, and was about to end the fight when his observation alerted him of an incoming attack, to which he quickly turned around and blocked the Commodore. Luffy was now gritting his teeth, mad as somebody was going to cut him across the back and damage one of his treasures in his tattoo, and quickly jumped back and sheathed his swords. "Too scared to fight now, brat," said the Commodore in a cocky tone, but Luffy noticed he was already bleeding and most likely had gotten beat by a commander. "No, I'm just sad at what you tried to do," Luffy answered, using Saru, getting close to the man and mostly dodging for now until the Commodore did a downward slash trying to get Luffy, to which he simply dodged and quickly used his devil fruit and made a quake bubble around his fist and hit the man in the face, causing cracks to appear and sent the man off the deck, flying several hundred feet away into the ocean, essentially stopping the entire fight on the marine ship as the Rear Admiral and Commodore had been defeated. The Marines were just looking on at what happened before Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to see how strong it was, knocking out a good portion of the Marines. "Looks like I still need more work." That was disappointing. "I thought Rear Admirals were supposed to be strong, but he was weak." "Well, he was barely assigned that position, you are. The Marines also just have the position to make themselves look more powerful, as they want it to seem like they have a lot of soldiers close to power as one of the 3 admirals, but it's just a bunch of bullshit," Marco finished as they were heading back to their own ship. "So Luffy won, but how good did he do?" asked Thatch, curious now. "He won without too much of a challenge and only got a little cut across his cheek, you are." The Rear Admiral couldn't really keep up, and for the Commodore, Luffy used his devil fruit, punching him in the face, sending him a couple hundred feet away from the ship into the ocean. Whitebeard and the other commanders just nodded, surprised and proud. 3. Navy H.Q. The Vice Admirals were all sitting down, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku sitting off to the side, as they had gotten a report that a week ago a Rear Admiral and 2 Commodores had attacked Whitebeard. Speak soldier, why in the hell would you go attack Whitebeard in the New World? Sengoku asked, as he was still dumbfounded at the stupidity of the marine soldiers who thought they could win. Yes sir, Rear Admiral Horo came to me and my fellow Commodore and brought up an argument on how we could all take Whitebeard down. He managed to make all of the soldiers that heard feel confident that they could do it, so feeling pressured we set off to find and fight Whitebeard. Sir, the Commodore responded. As of the moment he was the highest rank that could communicate what happened, as the other Commodore went missing in action, and the Rear Admiral was still bedridden. How in the hell do you think that is a good idea to challenge one of the emperors but the strongest of them all at that? Sengoku said, irritated face palming. Well, did you even do any damage to him or kill any pirate scum? Asked a Vice Admiral. No, we only injured some but could not kill them, sir. The Rear Admiral could not even get close to Whitebeard as he was held off by a kid, the Commodore said, looking down. All of the Vice Admirals and Sengoku raised their eyebrows at how a kid could hold off a Rear Admiral, and Sengoku was also thinking even harder as to why Whitebeard would take in a kid into his crew. What do you mean kid? Asked one of the Vice Admirals. It was a kid that was part of Whitebeard's crew. As Horo was about to board the ship, the kid attacked him and they started fighting. The kid even used some of the Rokushiki techniques and knows how to utilize all 3 types of haki, and he has devil fruit. He finished, making everybody's eyes widen. What? You said all 3, you mean he had Haoshiku and that a kid can use the Rokushiki, which are supposed to be world government techniques, said a Vice Admiral, alarmed. Yes sir, he was also the reason we weren't able to find the other Commodore, as the man attempted to attack him from behind but the kid dodged and used his devil fruit power, sending him flying several hundreds of feet away. And do you know what his devil fruit is? Asked Sengoku, seriously, as some kid could utilize all 3 types of haki. No sir, but a Marine who saw the encounter said that the boy made a bubble around his fist and went up to punch the Commodore, causing cracks in the air to appear when he did so, sending him flying off. Sengoku's eyes widened at what he had just heard, as it couldn't possibly be that devil fruit. Do you have a picture of the boy? He asked. Yes, it is in the folders in front of you. The Vice Admirals and Sengoku opened the folders and they saw a boy. What is his name, and are you positive he is part of Whitebeard's crew? Sengoku asked, wanting to make sure. Positive, he had Whitebeard's Jolly Roger tattooed on his back, and from what some Marines were able to find out, it was Monkey D. Luffy. Then I want a bounty issued immediately. The boy can utilize 3 types of haki and was able to beat a Rear Admiral to death's door and a Commodore, and has the strongest Paramecia devil fruit. He is going to be a threat in the future. God damn it, Garp, you better have a good explanation for this, he thought, looking at the boy's name. How much should bounty be, sir? Asked a Vice Admiral. 3. Dawn Island. Ace and Sabo were currently outside the bandits' base sparring, trying to gain the advantage over each other. While Ace was the hot-headed one who went forward and tried to overpower his opponent, Sabo was the one who tried to use his head and figure out a strategy, although it didn't always work the way, as Ace was always rushing. Ace moved his pipe trying to hit Sabo in the chest, to which Sabo just hit it to the side, pushing Ace, making him stumble. Sabo tried to use that mistake to his advantage and brought his pipe down, trying to hit him across the head, to which Ace just rolled off to the side and swung his pipe at Sabo's feet, forcing him to jump, to which Ace just kicked him in the chest and went up top, pointing the pipe over his chest. You lose, Sabo. I win 51-49, Ace said, puffing hard, suddenly falling to the ground. Yeah, I know, but at least we're going to be strong for when we set out in 3 years. Are you sure you want to be a revolutionary instead of a pirate? Sabo just looked at the sky, not really knowing himself yet. I don't know, I would still have freedom and explore if I became a revolutionary, and I would be able to fight so people can be free, so I might become 1 inch. As long as we live life to the fullest, I don't care what you do, Ace replied. As the boys were getting up, they saw Makino walking towards them. Hey Ace, Sabo, I got something you might want to see, she said with a smile on her face. What is it? As the boys were wondering what it could be, she pulled out a wanted poster, and when they saw who it was, their eyes bulged out. He already got a bounty, both yelled simultaneously. Sabo quickly grabbed the poster to get a better look with Ace on his side. How the hell is his first bounty so high? Ace said, falling back. Well, it did say he is dangerous and beat up some pretty high-ranking Marines and is part of Dash. Don't say it. I don't want to know what crew he is part of until I see him again and fight, then after I beat him up, I'll know, Ace quickly cut her off. Sabo just sighed and asked Makino to tell him in the ear what crew Luffy was a part of. When Sabo got his answer, he paled and fell back to the ground. You've got to be kidding me. 3. Island in the New World. The red-haired pirates were still hungover as they had partied the entire night before Shanks was about to fall asleep until a voice yelled for him. Boss, Hawkeyes is here. Shanks looked to the side at his longtime rival. Yo Hawkeyes. I'm not feeling too well at the moment, have you come for a match? I have no interest in fighting a drunk. I simply came as I saw something about my student and I thought you might want to see it, he said before pulling out a wanted poster and opening it. EHHHH, the crew said simultaneously. He got a higher starting bounty than Big Mom, da ha ha ha. I think I might go and become an emperor so the kid doesn't catch up soon. Kid also looks like a badass in the picture, Shanks laughed. He is my student, it would be expected that he would start off big, Mihawk boasted, to which Shanks just laughed and signaled for another party to start. 3. Moby Dick. Luffy was currently sparring with Marco, who was surprised by how much of a fight Luffy was putting up and forcing him to try. To say he was quick was an understatement. He kept moving around, dodging and weaving. He wouldn't be surprised if he kept up with Kizaru in the future, but of course his little brother was still weaker than him. Luffy was fighting hand to hand with Haki as he did not want to use his swords as he might end up cutting things on the ship by accident. Alright, that's enough, you are. I'm still dumbfounded by how much stronger you are now. In all honesty, I think you could fight and win against Cracker. Your armament is good enough and your devil fruit has a huge advantage against his biscuits, you are. Luffy just smiled. Well, I want to eventually be a commander too, so maybe I will end up fighting him. Whitebeard and the commanders were just watching with a smile. Maybe I'll make him a commander soon enough. After all, the second division has been in need of one, and he is certainly getting stronger, Whitebeard thought to himself. They were all broken out of their thoughts when news coups came by, so Thatch went up to the bird and bought a newspaper. Thatch started reading until he saw something sticking out to the side which he noticed was a wanted poster. What the hell? He's still a kid. The outburst grabbed everybody's attention. What is it? Asked Izo. This, he said, showing the wanted poster, which made all of the commanders' eyes pop out and Whitebeard just laugh. Wanted? Dead or alive? Monkey D. Luffy. Epithet, Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty, 100,000,000. The poster had a picture of Luffy with his straw hat on and with 2 necklaces around his neck, wearing black shorts with a blue waist sash, with his swords in both of his hands, standing over the bloody rear admiral. Gururara, the brat already has a bounty of 100 million. That's a bigger than bounty than some ever get, you are. The commanders were all shocked at how much the bounty was, while Luffy was laughing happily. He finally had a bounty, and such a big starting one at that. How come his picture looks cool? Thatch sulked. Yo Marco, think you can keep training me with that bounty? Bounty hunters might be coming after me, shishishi. 3. Whole Cake Island. Let's start the meeting, said a gigantic woman sitting down on a throne eating candy. She was one of the Emperor's Charlotte Lin Lin. Yes, of course, Swar, said Tamago, as he was always the one in charge of the monthly meetings where they would go over anything important that has happened in the world. There was nothing in particularly important to go over, just some pirates like Trafalgar Law, who was making a name for himself in the North Blue, Capone Beach, ex-Drake and ex-Rear Admiral who deserted the Marines and became a pirate, Basil Hawkins, Scratchman Apu, and the youngest of the bunch, Eustace Kid, but Big Mom and the government didn't even consider them rookies since they hadn't even entered the Grand Line. Now to the important business. There was an incident where a Rear Admiral and 2 Commodores tried to take Whitebeard's head. Swar. Mama, it seems like the Marines are getting more idiotic as time goes on. Did those fools really think they could take his head? Big Mom wouldn't admit it even on her deathbed, but she knew, even though she was an emperor same as him, that Whitebeard was the strongest and could rule the seas if he wanted to. They didn't even get close, Swar, but it seems like Whitebeard has got a new member in his crew which is quite young but managed to defeat the Rear Admiral and supposedly killed one of the Commodores. Swar, he said, putting down the bounty poster so the snail could project it to the screen so everybody could see. As soon as they saw the picture of the kid, the older siblings in the family and Big Mom both gasped and Smoothie started breaking down crying. It can't be, said Katakuri, shocked out of his normal calm demeanor. Smoothie just looked at the picture. She knew for sure the color of his hair and his eyes gave it away that was her son. Luffy, she said, still crying. My grandson? Big Mom said, standing up looking at the projection. That BSTRD gave him to Whitebeard. She was fuming, and it got even worse when she saw the name. That BSTRD was the son of Garp? I knew there was something off. He was too mysterious. He didn't even give us his name. He had just washed up on the shore and he was powerful, so I let him stay. This shocked Tamago, as he didn't even know Smoothie had a child. All of the children were looking at Smoothie, not even wanting to imagine how she was feeling after not knowing if your son was alive or not and suddenly finding out he was alive and part of a powerful rival pirate crew. Smoothie, are you okay? Asked Katakuri, worried about his little sister. I don't know what he would think of me. He probably hates me for not being part of his life and probably thinks I abandoned him. What are we going to, Mama? Parowan. Big Mom did not know what to do, as from what she saw her grandson was strong and would be a great addition to the crew, but she knew Whitebeard would not let her go there and just take one of his sons without a fight. If we were to try and get him, we would start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates. He would not hand over one of his sons, and I doubt the brat would come with us as he wouldn't even feel a connection with us. So, for now, we just stay back and let things play out. We will make a move in a year or two, try and get them when they are at their weakest, when he has sent out one of his commanders out for a mission, so make preparations. Chapter 8, Confrontation. Tato Land. Smoothie was currently walking towards her mother's room with a lot on her mind, as for the past year the entire crew had been busy preparing for a fight, mostly making more chess soldiers to fight. As she got to her mother's door, she calmed herself and walked in. "Hello Mama, I have been wanting to talk to you," she simply said. "What is it, Smoothie? You are disturbing my snack time," responded Big Mom, a little curious as to what her daughter wanted to talk about. "I was thinking, instead of fighting the Whitebeard Pirates for my son, why do we not make some sort of alliance to where Luffy can spend time with us and them as well, instead of starting an entire war between our crews?" she asked, as she did not want to attack her son's current family as they had raised him. "Mama, we are pirates, Smoothie. The only reason I want my grandson is because he seems powerful. His bounty has increased a lot in 2 years. He would be a powerful subordinate of the crew. Why would I go through the trouble of getting him back if he isn't loyal only to me? When we get him back, I will make sure to break his will and use Pudding's devil fruit to take away the memories he has had with their crew, so he will be a loyal, powerful asset." Smoothie just grit her teeth. Luffy was her son, not some sort of tool. I wonder if this is why he took him away from here, because he knew this would happen. "I'm sorry Mama, I will protect my son even from you," she thought to herself. "So, you are making your move now, Mama?" "Yes, from the information I got, Whitebeard has sent out his 4th Division commander to check on some of the islands under his protection, so it is the perfect time. Tomorrow we set out and it should take around 2 weeks to get to Whitebeard," she simply answered, to which Smoothie just nodded and left. 3. On the Moby Dick. How long is Thatch going to be away?" asked Luffy, looking out into the ocean. "I don't know, he has to go check up on some of the islands under our protection to make sure everything is okay. You do know if you do become a commander you are going to have to do that," answered Marco, looking at his little brother, to which Luffy just nodded. "Marco, think we can train a little bit right now?" "I don't know, but I have a feeling something is going to happen and I just want to be ready," Luffy asked, to which Marco just nodded and moved on to the deck to have a little spar. 3. Navy HQ. The 3 admirals and Garp were currently all in Sengoku's office, as he had called them. "So why have we been called Sengoku-san?" asked a man in a yellow striped suit in a lazy tone, blowing out smoke. "DMN Kizaru, I have told you to not smoke in my office," responded Sengoku. "It is not my fault that this job is stressful, and what better to help you stay calm than weed," Kizaru responded before taking another deep hit, holding it in before blowing out slowly. "One of the top reasons I'm here is because I can smoke as much as I want for free and not get in trouble," he said while puffing. Akiji just nodded. "It's not bad, I only use it for better sleep." Garp just laughed. "It's good every once in a while," he said before taking the blunt from Kizaru, puffing twice and passing it back, respecting the sacred rule. "Common Sengoku, you got to get a hit. Back in the day me and you smoked so much the entire base was filled with smoke, and the ships too. Bwahahaha," he laughed. Akainu just grit his teeth at the stupidity, as he believed in ultimate justice, not any stupid games like the rest were doing right now. Sengoku just got mad. "That was a long time ago, Garp. Now we have to talk about something important," he said, mostly getting everybody's attention. "Cypher Pole has reported that Big Mom is on the move and is reportedly moving towards Whitebeard," he finished, causing Garp to just take back the blunt from Kizaru and hitting it again. "Why?" Akainu simply asked. "We don't know why, all we know is that she is on the move, most likely for a fight, since she is taking all of her commanders and some other children." The admirals and Garp just nodded, as this was actually serious. "Well, it's most likely for not an alliance. Newgate is not the type of person to ally himself with someone like her, risking the safety of his family. He already learned that lesson back with his old captain," Garp answered. Head low. Sengoku nodded in agreement. "I want to send some marines to go scout from a distance to see what happens." "Akiji, Garp, you two will go, but do not make a move under any circumstance. This is just a scout, so we have information," Sengoku said. "Why don't we attack them and take them out at once?" Akainu roared, not liking the plan, as he wanted to be at a distance in case they fought so they could take both emperors down. "Don't be an idiot, Sakazuki. Whitebeard could still kill you even if he was on death's door. You are underestimating him. The durability of your devil fruit won't mean anything to Whitebeard's or Big Mom's haki. I am sending Garp and Akiji, as I know they will listen and are not an arrogant loose cannon like you," Sengoku answered, leaving no room for argument. Soon the meeting finished and they set out to their respective duties. 3. A couple of weeks later. The Whitebeard Pirates had barely arrived and docked at an uninhabited island, as they wanted to relax and party, as they were currently getting everything to set up camp on the island, until the crew member in the crow's nest yelled, "Ship incoming! Big MOM! Incoming!" As soon as the crew heard, they started running towards the deck and getting their weapons ready for whatever was going to happen as Whitebeard grabbed Mirakumajiri and went up the stairs to the top of the whale in front of the ship as Big Mom and her ships got closer. Mama, it's been some time, Whitebeard, said Big Mom while on top of Zeus floating in the sky in front of her ship with her commanders in the ships next to hers as they pulled up next to the island to dock. What do you want, Lin? He asked, eyes narrowed dangerously looking at his former crewmate as she rarely ever left her territory. Mama, that's not how you are supposed to greet a friend and a former crewmate, Whitebeard. To answer your question, I am here for my grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, to take him back to Tato Land, she finished while Smoothie went to the front of her ship. When the Whitebeard crew heard this, all of their eyes widened and Luffy's even more as he was looking forward wondering if it was true, and the commanders were all looking at their little brother, not particularly concerned of his loyalty but curious at what was about to happen. Gururara, do you really think you can come here and say you want me to hand over one of my sons, Lin? He asked in a dangerous voice, the grip on his weapon tightening, trying to figure out where this was going to go. You were never the person to hold back a person from following their dreams and doing what they wished, Whitebeard, so why not let the brat talk to his mom and decide if he wants to come with us or not, she said as she brought Smoothie up to Zeus with her. When she was up there, Marco decided to tell Luffy to go up to where Pops was so he could talk to his mom and see where things were going to go. When Luffy got up there, he got an even better view of his mother and he suddenly wanted to let out a little cry as he had always wondered who she was, but he held it in as this was not the place for this to happen and he just looked forward. Smoothie was just looking forward with tears in her eyes at finally being able to see her son in person for the first time. Hello, Luffy. I know you don't really know me as your father took me when you were little. I'm here to see if you want to come with me, my son. I know you might hate me for never being there and I am sorry, she said, trying to keep her voice from faltering. Luffy was just looking forward, trying to keep a calm expression on his face and emotions in check. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, Mom. I don't hate you or blame you for anything. I mean, my dad took me away after all, but I can't go with you. I already have a family here, I have brothers and a father that I cannot abandon, he said, his voice faltering at the start but back to normal at the end. You have your answer, Lin, Whitebeard followed, looking forward. If Luffy said he had wanted to go, it would hurt letting one of his sons go, but as long as he was free he would be happy. Mama, you little brat. Unfortunately, this isn't a choice and I will take you back and make you my subordinate. I will break your will and take away your memories, she roared out. When she finished, all the commanders and crew members had pulled out their respective weapons ready for a fight to protect their little brother, and blue flames were starting to engulf Marco, ready to start fighting whenever. You threaten my son with taking away his freedom and taking him away from his family in front of me, Whitebeard said while the sky was darkening and the seas started getting rougher. I didn't threaten him, I told him I was going to do it, Big Mom answered while pulling off her hat, ordering Napoleon to turn into a sword and holding Prometheus with her other hand. Gururara, then you can try, Lin. It will end just like last time we fought, but this time I might chop off your head instead, Whitebeard responded as the seas were now restless and the sky filled with thunder and lightning hitting the island off to the side. Big Mom's ship suddenly fired their cannons towards the Moby Dick, but before they could reach, Luffy used his devil fruit, sending out a shockwave destroying all of the cannonballs coming their way. Both crews suddenly got off their ship onto the island as they didn't want to destroy their respective ships. Marco turned into his phoenix form and went flying towards the rival first commander, who was about to attack a large group of Whitebeard pirates but brought up both his arms blocking Marco's kick. You're fighting me, you are, Marco said in a nonchalant voice, to which Katakuri responded by attempting to hit Marco but was blocked as they traded blows, moving away from where most of the crew was fighting. Oven rushed forward, going to take out a large chunk off the opposition until he was hit, sending him flying off to the side into the jungle. I'm going to take care of you, said Jozu, walking forward looking down at Oven, who was on one knee. Smoothie did not want to fight but had to, so she sent out a slashing attack, just wanting to get this over with, but was quickly countered with another slash attack. I can't let you do that, answered Vista with both swords in hand with Haruta next to him. Smoothie looked at her opponents before going forward to clash with Vista while Haruta stood back for now. Daifuku let out his genie to go and attack while he stayed back but was quickly blocked by King Du as the two got into a match trying to push each other back but staying at a stalemate. Daifuku just snickered at having his attack stopped and was even more mad when he saw Jiru next to him. You can hold off the strong but genie while I rush from the sides and attack him, Jiru answered, making King Du just nod in agreement at the plan. Luffy was currently taking out a lot of the chest pieces and cannon fodder of Big Mom's crew until a flying slash attack came his way from behind, making him jump away and dodge. When he looked back, he saw a man with a big sword in his hand with the word snack on his yellow woolen jacket, and next to him was what seemed to be a man made of biscuits with a long beard and a helmet with horns on the side. "You're coming with us, brat," said Snack with his sword in his hand. "You're going to have to kill me before I ever go with you and betray my family, you stupid knockoff samurai," Luffy answered, the grip on his swords tightening, suddenly bringing them up, blocking Snack as he had rushed forward attacking. Luffy continued to engage Snack, trying to figure out a weakness to his style, but suddenly jumped to the side as Cracker came down from behind, slamming two swords to where he was. "When are you going to get out of your armor?" he said, looking at the Cracker Man as he recalled what Marco told him about it, just being a devil fruit power and the real person either hiding inside or close to the fight. "Oh, you know the truth, it doesn't matter, I'm just going to knock you out and take you away," he said, leaping towards Luffy with his swords and shield. Luffy leaped back to dodge and quickly made a quake bubble at the end of his sword, and as Cracker rushed him again he swung it, causing a shockwave, destroying the armor, forcing the real Cracker to come out. "My devil fruit can destroy your little biscuits," Luffy replied. Cracker just grit his teeth as his biscuit armor was destroyed so easily. Snack rushed forward again but was suddenly blocked by Teach, who came out of nowhere. "Zihahaha, I can't let you gang up on my little brother," he said with metal claws strapped on both of his hands. "I'll help you, Teach, I believe Luffy can handle the other," said Izo, coming from behind a tree with guns in both of his hands and a sword tucked under his sash. To which Luffy sent a wind blade towards the Cracker, which he blocked but was forced to block as Luffy rushed him and pushed him back away from Teach and Izo. Near the coast, away from anybody else, Whitebeard was looking at Big Mom, who held Napoleon engulfed in Prometheus's flames. The two looked at each other before rushing forward, weapons clashing, causing the sky above them to split down, the clouds not crossing over but seeming to fill into the rift. Whitebeard pushed her back and rushed forward with his Bicento, swing it down, destroying the ground as Big Mom flew back using Zeus and pulled down and used Prometheus to send a fire blast forward, to which Whitebeard just spun his Bicento, blocking the flames, making them go off to the side. "Gururara, I hope that little cloud and warm little flame are stronger for your sake, Lin Lin." 3. Daifuku vs Kingdu Jiru. Kingdu was currently engaging and holding off the genie while Jiru rushed Daifuku using his superior speed and jousting lance. Kingdu infused his fist in Haki and punched the genie, pushing him back before picking him and body slamming him into the ground, to which the genie easily got up from and pulled out his halberd and increased in size. "I will crush you," the genie spoke, now several times bigger, and brought down his weapon, cracking the ground. Kingdu quickly jumped off to the side before launching himself at the genie, hitting him in the stomach, bringing him to the ground, and got on top of him, infusing his fist in Haki and kept punching the genie in the face, cracking the ground underneath. Jiru was off to the side before disappearing in a burst of speed and moving his lance into Daifuku's chest, pushing him back and damaging him. "You have to be on guard, Daifuku, you have no time to worry about your genie," he said, looking at the man who was on one knee with blood coming from his mouth. Daifuku just grit his teeth as this was bad matchup. Kingdu was one of the physically strongest people on Whitebeard's crew which could hold of his genie, and on top of that Jiru was off to the side rushing him at random times when his guard is down and he could not keep up as he relied on the strength and not speed. "You can't win, Daifuku, you should just give up," spoke up Jiru, and soon infusing his lance in Haki, now seeking either to immobilize him or go for a kill shot, until Kinju came crashing down next to him, and when he looked back up the genie was now even bigger than before. "That's an annoying ability," spoke Kingdu, standing back. "I'll take care of the genie for sure this time, Jiru, try and keep him down permanently now," he finished before rushing forward to attack the genie. Jozu vs Oven. Oven was on one knee looking forward at his opponent. "Do you think you can beat me?" he asked. "It ain't much of a challenge, Oven, you are too arrogant. Your devil fruit will also not do much against mine, as I can turn my body into diamonds. Not even magma can melt diamonds," Jozu answered before bringing his hands up to block the punch as Oven had rushed him and tried to catch him off guard before grabbing his hand and throwing him through a tree. He then soon rushed forward trying to punch and crush him, but ended up just hitting the ground, cracking it as Oven had moved out the way. Oven heated up his hand and went to punch Jozu across the face but was blocked by a diamond-covered arm and then punched back with a Haki-infused punch. "You will have to fight me differently if you want to win, Oven, you can't overpower me," he said before punching the ground, cracking it, making Oven lose his balance, to which Jozu used the opportunity and went forward, infusing his diamond hand in Haki and punching him back through dozens of trees. "You should leave, nobody here is letting you take our little brother," he finished as he walked forward. Snack vs Teach Izo. Snack was currently holding his sword looking at his opponents, the 16th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and what seemed to be just another random member, but he knew he was different as he seemed stronger than just a random lackey. "You should leave our little brother alone," said Teach, coating his claws in armament Haki. "Of course, you can't take him, the brat has the power that I am going to take and losing him would be a wasted opportunity," he thought to himself with a grin on his face. Even if you do take him, Pops and all of us will go into Tato land and burn down all of Big Mom's territory, then take all of you down so we can have our little brother back, Izo said, both his guns in his hand before shooting Haki-infused bullets at Snack which were blocked. I'll cover you, Teach. If you need help I'll go in with my sword and we can switch, he said before firing more shots forward, to which Teach just nodded and rushed forward, forcing Snack to block him with his sword. Zihahaha, let's see how strong a sweet commander really is, he said laughing before swinging, pushing him back and rushing forward using his power to push back and barely missing, cutting him across the face. It looks like my Haki is stronger than your own, so I wonder what you will do, Commander, said Tia smiling. Snack grit his teeth and moved and brought down his sword to the right, bringing Teach's claw with, and was about to punch him back until he got shot in the shoulder by Izo, making him fall back and block more shots headed his way. DMN, every time I try to do damage. He's just going to shoot me. I was lucky he didn't just go for the kill shot, Snack thought to himself. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts as he was rushed again, but wasn't fast enough to completely dodge the claw and got cut underneath his right eye. You shouldn't let your guard down, because of that you are going to have a scar, said Teach, making Snack angry. Snack brought up his sword and brought it down, sending forward a flying slash towards Teach, forcing him to dodge, and he took this to his advantage and quickly went for Izo to try and cut him down, but was met with a sword blocking his own. Izo grit his teeth and quickly started parrying the rival commander using the training he received in Wano. Izo jumped off to the side before sending a wind blade towards Snack, which he easily blocked but was cut off guard as the attack was followed by a Haki-infused shot which hit him in the knee, making him stop as the pain was excruciating, but had to roll to the side as Teach came from the side, still managing to cut him across the chest. This is a perfect opportunity to advance my Haki, Teach thought to himself. Commander Izo, let me take him on myself, he said before rushing forward, clashing with Snack and pushing him back and attempting to cut him down, which was easier now as Snack had been shot in the knee, and he used this advantage well as Teach kicked his leg and then stabbed Snack in the stomach and punching him through a tree. Zihahaha, this is disappointing for a commander of a Yonko, he said looking at Snack and continuing to attack him. Smoothie vs Vista Haruta. Vista was currently attacking Smoothie, pushing her back using his sword skills and experience as a swordsman. Smoothie was struggling as she was not as skilled as a swordsman, but she had superior power, and that was what was keeping her in the fight as Vista and Haruta switched attacking patterns from time to time, staying unpredictable. You should let me take my son, Smoothie said before pushing Vista back and sending a massive slashing attack forward, forcing Vista to dodge to the side as he didn't have time to counter it before sending one of his own. If you really cared about your son, you should let him live how he wants and have his freedom, Haruta answered before sending a slash attack of his one which was easily blocked and thrown off to the side. I know, but he is still my son, she thought to herself before rushing forward and attacking. Vista and Haruta both rushed at the same time, forcing Smoothie back as that was the first time they both rushed at the same time, almost managing to hurt and slash Smoothie before she kicked Haruta back, catching him off guard back, sending him flying. As her kicks were powerful, she was part of the long leg tribe and parried Vista off to the side and punching him. Luffy is my son and he will come with me. It's not my fault Dragon took him away and didn't let me raise my son, she said towards the two commanders with tears in her eyes. She loved her son and wanted to bring him with her, but she was still conflicted at heart as she wanted him to be happy and be free, and he knew he wouldn't be free if he went back with them, and he knew he would hate her for taking him away from the people who raised him and considered as family. We're not letting you take away our little brother, yelled Haruta as he was one of the closest to Luffy, as he was one of the commanders who took care of him as a baby, feeding him, tucking him into bed and changing his diapers. I would rather die than let you take him away from his family and take away his freedom, he followed as he rushed forward again, clashing against Smoothie. Marco vs Katakuri. Katakuri was currently blocking Marcos's kicks with his weapon Magura using his advanced observation Haki. You should just let us take him and save you the trouble, he spoke before using his devil fruit and sending a giant Haki-infused fist forward, making Marco dodge. You're going to have to kill me before you can take him, Marco said with narrowed eyes still flying in the air. You're also going to have to do something other than just use that advanced observation, he said, rushing forward, managing to kick him in the chest, pushing him back. Marco was about to rush again until he had to move to the side as a couple of Big Mom's subordinates jumped up and tried to attack him from behind, which he kicked away easily. Katakuri just stared forward, a little irritated as his fight was interrupted. We should just get rid of the weaklings around here, he said to Marco in a monotone voice. Marco just landed on the ground and both stared at each other before both of them released their Conqueror's Haki, sending out little shockwaves and knocking out the people around them. Both rushed forward, clashing in the middle, Katakuri blocking Marco's punch and then soon engaging in a fist fight, but soon Marco's hands turned into his wings and took off into the air before coming back down with a kick which Katakuri blocked but was pushed back, but quickly using his devil fruit to send out a gigantic kick up which Marco easily dodged by flying to the side. Marco quickly went forward, infusing his legs with haki, to which Katakuri brought up his weapon, spinning it extremely fast and moving it through Marco, but didn't care as he delivered a strong kick to Katakuri's face, sending him crashing through trees before Katakuri flipped before his back touched the floor. Marco simply pulled out the weapon before being covered in blue flames over the area, starting to heal himself like nothing happened. "You know, if you don't hit me with haki, these attacks aren't going to do anything, and you're going to have to hit me a lot to even damage, as my armament is still better than yours," he said before throwing his weapon back to him. Katakuri just had a stoic expression on his face before making several arms of machi from his body infused in haki, punching forward at a fast pace, making Marco fly up to avoid them. But Katakuri had expected this, and as he was doing this he concentrated, unstoppable donuts power machi. He called out as circles of machi formed midair with arms infused in haki, catching Marco off guard and punching him into the ground. Marco quickly got up but was further surprised when the ground suddenly started moving and then went forward towards him, surprising him even more as he took off to the sky, but quickly turned his wing snack to his normal arms and infused his arms haki, punching the large arms coming forward and pushing them back. He then quickly dived back down and tried to attack Katakuri but was blocked, but he soon started fighting him hand to hand, went in forward, letting himself get him in not as important areas as he could heal them later, and punching Katakuri in the face and body to cause the most damage before finally jumping up and kicking Katakuri in the temple, throwing him to the side and drawing blood. "So, you awakened your fruit, That's a surprise. Not a lot of people manage to do that, but you and I both know that's not enough, and you will lose if we keep going, and I won't hesitate killing you if it means my little brother stays here," he said now in a dangerous tone. He quickly turned into his full phoenix form and dodging all of Katakuri's punches before kicking him back again with his talons and rushing forward again, not giving Katakuri time to retaliate as Marco was on top of him again, punching him and kicking him back, drawing more blood. But as Marco came in again, he sent forward a gigantic punch, hitting Marco head on. "Oh, this is getting interesting, said Marco, wiping a little blood coming out of his mouth. It was still far less damaged than Katakuri currently was, as he was not used to taking damage, as he relied on dodging opponents' hit by looking into the future and morphing his body to avoid all attacks. Luffy vs. Cracker. Luffy was currently holding off 3 of Cracker's biscuit warriors as they had been fighting for a while, and he hadn't even got close to the real body as he just stayed back and made more warriors. "If this BSTRD does not come fight me, I will just destroy this side of the island," Luffy thought to himself, cutting in half another warrior as Cracker clapped his hands and made 8 more, now being 10 in total. Luffy just grit his teeth as he had been fighting the biscuit warriors for 10 minutes. He jumped away from all of them and then got in a stance with his left leg in front and right leg behind while holding his swords off to the side. "You're going to have to fight me, your warriors aren't going to protect you," he thinks to himself before pouring haki into his swords. "Tengaku no Kato," Luffy calls out before disappearing in a burst of speed towards all of the warriors, cutting all of them and the trees and rock in front, forcing Cracker to jump into the air to avoid being cut in half. "I thought this brat was weak. What the hell, he's beat all of the biscuit warriors I've created," Cracker thought, frustrated as he hated fighting because he hated feeling pain and even being in a situation where he could get hit, but was cut out of his thinking as Luffy jumped up into the air and with both his swords above his head sent forward another flying slash attack, forcing Cracker to pull out his own sword pretzel and add haki to it to block it. When Cracker landed back on the ground, he quickly got to clapping, creating more warriors. "Your stupid warriors are getting annoying," Luffy said irritatedly, making a quake bubble on his sword and swinging it forward, creating a shockwave, destroying everything in front, forcing Cracker yet again to dodge. "Stop running and fight me." "I don't want to fight and embarrass a brat," Cracker responded and was about to speak again, but before he could, Luffy rushed him, forcing him to bring up his sword and block both of Luffy's katanas. Luffy kept on the offensive, going after Cracker, trying to cut him and get this over as Cracker kicked him across the face, drawing blood before leaping back. Luffy just sent forward 2 wind blades to distract him and give him time. "You aren't going to beat me, my haki is still slightly stronger than yours," Cracker said, blocking and throwing the wind blades off to the side. Luffy was now focusing on his haki, trying to let it flow freely throughout his body. He still wasn't even close to mastering Ryuo, but he could still use it to some extent, although by the end his armament would be drained and would need time to use it again. "Ha ha ha, why are you standing still? Have you given up? It doesn't matter, you are going to serve mama either way," Cracker said in a mocking tone. Luffy just grit his teeth at being even more irritated. "Might as well and try and give this a shot in this fight. I will try it later," Luffy thought to himself, finally letting his haki completely flow freely and furthermore into his sword. He quickly took off towards Cracker, who just brought his own sword to block but was shocked when his sword cracked a little bit when he clashed with Luffy. Luffy kept going forward on the offensive as now he had limited time. He used Saru and started attacking Cracker from multiple sides using his speed and forcing his haki outwards into Cracker's sword, overpowering his haki and cracking the sword from the inside. Cracker was irritated now as he had to be high on guard dealing with Luffy's speed. Luffy quickly went back in front, pushing him back, now holding Sulu in his reverse grip so he could put more power into it. He quickly started going forward with more power in his attacks, wanting Cracker to focus in front and let his guard down. Luffy then called out his next attack, Rakuen no Ko, he said before quickly disappearing yet again. Cracker quickly brought up his sword up to block from being cut in the face and was quickly blocking as Luffy was on top of him, disappearing right afterwards, surprising him as he was just a blur. He quickly hissed when he got cut on his arm as he could not keep up, even though he tried his best to. Luffy was currently moving as fast as he could, attacking Cracker from multiple directions, managing to cut him all over his body. I guess now is the time to try it, he thought to himself. Remembering what Rayleigh said about being able to use conquerors to make your armament stronger, he focused, trying to force his will onto his armament. He forced all of haki into his swords. Suddenly what seemed to be black and red lighting started coming from his swords. He then quickly went up into the sky and came back down at full speed. Cracker noticed Luffy suddenly stopped and he sensed him above and quickly brought his sword to block Luffy coming down. Luffy had his sword above his head, Tengaku no Ha, he called out, and then brought his swords down with all his power against Cracker, managing to break his sword and cut him over his right eye. Cracker screamed out at the pain he felt before falling on one knee and putting his hand over his face, trying to stop the blood. Luffy was now off to the side on one knee, breathing hard as he had put all of his armament into that attack, trying to end the fight, but from it seemed Cracker was in pain but not down completely. "You brat, you cut me, I hate feeling pain," Cracker yelled out, standing up. "You're lucky I can't kill you, as Smoothie would kill me, and Mama wants to use you, and unfortunately for you I can still make more biscuit warriors," he said, clapping his hands, spawning 20 biscuit warriors. Luffy just grit his teeth, still on one knee, breathing hard. He quickly wiped the blood coming from his mouth and grabbed his sword in a tight grip. "I might be out of armament, but I still have my devil fruit and I won't fall until I know you're down to," he thought to himself, making a quake bubble on each of his swords. He quickly rushed forward, his observation working overtime so he could dodge the attacks from the warriors and he could get close to Cracker. Before rushing forward again, he swung his sword straight into the stomach of a warrior, sending out a shockwave, destroying the warriors and the group behind him, and quickly sheathing his sword afterwards, now only having one sword with a quake bubble on it. He quickly used Kamei to avoid getting hit from behind before quickly jumping away and swinging his sword back at the group, destroying the warriors. Cracker grit his teeth, now even more mad as the kid somehow still had enough energy to destroy his biscuit warriors. He was about to make more until he felt a shockwave of power distract him. Luffy now took advantage and rushed Cracker, making a bubble around his fist and using Saru to appear in front of him while he was about to clap his hands to make for more warriors, causing Cracker's eyes to widen. He quickly punched him in the face, causing cracks to appear and sending Cracker flying back through trees and a cliff to the opposite side of the island. Luffy now dropped to both knees, panting as he was exhausted before falling face forward, not even able to grip Sulu in his hand. "I can't move, but at least I beat him now. If nobody from Big Mom's crew find me, whenever Oyaji beats the old hag they will find me and I won't be taken away from my family," he said out loud to himself. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," spoke Smoothie, coming out from behind the trees and a couple of cuts on her body. Luffy's eyes were now wide open, but he felt multiple different emotions. Firstly, he was scared of being taken away from his family. The second was shocked as to how she was there. Finally, he was kind of happy but sad at seeing his biological mom, happy because he is seeing her after wondering who she was, but sad as he might take him away from his brothers and pops. Smoothie just went forward and picked Luffy into her arms before picking up his sword up and putting it in his sheath. She noticed she was trying to struggle and get out of her grip. "Let me go, Mom, I don't want to leave my brothers and Oyaji behind. I promised them something and I can't break it," he said, tears in his eyes. Smoothie just smiled, but her eyes still held some pain as she saw that her son really loved the people he was with, but sad as he didn't want to come with her, but she understood. "I'm not going to take you away, Luffy," she said, shocking Luffy as she walked over to a tree and sat him down on her lap while she sat leaning back into the tree. "Why not? I thought that you were here because Big Mom wanted me to be her subordinate and be part of her crew," he asked. "That is what she wanted. I just wanted to see you and see how you were doing. I wanted to know if you were okay and happy, if you were free," she said with tears in her eyes. "I also came because I wanted to see what you thought of me and if you hated me for not being there for you, but most importantly I came because I wanted to make sure you ended up being okay and able to do whatever you wanted. I wanted to make sure that if you decided to stay you were going to be able to, so I came so I could watch over and make sure. I love you my son, she said playing with his hair, tears rolling down her cheeks. Luffy was just shocked as to why his mother came. He thought she came to just take him back, but he realized that she really cared about him and cared about him being free and happy. I never hated you Mom. I always wondered who you were. I always wanted to see you and hug you and finally meet you so I could spend time with you. I could never hate you, he said with tears in his eyes. I wish there was a way where I could be with you, but I know there isn't and I can't just leave my brothers and pops now. As much as I love you, I can't leave. I know that, plus I have to protect you from my mother, so I have to stay there so I know what move they are going to make. It's a mother's job to protect her children and also to let them be happy and follow their dreams, she said kissing him on the forehead. Luffy just nodded, thankful that his mother understood as much as he knew it pained her. We could always try and talk some way, he said as he still wanted a way to talk to her. Smoothie just smiled before pulling out a little black transponder snail and putting it in Luffy's pocket. That line is only connected to my own transponder snail that nobody can track or tap to listen, so you can always call me through there, she said with a smile on her face. I have to go my son before anybody comes by and sees me here, she said standing up and laying Luffy down, hugging him one last time. Thank you for understanding Mom. I will call you whenever I can, and someday, we are going to be able to spend time together and beat up Dad for taking me away without telling you. He said, crying, trying to lighten up the mood. Smoothie just smiled and kissed him on the forehead before getting up. I'll hold you to it Luffy, take care and be free and happy my son, I love you, she said before walking away with tears in her eyes, but happy that her son was going to able to choose how to live his life. Luffy was both sad and happy at finally getting to talk to his biological mom and seeing that she was a good person, but sad as he knew she was sad as she left him there. I really have two good moms, he thought to himself. Whitebeard vs Big Mom. Big Mom was currently up in the sky before she pulled down Prometheus, 10 ho high. She called out. Whitebeard simply brought up his Bicento before swinging it in a downwards motion, splitting the fire, making it go off to the side. Gurara, the fire feels perfect, Whitebeard said laughing. He then quickly rushed and swung his Bicento at Big Mom, trying to decapitate her head, but was blocked by Napoleon. He quickly started engaging Big Mom with his Bicento, outmaneuvering her as Big Mom was not as agile as he was, and managed to cut her arm, drawing first blood. The skies were now thundering even more and the seas looked as if they were going to sink some of the ships. She quickly flew into the sky with Zeus but had to dodge a slash attack from Whitebeard that when it went up to the sky it made it look like it was cut open. Heavenly Dominion, Shiva's Wrath. Big Mom called out, making Zeus release large amounts of lightning bolts towards the ground, making Whitebeard dodge. He suddenly jumped into the air with his Bicento above his head. Big Mom quickly moved Napoleon to block, and when they clashed, Whitebeard sent Big Mom crashing back down into the ground. This is going like that last fight, Linlin, you still can't beat me, Whitebeard while walking forward. Mamama, don't worry, I'm not done yet, she said quickly rushing forward. Clashing, Big Mom now had combined Napoleon and Prometheus and had sent Zeus into the sky, ordering him to shoot lightning down towards Whitebeard while she engaged him on the ground. Whitebeard was using his Bicento, blocking all the attacks while using his observation to dodge the lightning strikes from above. He suddenly got struck by lightning but quickly had to bring his Bicento up to block a strike from Big Mom, pushing him back a little. He pushed her off to the side before infusing his arm in Haki and punched Big Mom across the face, sending her flying back. Big Mom was bleeding from the mouth but was about to rush back in as she was durable, but stopped when she felt what seemed to be Conqueror's Haki. Who was that? Katakuri and Marco already clashed and we felt their Haki. Big Mom spoke, questioning Whitebeard, curious as to who else possessed Conquerors on his crew. Gurara, he's not the only one of my sons who can use it, answered Whitebeard with a grin on his face before slamming his Bicento on the ground, cracking it before engaging in the fight again, managing to damage Linlin even more but taking slight damage himself. What was the most frustrating to both was that they could both not use their full power unless they wanted to destroy the island, causing their crews to fall into the ocean. They kept trading hits until they both felt something heading towards and leapt back. Big Mom was shocked as he saw one of her sweet commanders crashing on the ground, bleeding from the right side of his face, knocked out. She grit her teeth. He was supposed to go after the brat. Don't tell me he lost to the kid, she thought before seeing Katakuri come from behind, injured, covered in some blood. Mama, we have to retreat. Snack, Oven and Daifuku have all been beaten, he said before leaping the side, dodging Marco who came from above attempting to kick him before leaping back next to Whitebeard. Marco was inured as well, but just a couple cuts on his body with some mild damage but significantly less than Katakuri. Big Mom grit her teeth before quickly bringing down Zeus, picking up Cracker and jumping on it with Katakuri. I will get him and take away his memories and make him my subordinate, Whitebeard, Big Mom said before telling her crew to retreat. Gurara, you will have to kill me before I let that happen, Linlin. I will not let you take away one of my sons and most importantly his freedom. Whitebeard spoke before walking away from the side of the island they fought on to go check where he felt the presence of most of his sons and daughters. When Whitebeard and Marco arrived where everybody was, they saw Jozu relatively fine carrying crew members to the nurse tents and Jiru and Kingdu getting checked on by the nurses as they had minor injuries. Teach and Izo were also helping the injured crew while Vista and Haruta were getting treated by nurses as they were mildly injured. "Where's Luffy Yua?" Marco asked worriedly, thinking the worst as he didn't see his little brother. "I don't know. Both Snack and Cracker went after him. Me and Teach fought Snack while Luffy fought Cracker, but we got separated and we don't know where he is," Izo answered. "Well, Cracker came crashing through a cliff onto the ground knocked out, so I think it's safe to say the brat won the fight," spoke Whitebeard with a grin on his face, proud of his son for being able to defeat a commander of a rival crew. When the crew heard this, they were all shocked as Luffy had defeated a commander of a Yonko. Whitebeard then told Marco to fly up into the sky to look for Luffy, to which he simply nodded before flying away towards where Izo told him in the rough direction of the island where they last saw him. Marco flew for a couple of minutes until he finally saw Luffy under a tree sitting down against it. "You alright, Yua?" Marco asked worried as he saw Luffy just sitting barely moving. "Yeah, I'm alright, just tired. I used up all of my armament in the fight, Shishishi," he said happily. Marco just smiled before picking him and taking him back to where everybody else was. When they arrived, they saw a lot of people in tents, but the rest were just drinking, partying like originally planned. When everybody saw Marco and Luffy, they all broke out celebrating Luffy, proud of their little brother for his win. The commanders were now just sitting next to Whitebeard, all smiling. "How are you feeling, my son?" asked Whitebeard as Marco put him down against a rock. "I'm alright, just tired and sore," he said, laying back closing his eyes. Whitebeard just nodded in understanding. The red-haired brat recently became recognized as a Yonko. "I might have to establish a new 2nd Division commander," he thought to himself, looking at Luffy smiling. 3. On a Navy ship. "Bwahaha, my grandson has gotten stronger. Did you see what he did to that Commander Kazan?" said Garp as their ship was moving away from the island where the battle happened, as they had been told to keep a distance, and Lucky knew where the battle was going to happen as a Cypher Pole agent in Big Mom's crew had told them the information. "He is strong for being so young and has a powerful devil fruit as well," answered the Admiral, lying down with his sleeping mask over his eyes, tired as they had been off in the distance watching everything occur. "Of course, he is my grandson after all, but it looks like Whitebeard hasn't lost his touch as well," Garp said, smiling, looking off into the distance. "So, what do we tell Sengoku?" asked Akiji. "Just tell him that they fought and the results, but if he asks you why, just say we don't know. He is probably going to get another bounty increase. He has been fighting a lot of Marines and beat some Vice Admirals over the 2 years," Garp said, to which Akiji just nodded. "That troublesome brat of mine," Garp thought to himself. 3. 1 week later. "Luffy, can you do me a favor, Yua?" asked Marco as they were both on the deck and had barely finished sparring. "Yeah, sure." "What is it?" asked Luffy, curious as to what Marco wanted. "I want you to cut off my arm," Marco replied, to which Luffy were now wide open in shock and at how stupid Marco sounded. "I mean when they are transformed into my phoenix wings," Marco replied, but Luffy was still confused and hesitant. "It's just that I want to try something out. I have been thinking about," he finished, Luffy just nodding and pulling out Sulu and Marco transforming his arms into wings. "I'm not going to use Haki so you can regenerate easier," Luffy said, to which Marco just nodded. Luffy gripped Sulu harder before bringing above his head, then performing a downward slash, creating a wind blade that cut Marcos's wing, but then Marco suddenly brought up his fingers and suddenly he was controlling the flames that got off to some extent and sending them towards Luffy, which he blocked, but was surprised when he felt a little shockwave almost making him lose his balance as he had not expected it. "So, I can do it, Yua," spoke Marco with a smile on his face, but noticed the confused look on Luffy's voice. "I always just turned into a phoenix to help me regenerate, fly, and it also gave me extra physical power. I could control which part of my body I summoned the flames at, but I could never control them once they got cut off or separated, and the making shockwaves things is new that I have been trying to develop." "That's going to take you to a new level," Luffy laughed, excited at the possibilities Marco could do with his devil fruit. He already knew his devil fruit was one of the most, if not the most useful. It gave him Logia-like abilities at the way he could regenerate. The only way you could basically damage him was if your devil fruit caused damage faster than he could regenerate, which was not easy, or if your Haki was that strong and potent, which was very few, as a majority of people did not have Haki at that level, and also let him fly, which was a good way to travel and not fall in the ocean and drown. "What are you going to right now, Yua?" asked Marco as he wanted to develop the control of his flames. "I was going to train my Haki and swordsmanship, then after I was going to work on my speed and lift some weights. But I can work my speed and swordsmanship if you throw those flames at me as fast you can," Luffy simply said, to which Marco just smiled before summoning more flames to start the training session. 3. Couple days later. Thatchy is finally coming back, Luffy said, happily jumping around on the deck as it had been some time since Thatch had gone out for a mission. There's the ship, he said, pointing out towards the horizon where a ship was barely visible. A couple of minutes later the ship finally pulled up next to the Moby Dick. Thatch, you're finally back, I've missed you. You're never going to guess what happened, Luffy said, jumping forward to hug his brother. What did I miss? Did you pull an awesome prank? Thatch said with stars in his eyes as he wanted to prank everybody there as he had been gone longer than usual. No, we just fought the Big Mom Pirates, Shishishi, Luffy said with a grin making Thatch's jaw drop. Why would we fight them? Asked Thatch, curious as to why they fought and concerned as he was not there to fight as he was one of the commanders. Can you believe the hag is my grandma? My mom is even one of her sweet commanders. I even fought and beat one of them, Luffy said happily, making Thatch's jaw drop again and face pale. Sounds like y'all had quite a time when I was gone, Thatch said, looking at the rest of the commanders looking to see if it was true and sighed when the rest nodded their heads letting him know it was true. Did you find anything cool on your mission? Luffy asked with stars in his eyes as he wanted to know. I actually found a devil fruit, Thatch said, opening the chest he was holding and pulling out a purple-looking fruit with small teardrop-shaped components with swirl patterns and green leaves sprouting from the top. As soon as Luffy saw the fruit he stepped back a little as he felt an extreme dormant power from inside behind what felt like some sort of barrier while Teach's eyes were wide open and had a grin on his face excitedly as he thought his time had finally come. You alright, Luffy? Asked Thatch as he saw Luffy step back a little and his eyes were stuck on the fruit. Oh yeah, I just felt weird a moment. Are you going to eat it? Nah, I don't want to be an anchor like some of you, somebody has to save you all, Thatch said with a smirk on his face as he saw the devil fruit users all have tick marks on their forehead. I'll probably just sell it or something. I'll look in the devil fruit encyclopedia later to see which fruit it is, but right now let's have fun, he said, looking at Luffy, ideas for pranks going through his head. The rest of the commanders and crew all got caught up and the day went on as it usually would. 3. Couple hours later. Thatch was currently in his room tired as he had barely come from the galley preparing everything for breakfast the next day as he wanted to cook extra for the crew since he had been gone for some time. He was about to turn off the lights and head to bed until he heard a knock on his door. Who can it be at this time? Thatch thought to himself, a little bit annoyed. When he opened the door he saw Teach standing there. Hey Commander, mind if I talk to you a bit? I have something on my mind, Teach said, and Thatch simply just nodded and let him in, worried about his brother, but he failed to notice the grin on his face as he walked in. Luffy was currently in his room, barely had finished cleaning as Marco had told him his room was too dirty and needed cleaning. He was about to go to bed until he had a sudden bad feeling in his stomach and he looked toward the front door wondering what it was. Why do I feel like this? Now I can't fall asleep. I wonder if Thatch is still up. Might as well go see. I have an idea for a prank either way, and if he isn't it might as well prank him, then go get food from the fridge so he gets mad, he thought to himself, exiting the room and heading towards Thatch's room. Luffy soon arrived at the door and knocked. Thatch, you wake? I'm coming in, he said as he opened the door, but as soon as opened it and walked in he was grabbed by the throat and slammed against the wall before getting punched across the room. Luffy's head was spinning at what the hell happened. He spit the blood from his mouth and was about to get up until he felt something grab his arm. When he looked off to the side his eyes were now wide open in shock as he saw Thatch covered in blood. Thatch, what the hell happened? Are you okay? Who did this? He said in a panicked voice and looked off to the door and saw Teach. Teach, go get some help, someone attacked Thatch, he needs help. Luffy said, panicking, putting pressure on Thatch's wound. Zihahaha, you're still a naive, dumb kid, Luffy. Let me ask you, who else is in the room and who attacked you as soon as you came in? Teach asked with a smirk on his face. Stop messing around, Teach, your family and Thatch is injured, so get some help so we can find out what's going on, Luffy said, not wanting to believe anything else, wanting to believe someone with a tricky devil fruit snuck on the ship. He wanted to believe that his brother wouldn't do this, that they would never betray the family. Zihahaha, you're still too naive. It was me who did it, brat. I'm the one who stabbed Thatch and I'm the one who's going to kill you both, he said, grinning before rushing Luffy, kneeing him in the face, knocking a teeth out, drawing more blood before he grabbed him by the throat and pinning him against the wall. Teach was about to punch him again until Thatch grabbed his feet. I'll let him go, he has nothing to do with this. He's our little brother, Thatch said, blood coming from his mouth, gripping Teach's leg as hard as he could with his injuries. I can't do that, Commander, he has something that I want, and I never saw him as my little brother. To me he was just a brat, but he did become a special brat that I needed to take out because of the devil fruit he ate, and to get that power I need to kill him, Teach said, grinning, about to kick Thatch's head into the floor until he got punched across the face, sending him back. You traitor, Luffy yelled with tears in his eyes. He was about to rush in but Thatch had grabbed him by the leg, not letting him go. Teach was about to say something but saw a chest under the floorboards and suddenly had a more evil glint in his eyes. Luffy, get out of here, he's going to kill you, Thatch said. I can't leave you here, he betrayed our family and if I leave, he's going to kill you, Luffy responded with tears in his eyes. Zaha, I finally found you hit it well Commander Thatch, Teach spoke, opening the chest and pulling out the devil fruit. I finally have it after searching and waiting all these years, Luffy's fist balled up at Teach betraying them over a devil fruit. As Teach was about to eat it Luffy rushed him, you bstrd you betrayed us over a stupid fruit. Luffy said as he punched him across the face sending him back and causing Teach to let go of the fruit and Luffy catching it. DMN I can't use my devil fruit without destroying the ship I just need to send out a blast of haki or something to wake everybody up he thought to himself and as he was about to do it Teach rushed him and kneed him in the stomach. You might be strong, but you are still weaker than me without your devil fruit brat, Teach said, kicking him and sending him back but Luffy still didn't let go of the fruit. You traitor! You won't get away with this! Luffy screamed out. If you betrayed us for this fruit, I'll be dead if I let you eat it and you're not going to get away. Luffy said before shoving the fruit in his mouth shocking both Teach and Thatch. Luffy knew what was going to happen but he didn't care as long as Teach didn't get what he wanted as soon as he swallowed, he released a powerful blast of Conqueror's Haki. I might die Teach, but you aren't going to get away with betraying your family, Luffy said before grabbing his stomach screaming in pain blood coming out his mouth. Luffy, screamed Thatch trying to crawl forward but could barely move because of his injuries. You stupid brat you ate it after planning and waiting all this time, Teach hissed out venom laced in his voice he went forward punishing Luffy even more and killing Thatch on his mind but before he could do anything the door burst open with all of the commanders rushing and stopping in their tracks when they saw Thatch on the floor bleeding from multiple areas with Luffy under a pool of blood face down unresponsive on the floor. Teach betrayed us, yelled Thatch still on the ground tears in his eyes. As soon as the commanders heard this, they all rushed Teach who was still putting up a fight using his armament haki until Marco came in with armament of his own punching across the face through the wall into the hallway where some of the crew that had woken up was. The rest of the commanders quickly jumped on top of him holding him down until a crew member who had woken up handed them season cuffs and they managed to cuff Teach. Help me get Thatch and Luffy to the infirmary now, yelled Marco breaking everybody out of their daze as they quickly rushed over to pick them up before rushing down the halls toward the infirmary. Luffy get up, yelled Marco running as fast as he could while carrying him with a crew member carrying Thatch behind him. None of you better die you off, Marco said with tears in his eyes as kept running. When they got to the infirmary, they quickly put them both down on the beds where the nurses who had recently been woken ran in and started checking on them and treating Thatch and try and find out what happened to Luffy. He ate a devil fruit, Thatch said as loud as he could barely whisper anymore but luckily enough Marco heard it. What do you mean he ate a devil fruit? He asked, getting the attention of the nurses who were checking on Luffy. Teach betrayed us, because he wanted the devil fruit I found and Luffy not wanting him to have it he ate it before he released his haki to alert everyone, Thatch said before drifting off into unconsciousness making all of the nurses and Marco's eyes widen at the information with Marco falling on his knees knowing if someone ate 2 devil fruits they would die. But the nurses had no time for that and kept working to try and stabilize Luffy and perform surgery on Thatch to stop his blood loss. More than the crazy amount he had already lost. A couple of hours later the sun was barely rising. Marco, the rest of the commanders and Whitebeard were sitting down outside of the nursery waiting for news on how their brothers' sons were. Whitebeard had ordered for Teach to be taken down to the cells and for guards to be there watching him in case he tried to do anything. They were all on edge worried about the condition of their family. Suddenly the door opened and out walked the head nurse. We managed to stop Thatch's bleeding and stitch him up, he's now stable. As for Luffy, we managed to stabilize him and he is now in what seems to be a coma barely showing any sign of life. He has the slightest show of a heartbeat, she said as the commanders and Whitebeard took in the news. Then the only thing we can do is wait and see if he gets up, spoke Whitebeard. Is Thatch awake? He asked, to which the nurse simply nodded her head confirming that he was awake, so the commanders all went into the nurse to speak with him. How are you, my son? Whitebeard asked with concern evident in his voice. I'm okay Oyaji, I'm just worried about Luffy. If I hadn't been off guard Teach wouldn't have beat me as bad. He completely broke my ankle so I can't even walk. Thatch said, looking at Luffy across the room with ivies all over his body. The commanders and Thatch all kept talking for hours until Whitebeard spoke up. Well, it is time to deal with Teach, Whitebeard said standing up and walking out to the deck, the commanders following behind. 3. Once Whitebeard got to the deck, he sat down in his chair, the commanders sitting next to him, and he called for people to go get Teach. 2 crew members brought out Teach and sat him down in front of Whitebeard. Teach, why did you do it? Asked Whitebeard while looking down, pain and disappointment clear in his voice. I did it, because I wanted the power and to be the Pirate King. I never considered any of you as family, you were just a way to get what I wanted. Teach hissed out, staring straight into Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard's eyes softened a little. I raised such a foolish son, he finished with tears in his eyes. I love all of my sons, but I cannot let you get away with this. Teach, he followed the sky darkening. You're not going to do anything, old man. I will get away and kill the dash, Teach said, but before he could finish Whitebeard pulled out his bicento, slicing his head off. Throw him overboard, Whitebeard said as he left the deck and retreated into his quarters, tears visible in his eyes at feeling the betrayal and hatred one of his sons felt, while one of his sons' future remained uncertain as he had eaten a devil fruit. 3. With Luffy. Luffy opened his eyes and immediately felt pain and fatigue all over his body. He laid down for some time until he noticed he was surrounded in darkness. He got up slowly, looking around trying to find out where he was. Where am I? It's all dark, he said out loud to himself. You're in your mindscape, boy, someone spoke, getting Luffy to immediately turn around and on guard, but all he could see was darkness. Who are you? He asked on guard. My name is Tezcatlipoca. I came from the devil fruit you ate, he simply answered, stepping out of the darkness so Luffy could see him. So, you're a devil fruit then, how can you talk? Luffy asked, stepping back a little. Well, yeah, basically kind of. I am technically the god of darkness and the night sky and other things, he said, whistling in what seemed to be a playful tone. I usually don't allow people who eat the fruit access to its full power. If the other person, Teach or whatever his name was, ate it, he would not have full access, well, because it's a dangerous power, but you are worthy and you are going to be the person who will eventually take part in a battle that will determine the world and see if I can get revenge for my family or not. UDs are always interesting, he said in a serious tone but amused tone. What do you mean get revenge and you're a god and all of that? I already ate a devil fruit and this didn't happen. Am I not supposed to be dead? Luffy said in a confused tone. You would be if you ate any other devil fruit than this one, he responded laughing. You are an idiot just stuffing your mouth with devil fruit after you already ate one, but the thing that I mean for getting revenge is that I used to have a family. I even had a brother, his name was Quetzalcoatl. We always used to fight all the time, but at the end we still cared and loved each other. We were happy and a normal family, well, as normal as you can be when you are a family of gods residing your power in respective fruits, but it all changed when that bstrd Huitzilopochtli turned. He was obsessed with power and wanted to rule everything. He came and killed my family, my brother. He even killed Koilzakwi, his own sister, because he wanted power. He is the god of the sun and his sister was the goddess of the moon, so of course you would expect a rivalry to be there, but his sister only saw it as a sibling rivalry, but he saw her as opposition. The bstrd was always power hungry. He even required human sacrifices if you ate the devil fruit he resides in. He wanted to be the king of the world, and well, he is now. He killed everybody else and now the only gods are me and him. Luckily his sister before she died managed to give me some of her powers, so I kind of am the god of the moon too and get an even bigger boost in power during the night than originally, he explained, his hands balled up in a fist. When Luffy heard, his eyes widened in shock at what he heard. He could not imagine losing his entire family and being essentially by yourself. So, you think I can beat him? Can we even kill him after he killed all of those gods? Luffy said, his hands trembling. Of course, you can't, you're still way too weak. Even I wouldn't be able to by myself after he found his perfect vessel and has been working with him for longer, he said, chuckling, pain still evident. But since I have the power of his sister I can, and also since if you ever awaken the fruit, which is totally up to how you do, we definitely can. After all, Mictlantecuhtli put his power and some of his spirit in here since before he passed. I mean, I was the only one who could take and store all of the power since darkness is infinite and me and him were closely related, he said, looking down. I mean, who would I be to not try after they gave their lives to save me and power to use in the future? They knew I was the only one they could give their power to without it destroying me. Mictlantecuhtli was the god of death, by the way. He can essentially kill anything he wants, even gods, but he was peaceful and stayed out issues and couldn't bring himself to do anything when his wife Mictacasawat was captured, so he gave his life thinking she would be spared, but before he did, he gave me his power to store, and he made it to where it can only be used when you awaken the fruit, so until then the only one you can talk to is me, he finished. Luffy was just trying to absorb all the information. I'll try my hardest as long as you help me, but you need to explain everything you know to me, and I need something else to call you. No offense, but your name is hard to remember, he said, looking forward. If I wasn't going to help you, I would have never talked to you in the first place, you idiot, and I was getting to it, and well, sometimes they called me Smoking Mirror, he finished, to which Luffy just face-palmed. I'll just call you Teska, he said, sitting down. Now explain to me if there are other devil fruits like you other than the other god, and what are my powers now? Luffy asked. Well, there are only 2 god fruits including me, but there are 8 other fruits who can communicate with the person that eats them if they consider them worthy. The fruits are the Pika Pika no Mi, Hai Hai no Mi, Magu Magu no Mi, Mera Mera no Mi, Mizu Mizu no Mi, Goro Goro no Mi, Kyofu Kyofu no Mi, and the Taifu no Mi. Remember, they are not god fruits like us, only fruits with a conscience. The only two god fruits left is the Yami no Mi, which is me, and the Teo no Mi, which is the sun fruit where Huitzilopochtli resides. As for your powers, you control darkness so you can make your body intangible, cancel out other devil fruit powers with contact, travel through shadows, even human ones, but people can block you from using their shadow to travel through them if their haki is strong enough. You can also create weapons of darkness or coat your weapons in it, and you have a darkness dimension of your own where you can store things or go yourself into the dimension. You can also control gravity. You can't control it to the extent of the Zushi no Mi, but you can increase it a lot on yourself, other people, objects. You can even make it to where you can fly by controlling the gravity on yourself and other things we will get to as we develop your powers. As for the darkness, the natural enemy of your fruit is the Pika no Mi and the Teo no Mi. Well, of course, because one fruit is light and the other is the sun. Also, if you awaken the fruit, it will essentially become a mythical Zoan, as you will be able to turn into me and Mictlantecuhtli, but same goes for the other god fruit. The other user has an awakened fruit so he can turn into his god, so right now you are extremely weaker than him, he finished off. Luffy had smoke coming from his head. Those are a lot of things to take in, he said. There are still many other things, like you can even transform into a jaguar, as that was always the animal I disguised myself as, he said, his arms crossed, to which Luffy just had a raised eyebrow at why that animal, which Tezuka noticed. They're cool, alright, don't judge me, he shouted at Luffy. But either way you might want to wake up, you've passed out for a week, he finished, making Luffy's eyes widen. What do you mean a week, he said, yelling at the top of his lungs. Well, your body was pretty beat up and it took some time for me to judge if you were worthy or not and to absorb the Gura no Mi so it wouldn't kill you, he said, shrugging his shoulders, so you might want to wake up. What about you? Luffy asked. I'm part of you. You're always going to able to talk to me in your head or use the darkness to make an avatar of me to bring me to the real world. I wouldn't have my power, but it would have my consciousness. We aren't one and the same yet until you awaken the fruit, then you, me and Mictlantecuhtli powers will be combined and you can turn into us when you choose to, he finished. Luffy just stood up. Alright Tezuka. Thank you for saving me, by the way, and we will definitely win when the time for that fight comes. I promise, Shishishi, Luffy said with a grin on his face, to which Tezuka just smiled before waving his hand, sending Luffy away so he could regain consciousness. 3. Luffy opened his eyes but was quickly blinded by the light. He groaned before sitting up, careful not to mess with the wire and ivies all over his body. He was quickly brought out his thoughts when he heard something drop on the ground. When he looked to the side and saw a nurse with her eyes wide open and tears in her eyes, he was about to say something until she took off running, yelling that he was awake. Soon all Luffy heard was his name being called as he was rushed and was hugged by multiple people. Luffy, all of the commanders yelled as soon as they walked in and jumped towards him, hugging him. How are you, my son? Whitebeard asked with a smile on his face. I'm alright, just tired and have a lot of things on my mind, he said, looking down, getting the attention of the commanders and Whitebeard. And what would that be? Whitebeard asked, concern in his voice. Luffy sighed and just started telling them about everything that he knew, but leaving out the information about the other god fruit and how he and that person would fight eventually, as he didn't want to involve his family. That's a lot to take in, Marco said, sighing. But that devil fruit just sounds overpowered, he finished. Well, it's not like I can use all of the abilities. He did say I have to learn them and train with the fruit, Luffy said, chuckling at the training Tezuka was about to put him through. I'm glad you're alright, you little devil, said Thatch with tears in his eyes, sitting in his wheelchair next to Luffy. I'm glad you're okay to Thatch, said Luffy with a smile, but had pain in his eyes remembering the betrayal from Teach. Whitebeard just had a smile on his face before he decided to speak. I have a question for you, son, he said, looking at Luffy, getting everyone's attention. I think it's time the second division gets a new commander, and I would like it if you took the position, Whitebeard finished, making Luffy's eyes widen. Of course, Oyaji, he said, smiling. Time for a party, said Thatch, but was quickly hit on his head by the nurses as they said they needed to do a checkup on Luffy before he could leave the infirmary. As soon as the nurses finished checking up on Luffy, they all exited to go to the deck to party and celebrate the new division commander. Even Whitey Bay was there, as she had made her way there when she heard what had happened. The second division was happy that they finally had a new commander, and the party went on for the rest of the day and night. 3. Undisclosed location. Ha ha ha, things are going to get interesting, said a man. What is it? Another person spoke. Nothing, just that the other brat finally picked the host for our ultimate fight. And are you not going to go kill him, Huitzilopochtli? Spoke the other person. Why would I? I want a good fight. It's been too long since I had one. I also just sensed that he finally picked a host as I felt his power surge, but I can't track him. I guess a fight would be good, spoke the other man. We are already the king of the world, nothing can stop us, Huitzilopochtli spoke. Not a lot of people even know we exist. Most people think that the Gorosei rule the world, but they bow to us, he finished, making the other man laugh out loud as he sat on a huge red and gold throne with the symbol of the world government in the middle. I wonder what my little brothers would say if they knew I achieved my goal, the man spoke. I mean, it did hurt them when they thought they killed me, but luckily I had found the man with the Opop no Mi so he could perform the immortality operation, and soon afterwards I was finally able to awaken my fruit so we could reach our ultimate power, the man laughed. Chapter 9, Ace, Sabo and Stuff. With Luffy. Luffy was currently sitting down in a lotus position in his quarters as he had finally finished the paperwork for the day, and to say he was overwhelmed was an understatement. He almost didn't want to be a commander because of the amount of paperwork. Concentrate and forget about the paperwork, you idiot, Tezuka said in his mind, talking to Luffy, which just irritated him. I'm trying, it's not that easy. Why can't we go back to training to turn intangible on reflex and traveling through shadows and gravity control? I want to fly, Luffy said with a tick mark on his forehead. Because we are in a part of the world where everybody knows Haki, and that ability is not as useful here as for the others. You have a decent grip on them considering we have only trained for a couple of weeks. Also, it's not that hard to master. We have to develop your other abilities and the Gura Gura no Mi as well. The best way to do that is by being able to access your dark dimension so you can train your abilities there, as you won't destroy anything and time passes a little bit slower there than here, so it's crucial for you getting stronger. Tezuka finished explaining. Luffy now completely understood why Tezuka was being so hard on him on being able to open and access his dimension at will. He could train in his dimension all he wanted without destroying anything, and apparently train longer while less time passed in the real world. So what is the time difference between here and the dimension? Luffy asked as he wanted to make sure. It depends on how well you develop the dimension and develop your powers, but from the very start 1 day in the dimension is the equivalent to 2 days in the real world, Tezuka responded, to which Luffy just nodded as was excited on how much stronger he could get. Also, you might want to get the idea of building your own little ship. Luffy was just confused on why he would need his own ship. I meant a little boat you could use, for example, that it operates with the gravity powers, so when you get sent on missions or just to travel. It wouldn't hurt having your own little boat, and you also have that idea that you want to set out at 17 to go from your own crew that is going to help you achieve your dreams, so you have to have a way to set off from here, Tezuka clarified. Luffy understood and he agreed that it was a good idea. He continued to focus on opening his dimension as he had been trying for weeks now. He continued to sit for what seemed to be an hour until his body turned into darkness. Even though he never attempted to turn, he opened his eyes and was about to say something but noticed Tezuka had stars in his yes, so he just guessed he was doing something right. He continued to focus and then noticed the darkness was now seeping out and was covering the area, forming a symbol around him. It suddenly came back in and his body started turning into what seemed to be like a vortex and started absorbing himself, disappearing. When that was done, he looked around and noticed that he was somewhere he had never been before. Looks like Gojo's domain expansion from Jujutsu Kaisen. Luffy stood up marveling at how everything looked before a sudden scream from Tezuka brought him out of his daze. I'm finally back. I haven't been here in so long, he said with stars in his eyes running around. What is this place? Luffy asked, confused as he looked forward at what seemed to be a black hole. This is my domain where I mostly stayed and lived. If you ever fight somebody here, your darkness powers will be significantly stronger, but people with strong enough Haki can block your hits. But the really important this is that if you manage to bring a devil fruit eater in here, they will not be able to use it. They would only be able to use Haki. The only other person alive who has a domain is Huitsi, Tezuka said while running around and jumping, and he noticed Luffy looking forward at the black hole. Looks cool, doesn't it? He said, getting Luffy's undivided attention now. Yeah, Luffy simply said. It's called a singularity or a black hole. I wouldn't expect someone as dumb as you to know what it was. He followed, trying to get Luffy mad, which worked, but quickly started talking again. It's something you can do if you develop your control over gravity to a certain point. Well, you would have to pour a lot of darkness out and force the gravity on top of that, condensing it. Then the gravitational pull on it would increase tremendously. The pull would be so strong not even light would even be able to escape. You can do it without awakening your fruit, but it will have restrictions like how many you can make and the gravitational pull, but if you awaken it you will be able to make significantly more powerful ones. He finished and looked over at Luffy, who had a huge grin on his face. Tezuka, have I ever told you that you're awesome? Luffy finished now, laughing with stars in his eyes almost as big as when he saw the Sea King meet. Of course I'm awesome, what do you expect? Tezuka said, crossing his arms with a grin at the praise. You have another domain which will make you and your Haki stronger instead of your devil fruit. That's Miklun's domain though, God of Death. Tezuka finished and Luffy just nodded and watched Tezuka focus some of his power before they disappeared. Luffy just had more stars in his eyes. It looks so cool, it even has a shrine, looks like Sukuna's domain expansion from Jujutsu Kaisen. You can basically do whatever you want in here. As you develop your abilities, the more things you will be able to do in here, but for now you can use both for training or storage. Tezuka finished. Luffy just nodded. So when can we start training? Luffy asked with a smile on his face. Later. Right now we should go back. You need rest to make any progress. Now that you have accessed it, just teleport yourself back. Tezuka finished and Luffy nodded, doing what he did before. He started swirling, disappearing and reappearing back into the real world. I am going to help you with your devil fruits. Your brothers can help you develop your haki. Tezuka followed, to which Luffy agreed before laying down and falling asleep. 3. 1 year later, Luffy 14, Ace and Sabo 17. Dawn Island. Ah, it's finally time for us to set out, Sabo? Ace said with a smile on his face. He was wearing an unbuttoned yellow dress shirt with an orange hat with 2 smileys on it, on smiling and the other frowning, black shorts, a blue pouch belted around his left leg, a belt and a dagger strapped onto it, black boots and a green and black bag on his back. Are you sure you don't want to be a pirate, Sabo? He asked his blonde brother. Nah, I'll pass. I'm going to become a revolutionary and change the world, but you know, if anything happens because of how hot-headed you can be, I'll be there no matter what, answered Sabo. He was wearing his usual fancy clothes and his top hat with goggles around it. How did you even get in contact with them? Asked Ace, as he still didn't understand how he managed to communicate with them. Well, I asked Garp if he could get me in contact with Luffy, and he did, and gave me his transponder snail number, and then I called and asked Luffy if he could get in contact with his dad, so he did, and told him that I wanted to be a revolutionary. Sabo finished. You talked to Luffy and didn't tell me, yelled Ace, grabbing Sabo by his coat, smoke coming from his head. Well, when I came down to the village to call Luffy, I asked you and you said you didn't want to, Sabo said, trying to calm down Ace, while Makino was just giggling. Well, you should have told me you were going to talk to Luffy, Ace said, letting Sabo go before jumping down onto his little boat, and as he did, a ship come visible in the horizon. I guess my ride is here, Sabo chuckled. Ace, before you go, are you sure you don't want to know any information on Luffy? You haven't even wanted to see his wanted poster since you saw the first 1-inch, Sabo asked, as Ace had wanted to not know anything about their little brother, as he wanted to know everything when they finally met. Nah, I'll pass. I'll figure it out after I make a name for myself. I'll beat him up and then the supposed strongest person in the world, Ace said, making Sabo's sweat drop down the back of his head at the irony. Ace said his goodbyes to both Makino, Sabo, Dayton and the bandits had said they did not want to come, but they both knew they were watching from a distance. Take care, Makino. By Sabo, make sure you get a girlfriend, he said before he set sail, leaving behind a laughing Makino and a flushed and irritated Sabo. Couple of minutes later, the ship arrived at the coast where Sabo and Makino were still standing. Are you Sabo? Called out a female voice. When the two looked up, they saw someone sitting on the railing. She had orange short hair with a newsboy cap with gold goggles, a pink shirt with a frilly collar, a maroon short skirt, and black thigh-high stockings with brown high-heeled boots. Sabo immediately had a blush on his cheeks once he saw the girl that Makino did not miss. I guess it won't be too hard to get a girlfriend now, Makino whispered in his ear as she giggled, as Sabo even got a bigger blush on his face. Sabo just shook his head before finally being able to speak again. Yeah, that's me, he replied, and the girl simply just smiled. Then you should board the ship, we can't stay here that long, spoke another person from the ship. Once Sabo saw him, his eyes were wide open with stars as he finally saw a fishman. He had always considered them awesome and wanted to meet a new one, and Luffy talking about Fishman Island years ago just made his curiosity bigger. Cool. You're a real fishman, Sabo said, now acting like a fangirl. Which made everybody their sweat drop, but the fishman smiled at not being discriminated against by a human. Yes, my name is Hack, the fishman replied, and Sabo hugged Makino, saying his goodbyes before jumping on the ship, and soon anchor was raised and the ship was off. Sabo stayed looking back at the island until it was out of sight before going to look for a person on the ship as he needed to make a call. He came across Koala and immediately had a light brush. Do you have a transponder snail? I need to call my little brother, Sabo said, rubbing the back of his head. You have a little brother? Yeah, we have some, but I have to be with you or somebody else for now because you know to make sure you don't leak any information, and you are new, so we have to make sure you are trustworthy, even though Dragon-san personally sent us to get you, she said as Sabo nodded before following her. Purupuru Kachak. Hello, this is Monkey D. Luffy. Who is this? Spoke Luffy. When Koala heard this, she paled a little as she heard the name and saw the snail, which now had a straw hat on its head and a scar under its left eye. She knew who that person was as he was in the newspaper a lot. Sabo just smiled before speaking. Luffy, it's me, Sabo, he said in a happy tone. Sabo, Luffy happily said in a cheerful tone. How are you? What are you doing? He asked. I'm good, I got picked up from the island some time ago, he responded. So you and Ace finally set out, huh? Hopefully I'll see you guys again soon, and if that shitty dad of mine does anything let me know so I can go there and beat him up, Luffy said in a laughing tone. When Koala heard this she was confused as to what he meant. I don't think Dragon-san would do anything, Sabo said, rubbing the back of his head, but just made Koala's jaw drop at what she heard. Dragon has a son? She spoke, getting the attention of Luffy and Sabo. Oops, probably shouldn't have said that. I didn't know you had another person in the room, he laughed. Sabo, what is she doing in your room? Have you already got a girlfriend after spending less than a day on the ship? I don't want to be an uncle already, so slow down, Luffy said in a suggestive tone, making both Sabo and Koala have a deep blush. You idiot, both of them said out loud. Sure, just kidding, Luffy laughed on the other side of the line. Sabo just sighed. Thank you for reaching out to your dad and giving me the opportunity to be a revolutionary, Luffy, Sabo spoke. Don't worry about it, that's what brothers are for as long as you treat me to some meat when we meet again, Luffy said, making Sabo's sweat drop as he knew how much Luffy could eat, especially meat. The two continued to talk for some time until Sabo finally had to go and they said their goodbyes and hung up on the line. So the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is your little brother and he is Dragon-san's son, Koala said, still absorbing all the information. Yeah, we met when we were little and he stayed on the island for 2 years before leaving, but I would appreciate it if you didn't say anything, Sabo responded. Koala just nodded in understanding as it was none of her business and it would also not be good if people found out Dragon had a son. 3. Luffy was currently in Curiel's and Foss's workshop working on the engine that would work with his gravity manipulation. He was almost done as he had been working on it for 6 months and with the help of Tezuka he had been developing it to where it wouldn't break, and the higher pressure of gravity he applied the faster it would go. While working on the engine he had asked Jiru to help him build the boat, which was made of the treasure tree atom and had sea stone on the bottom of it, and it could hold 3 people at a time. I should be finished with the engine soon, and after that all I have to do is paint it and set up a sail so we can still move even when I'm not using my powers, Luffy said out loud, leaning back in his seat. And what color are you going to paint? Jiru asked. Black with some red, maybe I'll change it later, Luffy said, sighing as he was tired. Well, we should be finished by the end of the week and you can finally take it out, although I don't know why you wanted a boat since you learned to fly, Jiru said. Well, sometimes I just want to lay back and let the sea take me, Luffy said. Don't worry, since you helped me I'll change the gravity on you so you can fly later, Luffy said as he knew anyone who wasn't Marco immediately agreed to the condition. Jiru simply grinned before both of them continued to work for some time until they made their way to the deck for a break. When they got there all of the commanders were sitting down next to Pops. Jiru went to go sit and Luffy was about to follow until he saw News Coos and called it over and got a newspaper. He started reading, walking toward where everybody was until he saw a poster and suddenly screamed in happiness, getting everybody's attention. What is it you are? Asked Marco with a raised eyebrow at why Luffy was so happy. They got bounties, Luffy said out loud, making the commanders and Whitebeard more confused. Luffy noticed and just showed them the poster. Wanted. Dead or alive. Portgas Ace. Epithet, Fire Fist Ace. Bounty 40,000,000. Wanted. Dead or alive. Sabo. Bounty, 35 million. It also says that they ate devil fruit, which is new. Ace ate the Mara Mara no Mi and Sabo ate the Kyofu no Mi, so he is a wind man, Shishishi. Sabo said before that if he ate a devil fruit he would want it to be something with lightning, but his wind Logia would be superior to lightning and Ace's fruit and lightning would cancel each other, but it is superior to Sabo's wind, Luffy said. The commanders just smiled as they saw how happy Luffy was, but were still curious on who the two were. That's a good starting bounty, but who are they, Luffy? Asked Thatch. Those are the 2 brothers I made in the East Blue Sea, both of them even have the same necklace as me, he said, pointing at the posters, and the commanders nodded as they saw. They always talked about being pirates and being free, although Sabo ended up becoming a revolutionary, but me and Ace are probably going to cross paths soon. I mean, he did say he wanted to be big to where everybody knew his name, so I wouldn't be surprised if he challenged Pops. Luffy sighed, which made the other commanders just laugh. Gurara, there are always brats who want to make a name for themselves, Whitebeard laughed. We will see what happens if he comes to challenge us, maybe he will even become my son, he said, putting a smile on Luffy's face at the possibility. Luffy, when are you going to take off those gravity bracelets you are? Asked Marco, looking at the black and purple bracelets on his wrist. Whenever I'm in a serious fight against somebody strong and need to take them off, they're good for training, Luffy simply replied. 3. Couple of months later. Captain, there's a marine ship close to us, said a man with a mask over his eyes. He had spiky long light blue hair, wearing a coat which stretches down to his knees. Ace looked with a mouth stuffed with food. He was about to talk before he fell asleep all of a sudden, making everybody sweat drop until moments later when he woke back up and swallowed his food. Why is it my problem? And why are they here? Isn't this supposed to be a lawless area? Asked Ace. Well, they don't seem like the good Marines. From what I saw, they had prisoners and mentioned they were going to sell them as slaves, finished Masked Deuce, who is the first crew member of the Spade Pirates. When Ace heard this, he was serious, as he, Sabo, and Luffy all hated the idea of slavery. When they were all together at Dawn Island, Luffy sometimes told them about how there were so many slaves on the Sabaody archipelago, and as soon as he arrived here he saw how true it was, but he was advised not to do anything as it would draw too much attention. Then let's go have some fun, Ace said as he finished the food and walked out the bar with his crew following behind. They walked for a couple of minutes until they saw the marine ship who had set anchor. They got closer until they couldn't get any closer without getting spotted, as they wanted to get this over with as fast as they could without drawing too much attention. Ace stood up. Stay here until the fighting starts, he said before jumping away, and then on top of the ship he could have destroyed the majority of the ship with his devil fruit powers, but that would most likely kill of the slaves, and well, that would ruin one of the reasons he was here. As soon as he jumped on the railing of the ship, all of the Marines were on alert as they recognized the rookie. He had been a pirate for a year and had reached Sabaody. Yo, how's it going? He said before he started attacking. Higgin, he called out, pointing both index and middle fingers forward like guns before shooting bullets of compressed flame forward, hitting a good amount of the Marine soldiers. As soon as the Spade Pirates saw the attack, the rest rushed the ship and started battle. The battle did not last long, as none of the low-rank Marines could even hurt Ace. The crew went down to the holding cells where they saw a lot of people ranging from men, kids, and women. Ace and the rest of his crew quickly started opening up all of the doors, and then they finally went for the last cell, which was at the end, and saw a woman who was chained up from the arms and legs tied down on a table. Ace was going forward to open the door to the cell until he touched it and instantly felt weak. DMN, that sea stone, Ace said as he fell down feeling weak. I got it, spoke Deuce before taking the keys and opening the door and going to unchain the person. She seems to be knocked out, he spoke up before carrying her out of the cell. Let's take her back to the ship until she gets up and we'll see what she wants to do, Ace said, getting back up. Deuce just nodded as the rest of the crew all walked out and headed towards their ship. 3. It had been a couple of hours since the crew had been back at the ship, and Ace was taking a nap until being woken up by someone yelling his name. When he went towards the railing and looked down, he saw a Marine he was pretty familiar with. What do you want, Isuka? Ace asked, looking at the female Marine who had been chasing him for quite some time. Come off your ship, I want to talk to you, she responded. Ace was curious as to why she wanted to talk to him. He didn't dislike her as she was a good Marine in his books, but to make sure he brings with them in case something happened, and he soon hoped down and walked with her way from the ship to talk. The three had been walking for a couple of hours, just talking until Isuka had been called and had to go. Ace and Deuce kept walking and ended up in the slums of Sabaody. They saw the kids starving and decided to give their kids food. They were with the kids for a couple of minutes until they noticed Isuka and another Marine approaching them. Who are you and why are you here? Ace asked the new Marine who was with Isuka as he did not recognize him. I am Vice Admiral Draw. As for why I am here, I have been sent here to look for you, the Vice Admiral responded, making Ace raise his eyebrow as to why he was looking for him. The Vice Admiral pulled out an envelope which made him even more confused until Isuka spoke up and said that it was from the 5 elders and was a letter offering him the chance to join the warlords. I refuse. I don't like the Shichibukai system, Ace said, but noticed the grin on the Vice Admiral's face. I can agree with you on that, pirate scum, he said before infusing his leg in armament haki and kicking Ace, catching him off guard and sending him flying back. Deuce quickly grabbed the kids who were nearby and carried them away. Ace quickly got back up. DMN, I heard of armament haki and it being a way to hurt Logias, but I did not expect it to hurt like that, he thought to himself before getting up, shooting flames from his palm toward the Vice Admiral, but was shocked when he reveals flamethrowers under his arms. He used them against Ace's attack, but what he saw next made him panic as he saw the flames light up the slums and soon everything was catching fire. Sheet! He yelled out loud before going to help the children. He tried to control the flames and put them out but couldn't as they are too strong. He was soon joined by Isuka as they both started to get the children away while Deuce had gone back to hold Draw off. Deuce held off and punched the Vice Admiral across the face, but it did no damage and was just kicked back through a wall. The Vice Admiral quickly rushed back in, but Deuce managed to dodge and quickly remove Draw's fuel tank from his flamethrower, but was caught and about to get punched again until Ace came from behind, punching Draw, forcing him to let go off Deuce. The kids are safe. I'll take care of this a-hole, Ace said before going back into fight and overwhelmed Draw in terms of fighting but could not do damage due to the armament haki. Draw grabs Ace by the throat and slams him down. You're a coward doing all this to children just for capturing a single pirate. Ace tried his best to talk but was having a hard time as he was being held down. Burning down innocents does not matter as long as you take pirate scum out of this world, Draw said out loud. Draw pulled his arm back about to finish Ace, but before he could, the fuel tank which had been removed and left on the ground exploded, sending both of them flying back, injuring them. Then you are nothing but a coward and even worse scum, Ace yells out before rushing back in and overwhelming Draw in combat once more, but this time managing to cause damage as he is unknowingly using armament haki. Deuce looked on surprised as Ace was using that sort of haki, while Isuka was down crying as the person that had saved her just revealed he saw the deaths of innocents as a good price for the death of pirates. Draw was now one knee bleeding from all of the damage he had taken. He was about to get back up until he saw Ace pull his fist back. Heiken, Ace yelled out before putting as much of his power he could into it and hit the Vice Admiral head on and sent him flying back. Ace fell one knee, breathing hard as he felt exhausted. 3. I guess this is goodbye, spoke Isuka to Ace and Deuce as she was going to take the kids to the Navy base and Ace was going on to the new world. I guess so, I want to leave before getting any more attention, Ace said as he said his goodbyes to the kids and the Marine that he had gotten quite close to. As they were walking back to their ship, they got intercepted by a squad of Marines. Shit, I'm still tired from that fight, Ace hissed out. Yeah, well, we got to keep fighting, Deuce said, getting ready for another fight. Ace and Deuce got in their stances and the Marines started rushing until a blast of power washed over everybody and knocked the Marines all out and made the hair on Ace and Deuce's neck all point up and on edge. Who the hell? Ace said as he felt the power wash over. Then they saw a man walking towards them. He had white hair and a white beard with round glasses. He was wearing a simple shirt, shorts, and sandals. Who the hell are you? Asked Ace on edge as he noticed the man was paying attention to him. The man just looked at Ace until he started laughing. Ha ha ha, I am just doing a favor for someone, he finished. And who would that be? Ace asked curiously as he wondered who was looking out for him. One of the people who has the same necklace as you. He came here a couple months ago and asked me if I could keep an eye out for his brother and help him if he got into too much trouble. He said you were hot-headed and stubborn and got yourself into bad situations, the man finished. Ace's eyes widened in realization. So you know my little brother? Asked Ace, to which the man simply nodded but made Deuce's eyes widen as he didn't know his captain had brothers. And where is he now? He asked. Somewhere in the New World or maybe Fishman Island. He spends a lot of time there visiting his other family and waiting for someone to return, but he spends most of it looking for somebody, the man simply finished. Ace simply nodded. Well, thank you for helping me, but when I see him again I'm going to beat him up. Him looking over me makes me feel like I'm a little kid. I'm already 18 and he's barely about to turn 15. Ace said, which made the man laugh. Well, I don't know about you beating him up, but good luck on your journey. I'm sure you will run into him soon, the man said before walking off. So that is Roger's son. They do look alike, Rayleigh thought to himself walking off. So you have a brother? Deuce asked as they headed to the ship. Yeah, he's my little brother, but he's a monster. Even though he's younger, when we were together he beat me a lot more than I could beat him, but I'm pretty sure that I can beat him now, Ace said as they walked off. 3. The Spade Pirates were now on Fishman Island relaxing on the deck as they had been here for a couple days and were going to set off as the ship had barely finished being coated. They were about to set off, but suddenly the door to the infirmary was swung open. Who the hell are you and where the hell am I? Asked the woman they had saved at Sabaody. She had long light pink hair, purple eyes and anti-eyebrow below her right eye. Calm down, you were being held in a cell at a marine ship on Sabaody, so we rescued you, and since we didn't know what to do with you we just brought you on to our ship and treated you. So what is your name? Ace responded. The woman relaxed a little but was still on guard. My name is Jewelry Bonnie, she responded. Ace was about to say something until he heard her stomach growl and everybody broke out into laughter. Ha ha ha, seems like you're hungry, so let's go on to the island and eat before we set off, Ace said as he and the crew walked off, Bonnie on guard following behind them. When they got to a restaurant and started eating, to say they were shocked was an understatement. The woman was eating out the entire restaurant by herself. It looked like she ate as much or if not more than Ace. Ace, I think you got some competition now, said a crew member, making everyone laugh at their captain whose mouth was full with meat. Ace simply chuckled but blushed when he looked over at the woman. So what am I going to do? Asked Bonnie, catching Ace off guard with the question. I don't know, you didn't get up on Sabaody and we couldn't stay there, so we just brought you with us, Ace responded, but I mean you could come with us or stay here and wait to go back, Ace followed. Bonnie thought about it. She already knew they were pirates as when they were walking away she turned around to look at the ship. She noticed the Jolly Roger. She didn't mind being a pirate and the captain seemed trustworthy and made her feel safe for some reason. I guess I'm a pirate now, but you better have enough food, she said, stuffing more pizza in her mouth. She's like a glutton, Ace thought in his mind, but went back to eating, and soon there was a eating contest between the two which ended in a tie and the crew having to carry the both as they were complaining they ate too much. The crew were walking back to their ship, taking a route they had never been through before as this was their last day there. It was uneventful until Ace saw a flag which grabbed his attention. He suddenly hopped off the back of his crew member who was carrying him, so that's Whitebeard's flag, said Ace to himself, grabbing the attention of his crew, curious as to what he was going to do. Jujika, Ace called out and placed his index fingers in a cross and shooting a cross-shaped column of fire forward, burning Whitebeard's flag. The Spade Pirates and all of the fishmen who had watched what happened all had stopped everything they were doing and looking at Ace with wide eyes and their face pale as all color seemed to disappear from their shock and fear. "What the hell are you doing?" yelled Bonnie as she had barely joined the crew, and the first thing his captain does is burn the flag of one of the emperors and the strongest man in the world. "I'm going to take Whitebeard's head either way," Ace said before walking off, leaving a shocked crew behind before they started running to catch up and get on the ship, as they did not want to stay there any longer after the stunt their captain pulled off. "Did you see what that human did?" spoke a tall blue fishman with, and 02 tattooed on his chest. "Yeah, we should tell Captain Horty, maybe he will make his move so we can take over this island and get our revenge on those filthy humans," responded a much smaller red fishman who had sharp teeth. The other fishman nodded before they walked off towards the Fishman district. 3. Couple of hours later. Luffy was currently getting things ready for a trip in his quarters. "Tezuka, do you think I should take a kimono?" asked Luffy. "How am I supposed to know? It's not like I've ever been there," Tezuka simply answered. "You're useless for advice," answered Luffy, which just made Tezuka have a tick mark on his forehead, and they started arguing but were stopped when Luffy heard a knock on the door. "Luffy, you in there you are?" asked Marco, knocking on the door, bringing Luffy and Tezuka out of the argument they were having in Luffy's head. "Yeah, I'm here," Luffy answered, and soon Marco opened the door and came in. "You need something, glowing turkey?" Luffy asked, trying to irritate Marco. "Ha ha ha, funny little monkey, but I came to see if you could do something," said Marco, getting Luffy's attention. "Can you go and see what's happening on Fishman Island? Fukaboshi recently called us and said there was an issue with a pirate crew that occurred. He didn't say what specifically, but apparently something happened, and since you were already going out on a trip, I thought you could and check," Marco finished saying. "Yeah, I'll go. I wanted to see how Shira was doing either way," Luffy said before using his devil fruit powers, opening a hole in the air before throwing his bag into it to store it in his dimension. "How long is going to take you to get there?" Marco asked. "Around 5 days, since we are not really that close," Luffy answered before getting up. They both exited the room and walked toward the deck so Luffy could start saying his goodbyes. "Bye everyone. Thanks for taking care of the paperwork, Thatch," said Luffy before darkness started flowing out of his body, forming a portal on the side of the ship and outfalling his boat. He then jumped on it before using his gravity powers so it would take off, leaving behind a furious Thatch as he was stuck with the paperwork. 3. Couple days later. "What are you doing, Hody?" asked Jinbei as he was chained down in the plaza by Fishman. He had recently come back as the first prince had called and said something happened, but he was not expecting that he would be ambushed by fishmen as soon as he returned. But what shocked him even more is that Otoheim had returned but was chained up as well. "Jahahaha, I am taking over this island. The stupid queen being back is just a bonus. She almost killed me when she saw me and what I was doing, but all it takes is to have swords to her children's throat and threaten to end their lives before she turns into a coward." Horty laughed in the middle of the plaza, being surrounded by thousands of fishmen. "Why are you doing this, Hody?" asked Otoheim as she looked forward with tears in her eyes at her children all chained up, and Shirahoshi, who was next to her, who had tears in her eyes looking at her bloodied brothers. "Because all of you are cowards and idiots. You try to befriend humans and live together as if we are equals, but we are not. We are superior in every way. We can live in both land and water while they can't, and we will kill humans to where they bow before us like the inferior beings they are," Hody yelled out loud, earning cheers from the fishmen. "And what will you do when the good old man Whitebeard finds out about what you did? He will chase you all down, and Luffy Kuin will not stop looking for you until you are all dead if you hurt his family," yelled out Jinbei, which made Otoheim look down when she heard her son's name, as she did not know how he would feel about her leaving all of them. Luffy and him had gotten closer ever since Luffy had become a commander, and he saw how deeply he cared about his family and how ruthless he could be to anyone who threatened and hurt them. "We will just kill them. They are just humans. We are a crew of 50,000 fishmen and more will join us." Jahahaha, Hody still laughed. "You can't kill them, you are weak. You are signing a death sentence, and when Luffy Kuin finds you after what you have done, he will make sure you suffer before you die. You should stop this right now, Hody," yelled Jinbei, once again trying to end this before it got even more out of hand. "Jahahaha, we will see. After all, you are nothing but a human lapdog, aren't you, Jinbei?" Hody laughed and mocked Jinbei. "And the queen is nothing but a hypocrite. She always said to be peaceful with humans so they could live without discrimination, but when one killed her idiot of a husband, she killed the human in his cell out of hatred, then quickly fled the island like a coward," Hody finished as Otoheim looked down in shame, as it was true. "I fled because I knew I made a mistake after I killed the human. I let hatred get the better of me, and I couldn't stay here as I was not worthy to rule the island, and I still am not when I went against everything I said. I left to get stronger so I could protect my children so they could be safe. Otoheim finished, head still down in shame. Well, that's going good for you, is it not? I will kill your sons in front of your and your daughter's eyes. Then Vanderdecken might kill her depending on her answer to marry him or not, but that wouldn't be enough for you. I won't kill you until I kill that bstrd of a human you call your son. I will torture him in front of your eyes, then end his life while you watch everything. Jahaha, Hody laughed, mocking Otoheim. Don't you dare touch any of my children. Otoheim yelled out, trying to break out of the chains, but got slammed into the ground by fishmen who were standing behind her. Hody kept on laughing as he grabbed a sword and walked forward to Fukaboshi. I will kill him right here so everyone who is watching will know that we now rule this island. Hody finished while the fishmen watching from atop of the reef wall stayed there helpless, not being to do anything as they would all be killed. Don't hurt my big brother, yelled Shirahoshi as Hody kept getting closer. Or what? You cannot do anything. The only reason you are not dead right now is because I don't feel like dealing with Vanderdecken. When he gets here he is going to take care of you and do whatever he wants, Hody said as he kept walking. Hody raised the sword up with a smug grin on his face, ignoring the yelling of Otoheim, Jimbei, and Shirahoshi. He brought down the sword, but before he could cut off Fukaboshi's head he was kicked and sent flying back, crashing through the reef walls. Luffy grabbed the chains and broke them, then grabbed and put Fukaboshi down on the ground, and then doing the same with Ruboshi and Manboshi before spreading darkness on the ground and pulling them both into the dimension so they would be safe. He quickly disappeared in a burst of speed before appearing beside the fishmen who were behind Jimbei, and his mother and little sister, and knocking them all out. He quickly broke the chains of all three of them. You all right, Shira? He said before floating up a little bit to wipe the tears from his little sister's eyes, to which Shirahoshi just nodded. Jimbei, what happened? From what Marco told me they said it had to do with pirates, not a rebellion, Luffy said as he came back down to the ground. The inhabitants of the Fishmen district are throwing a rebellion as they want to kill all humans. Their hate is rooted deep into them, Jimbei responded. Otoheim stood up and was about to say something but was cut off as Luffy started talking. Let's deal with things here and we can all talk together after Mom, he said, smiling, which made Otoheim a little relieved as she saw in his eyes that he held no hatred or disappointment towards her. So the BSTRD son decides to come, spoke Hody as he came walking through the rubble, bleeding from the mouth. Now it just makes it easier to kill you all, but can you really claim him as your son when he is a human, the same species that killed your husband? Otoheim said Hody with a grin on his face. You're a liar, spoke Shirahoshi, grabbing everybody's attention. It was you who killed my father. Megalo saw everything and told me what you did. You killed him, then framed the human. Shirahoshi finished crying, making everybody's eyes widen. You killed my husband, said Otoheim in a distraught voice and picked up her trident, but before she could go forwards Luffy held her back. Don't just rush in, Mom, the others wouldn't even let you touch him, they would all attack you as soon as you got close, Luffy said, holding back a furious Otoheim, but was surprised at how strong she was. Bahahoho, what happened here? Came a voice grabbing everyone's attention. Vanderdecken, said Jimbei, disdain in his voice, which immediately grabbed Luffy's attention as he heard the name. He quickly looked up and saw the fishmen on top of Watatsumi. Luffy balled his fist in anger as he had been looking for Vanderdecken, as he was the one who kept Shirahoshi from being free. Well, I'm here to get the answer from my Shirahoshi so she can be my wife. Bahahoho, Vanderdecken laughed, which made both Luffy and Otoheim both seethe in rage at what he said. Before they could say anything, Shirahoshi spoke. You're not my type, she yelled, which made Decken stop laughing. Then you can die, he yelled out before he pulled out two axes and threw them at Shirahoshi, but before they could hit, Luffy raised his hand and made a wall of darkness in front of Shirahoshi which intercepted the axes and absorbed them. I've been looking for you, Luffy said, looking at Decken. You're the reason my little sister has been suffering and has been trapped in a room, he said in a furious tone. Enough of this, kill them all, Hody yelled out, and quickly the fishmen started rushing forward, going to attack, but before they could reach, Luffy released a wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking out all 50,000 fishmen out. Jimbei, can you take care of his commanders? Luffy asked, to which Jimbei nodded. I'm taking care of Hody, Otoheim said as she walked forward, to which Luffy just sighed but understood. Then I'll take care of Decken, Luffy said before he made swords out of darkness and sent them forward to Decken, but instead of hitting him head on, they changed and turned into chains and wrapped around Watatsumi and slammed him into the ground. Jimbei quickly went forward to engage the commanders, leaving Luffy behind with Shirahoshi. Shira, can you do me a favor and take care of your brothers? Luffy said as he spread his darkness, and out of it came the three princes, to which Shirahoshi just nodded. Otoheim versus Hody. I'll kill you, Beach, Hody said before sending forward water bullets, which Otoheim easily dodged as she was always gifted in observation Haki. Otoheim moved her trident forward but was blocked by Hody's own trident, but Otoheim quickly infused her leg in armament Haki and kicked Hody across the face. That pesky ability that mermaids have that allow them to change between their tails and legs that just makes you a fake, Hody said before stuffing his mouth with some energy steroids and rushing back in to attack, but Otoheim dodged. The two kept trading blows, Otoheim infusing parts of her body in armament so she wouldn't take that much damage as her body is weak naturally. I'm not going to lose to you, Hody. I left to get strong so I could protect the people I care about, Otoheim said, pushing Hody back and infusing her trident in armament and moving it forward, managing to stab it into his shoulder. Hody screamed at the pain before managing to punch her back. I'll kill you and everybody you care about, Otoheim. Hody yelled as he stuffed his mouth with energy steroids again and they both rushed back to fight. Luffy vs. Dekken. Luffy jumped on top of Watatsumi where Dekken was at. So you're the Pefli who has been keeping my little sister trapped in her room, Luffy with narrowed eyes at Dekken. Bahahoho, it wouldn't have happened if she had just said yes to marrying me, Dekken laughed, which Luffy made as he quickly rushed him and hit him across the face with a Haki-infused punch. You human brat, take this, Dekken said as threw an axe that went directly towards Luffy but did no damage as it went through him. You touched me but that doesn't mean you can do damage to me, Luffy said before rushing in again and kicking Dekken through the reef wall. Mom looks like she can take off Hody and Jinbei looks like he's doing fine, Luffy thought to himself as he walked off in the direction towards where he had sent Dekken. He saw more knives and an axe's head his way but paid them no mind and just let them go through him. He unsheathed one of his swords before sending forward a slash attack towards Dekken, cutting him across the back. I'm going to kill you but not here in front of people, Dekken, he said as and dragged him into his dimension. Where am I? Dekken said, trying to get up. You're in my domain, said Luffy with his sword in his hand. I'm going to spare you and make it quick, Luffy said, and before Dekken could react his head was cut off. I don't like killing, but after how you made my sister suffer you deserve it. You're lucky enough that I made it quick. I'll throw you out of here when I leave this place so nobody sees you, Luffy said to himself as he looked down at the body of the fishman before engulfing it in darkness. When Luffy went back to the real world he saw that Jinbei had minor injuries but had defeated all of the remaining officers of Hody's group, and he saw his mother had mild injuries walking away from what seemed to be a defeated Hody. Luffy walked towards Shirahoshi as his mother was walking towards her but quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared behind Otoheim with his sword brought up in a defensive stance as Hody came from behind and bit down on the sword with his jaw and shattered it, BSTRD. Luffy thought before slamming Hody to the ground and making a quake bubble encompassing his head and using the devil fruit destroying his brain, killing him. Luffy sighed as he looked at his shattered sword. I guess I finally have a reason to look for a higher grade sword. At least the same rank as Sulu, he said to himself before sheathing what was left back in its scabbard and walking over to where everybody else was. You should have made sure he wouldn't be able to get up, Mom. Luffy said in a playful tone. Shira, you can finally be free again. Dekken won't bother you again. Well, let's get them to a doctor, Luffy finished. 3. It had been a couple of hours since everything had ended and Otoheim, Shirahoshi, Jinbei, and Luffy were now inside the palace while the princes were still sleeping exhausted from their injuries. I'm sorry I left my children, Otoheim said while looking at her kids. It's okay, Mom, I know it wasn't easy saying you wanted to be friends and coexist with humans then believing it was us who killed your husband then killing him going against everything you said, but what matters now is that you are able to look past your hatred. When you didn't kill Hody you proved it and now you're finally back and we can spend time together, Luffy said smiling at his mother happy that she was back. It's okay, Mother, I'm just glad that you are back, Shirahoshi said happily. I'm also glad you are back, Otoheim, Jinbei said, happy that the queen was back and that the kingdom would be safe. Luffy-kun, how long will you be staying? Last time I heard was that you had been planning a trip for a couple of months, Jinbei asked. Oh, I can stay for a week but then I have to leave as it's pretty far from here, Luffy answered, which got Otoheim and Shirahoshi's attention. Don't worry, Shira, I'm going to go visit your dad's memorial with you both before I leave, Luffy finished. Where are you going? Your birthday is in a couple of days so we're going to celebrate it. Otoheim finished happily. I guess so, Mom, and I'm going to Wano Country, Luffy answered with a smile. Chapter 10, Wano Country. With Ace. Ugh, what the hell happened? Spoke Ace, opening his eyes. He attempted to move but quickly noticed he couldn't as he was tied to a tree by a rope. He looked forward and noticed people eating the food from their ship. He was about to get mad until he focused more on the people. He noticed they were wearing old worn-out clothes. They were also skinny like they never ate enough food and the village looked run down. It reminded him of Grey Terminal back home so he leaned back and relaxed as he felt pity. You're finally awake, Captain San, spoke Bonnie in a somewhat teasing tone, getting Ace's attention. So what are you going to do? She asked. Nothing, just let them eat right now, we'll see what we do after they finish, Ace responded. Ace and Bonnie continued to talk for some time until Ace noticed that most of the people had finished eating. He used his devil fruit and burned the rope, startling the people of the village. He walked forwards and crouched in front of a purple-headed little girl at first with what seemed to be a face of anger but quickly transformed into a smile. "Did you like the food? I guess you want something sweet now," Ace said smiling. The girl was surprised at why the stranger was smiling and wasn't mad. "Adadaha," the girl hesitantly said while looking down. "Do any of you know where I can find dessert?" he asked the villagers. The villagers told him about a village not too far away but told him to be careful as there were a lot of strong people. Ace just nodded before running through the bamboo forest towards the town. A couple of hours later Ace came back with dessert and he was sitting down eating dango with Tama and Bonnie. "Do you like it, Tama?" asked Ace, smiling and patting the top of Tama's head. "It's so good," Tama said with a smile on her face, happy at all the food she ate today and glad that the pirates were good people and not like the others. "You're my older brother now, Ace, and Bonnie is my big sister," Tama said, her mouth full of food but still smiling. Bonnie and Ace both stopped stuffing their mouth and looked toward Tama smiling. "Haha, of course, but since I'm your older brother that means you have two older brothers as well," Ace said smiling. "Really? Am I going to ever meet them?" Tama asked happily that she has two other brothers. "It might not be soon, but I promise you'll meet them one day," Ace said, patting the top of her head with Bonnie just smiling. 3. It had been a couple of days since the Spade Pirates had landed on Wano. Some of the crew were currently at the beach working on their ship as it needed a lot of repairs as it got caught in a storm then went up the waterfall. Ace and Bonnie were currently with Tama as she was teaching them how to make a straw hat. "Stop burning the straw, you idiot," Bonnie said as Ace burned the straw for what seemed to be the 7th time. "It's not that easy," Ace said back, frustration clearly in his voice. "Well then try harder, Sparky, or you're going to have to go get more straw," Bonnie answered back, teasing, trying to irritate Ace even more, which was for the most part working. "Stop being lovebirds in front of the kid," Mask Do said as he sat down next to the group, making both Ace and Bonnie both blush. "You idiot!" Bonnie yelled out loud, flustered before turning the first mate into a baby, making Ace burst out laughing. "Shut up or I'll turn you into a brat too," Bonnie said to Ace, making him shut up immediately. "Whatever you say, you glutton," Ace responded, irritating Bonnie. "If it was anybody other than you calling me that, they would have already been a brat," Bonnie answered. "If anybody else called you that, I would have burned them myself. I'm the only one allowed to call you that," Ace thought to himself, smiling happily. Ever since she had joined the crew the two had gotten very close. It was even the point where some days she kicked him out of his own quarters, because she wanted a room to herself. Ace complained for a good hour, but since it was her he allowed it. He cared about all of his crew, but sometimes he thought back to when they first found her tied up in chains. It always made him furious. In Ace's mind he had to protect her no matter what. He was even considering telling her about who his dad was but held off as he liked the friendship they had and did not want to ruin it. "What's with the smile, you idiot?" Bonnie asked, looking at her captain, but got no response as he was in his own world. She was about to call him again but stopped as her hat was taken off her head by a giggling Tama. "Your hat's cute," she said, putting it on top of her head. Bonnie simply smiled at the girl as she had grown a soft spot for the girl as she was so energetic, nice, and shared what she had even though she did not have the best life. "You can wear it as long as you want," Bonnie smiled. She quickly looked back at Ace and took off his hat and put it on her head, which brought him out of his thoughts. "What are you doing with my hat?" Ace asked, eyebrows raised. "Tama wanted to wear mine so I took yours, plus it looks good on me so I'm going to wear it more," Bonnie said, sticking her tongue out at Ace, making him get a blush on his face. "You remind me of Isuka the one time she took my hat and wore it," Ace said before going back to try and make the straw hat and missed the expression that Bonnie had. "Who the hell is Isuka and why would she wear his hat?" she thought to herself, a little mad. "Ace, you better not let anybody else wear this hat. If you're not wearing it I'm going to wear it. Nobody else, you idiot," Bonnie said before pulling the hat down, a little jealousy in her voice as she didn't want to imagine anybody else wearing the hat, especially not a girl. Ace just chuckled. "Alright, nobody else can wear it, only you, glutton," Ace said with a smile. "Like you aren't one, you fat ass," Bonnie said, making Ace chuckle. "Aniki, how long are you going to stay here?" Tama said, bringing him out of his thoughts as she was wondering how long her older brother was going to stay. "I don't know, the ship needs to be repaired, so a couple of weeks. After all, we were only in the New World for 15 days then we got stranded here," Ace said, not wanting to make Tama sad. Tama was about to say something but was cut off as a crew member came running yelling, getting everybody's attention. "Assy. A boat got stranded on the beach. It has Whitebeard's Jolly Roger," the member said, making the other crew members' eyes widen. "You idiot. See what your stunt did now, they sent people after us," Bonnie said, head down at what was happening, but Ace just smiled. "Then I'll take care of whoever came," Ace said, getting up. "Tama, stay here with Bonnie and don't go to the beach no matter what," Ace said in a serious voice, to which Tama just nodded. "I'm going with you, idiot. If anything happens I have to help you," Bonnie responded, getting up, glaring at Ace, which just made him sigh. "Just go back with Hitetsu," Tama, me and Ace will be okay, she said, to which Tama just nodded yet again and went running through the bamboo forest back to her sensei. Let's go, he said, picking up Bonnie, surprising her and then using Jeppo to get to the beach faster. How do you know this? Bonnie asked as she recognized the technique. The old geezer taught me and my brothers the techniques as he wanted us to be Marines, and since we had a lot of free time we were always training, he said, picking up the pace. 3. At the beach. Ugh, I know they said the way to get to Wano was tough, but they could have mentioned you had to go up a waterfall. Luffy said to himself, rubbing his head looking at his boat which was up on the beach. I sensed some people working on that ship over there, but they all took off running. That's weird, he finished to himself. Luffy walked back towards his boat and put his hand on it, spreading his darkness so he could store it in his dimension. As he finished storing his boat, he felt someone heading his way. He turned around and was surprised by a dense column of fire heading his way. He quickly made a wall of darkness to protect himself. I barely got here, what the hell, he thought to himself before bringing down the wall and using Rankyaku, sending a slash towards where the fire came from. He dodged again as he saw compressed bullets of flame heading his way. He sensed someone heading his way fast and brought up his arms to block a kick and was surprised when he saw the person. Ace? Luffy called out but leaped back and Ace tried to punch him. What are you doing? Luffy asked. I always told you when I saw you again that I was going to beat you in a fight, Ace said, and went on the attack again using Saru to get to Luffy, but was blocked yet again and was forced to turn intangible as Luffy tried to kick him. That won't work, Luffy, he said as jumped up in the air to use his next attack, Hibashira, he called out, sending down flames as Luffy unsheathed his sword and sent forward wind blades cutting the fire, making it go to the side, missing him, and quickly sheathed it again. Shishishi, you almost got me, Ace, Luffy said jokingly before extending his arm. Kuruzu, he calls out, activating his gravity power and pulling Ace towards him. When Luffy grabbed him, Ace tried to turn intangible but was shocked when he couldn't. That's not going to work, Ace, Luffy said, punching Ace in the stomach, sending him flying back, shocking the crew at what the hell had just happened. Bonnie, don't be stupid, don't go in there and fight, said Masked Deuce, holding Bonnie back along with other members since Bonnie has turned him back to normal when she heard a Whitebeard pirate was there. Let me go before I turn you all to brats, I need to help him. He's fighting the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Bonnie said, struggling trying to go and help Ace. She would be dead if she didn't do anything to help him. Ace can handle himself, just stay here and let the fight carry on for now, and if things take a turn for the worse we'll all go help, answered Masked Deuce, finally making Bonnie able to calm down a little bit. Bonnie just sat down and put her hands on Ace's hat which was on her head, looking forward. Be careful, Ace. This guy is dangerous, he has the Yami Yami no Mi, debatably the strongest devil fruit. The only one who could go against it head on would be the Teo Teo no Mi, Ace heard in his head. I'll keep it in mind, Mara, but how was he able to eat another fruit? He had already ate one. He said it was the Gura Gura no Mi, Ace said, holding his abdomen as he was still feeling the effects from the punch. I don't know much about those fruits, so I don't know the answer, Ace. Just that they are powerful, Mara answered. How did you eat another devil fruit, Luffy? You had already eaten one. Ace asked, standing up looking forward. It's a long story, I just got lucky I didn't die, Luffy answered, rubbing the back of his head, making Ace's eyes widen in shock and concern at the thought of his little brother dying. So why are you here? Ace asked. The previous 2nd Division commander was from Wano, and I wanted to come here to pay my respects, Luffy answered. So you are part of his crew, Ace said out loud. Did you come here to take care of me since I burned his flag at Fishman Island? Ace asked, looking straight at Luffy. So you were the pirate Marco talked about when he said something happened there, he chuckled to himself. I had forgotten why I had even gone there after everything that happened, he said, rubbing the back of his head. But you're my brother, Ace, I wouldn't kill you, I just went there to make sure everything was okay, nothing more, Luffy answered. Well, I'm still going to take down Whitebeard, Ace said. Okay, well, I won't let you do all of that, I would have to fight you seriously, Luffy said, laughing playfully, but Ace knew he was not mocking him. Then we can fight right now, Ace said, getting in a stance. Heiken, he called out, sending his attack forward. Luffy just grinned before punching forward, cracking the air but put just enough power to cancel out the attack. Luffy used Saru and threw a punch forward towards Ace which was blocked, and the two kept trading punches and kicks, both using the Rokushiki. Shurgon, Orin, Ace said before moving his finger forward trying to hit Luffy. Kamii, Luffy said, dodging Ace's attack. Why are you saying that technique? It's stupid, Luffy said as he kept dodging. I didn't break my finger multiple times to learn the technique and not use it, Ace answered before leaping back and using Rankyaku. Luffy stopped moving and used Tekai as he wanted to see which technique would end on top. I guess we both practiced those techniques the old geezer taught us, Ace said some distance away, panting. Of course, I had to get stronger someway and a lot of the Marines I fought knew them, Luffy said before disappearing and appearing next to Ace and kicking him in the ribs sending him flying to the side. Ace was shocked at how the hell Luffy moved so fast he couldn't even see him move. So you know Haki, Luffy, he said looking at his leg which was black. It would be weird if I didn't, I live in the new world, it's a necessity here, Luffy answered. Ace just grit his teeth still holding his ribs. DMN his Haki hurts a lot more than draws he thought to himself but stood back up as he would never run away from a fight. It doesn't matter, I'm still going to beat you, he finished as he rushed back and started fighting hand to hand with Luffy, but was having a difficult time as Luffy was fighting differently than he remembered. Before Luffy and him would just trade hits trying to force the other one down, but now Luffy was blocking and weaving a lot and made fast strong strikes. They weren't as powerful but he could tell he was holding his punches and instead hit him in vital areas in the abdomen and hit him in the face. Ace threw a right punch, but Luffy grabbed his hand and pushed him off to the side and kicked him in the temple making Ace wince at the pain and was then kicked in the chest sending him back. Oi, you can't fight like that anymore Ace, we aren't little kids anymore. Pirates and Marines would be able to counter that easily, you would be taking more damage than actually putting out and it seems like you getting a Logia and turning intangible made you even more reliant on rushing in. That's not good Ace, Luffy spoke in a serious voice concerned for his brother and the way he was fighting. You act like you don't rush in either and just use force, Ace said getting back up and wiping the blood coming from his mouth. It doesn't matter, I'm still going to beat you Luffy, he said used Saru to get closer and kicked Luffy surprising him a little bit as he noticed Ace was using armament Haki. Is he that frustrated, Luffy thought to himself before infusing his own arms in Haki again and started fighting back. Ace was still fighting mostly trying to overpower Luffy which was not working as Luffy was using speed and was still strong in his own right. Luffy and Ace kept trading blows with the latter receiving a lot more damage and Luffy finally making a quake bubble but made it weaker than usual and punched Ace causing to spit out some blood as he fell down onto the ground. I think we should stop Ace. Your crew is getting worried about you and the girl seems like she's about to rip out my guts, he said looking at Ace's crew. Ace looked up and noticed that his crew were basically about to jump into the fight. He just smiled at his crew, happy at how his crew was ready to back him up and fight with him. He stayed on the ground for some time until he finally started talking. Don't worry guys, everything's good, Ace said to his crew, confusing all of them. What do you mean he's a Whitebeard pirate and you burned his flag? That's like declaring war and you're on the ground. Bonnie screamed out. Luffy's my little brother, Ace said, while struggling to get up and hugging Luffy with one arm. EHHHH, said the crew simultaneously, their eyes popping out and jaws on the ground beyond shocked at how their captain's little brother was part of Whitebeard's crew and one of his commanders. Your brother is a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and you burned his captain's flag. Are you an idiot? Bonnie screamed out running forward pulling Ace by the ear at how stupid he was. Sure, Ace is that your girlfriend? First it was Sabo now you I guess Luffy said, making both of them blush. He kept laughing until Bonnie hit him on top of the head. It's not like that you idiot, she said flustered. Whatever you're wearing the hat he has in his poster so he must mean something to you, but Ace don't make me an uncle just yet, Luffy said jokingly making Ace and Bonnie blush even more before they both hit him on the head. You're an idiot Luffy, Ace said, still blushing. Whatever in the future you'll see I'm right and you're both going to owe me an unlimited amount of meat, Luffy said sticking his tongue out at both of them. But how did you end up here Ace? This is not really an easy place to get to, Luffy said. We kind of got caught in a storm and ended up stranding up here, Ace said, rubbing the back of his head which made Luffy burst out laughing. Haha, you have barely been in the new world for 20 days and already stranded up on an island, he said laughing which made Ace irritated and was about to do something until he noticed Bonnie hit Luffy on top of the head again shutting him up. What was that for? It's just funny, Luffy said, rubbing the bump on his head but go response. Ace, I heard you fought a vice admiral, did you win? Luffy asked. Yeah, I fought some a-hole named Draw, he had some flamethrowers and almost burned the kids who were in the slums, Ace said, balling his fist remembering what had happened. Oh, Draw, that idiot. He's kind of Akainu's lapdog as the both of them are going on about absolute justice. There was a time where he came after Pops by himself, I had to beat him up and he went running away like a coward begging for his life. If I knew that was going to happen I should have just ended him, Luffy said looking down just thinking of what happened to those kids. But as long as they're okay that's all that matters, Luffy finished. Luffy, what's your bounty? Ace asked. Oh, it's 900 million right now. I'm still trying to get to 1 billion even though I beat up a lot of vice admirals and destroyed a marine base. I even beat a rival commander and they don't give it to me, Luffy said sulking. Ace now had his head down, his hope out the window of maybe having a higher bounty than Luffy, which made the crew sweat drop. I just noticed that you actually have some muscles and are not just ripped and you're taller, Ace said finally focusing on what Luffy looked like. Well yeah, I do a lot of training and I'm already 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters I think. I'm going to be taller than you, Luffy said laughing as Ace started sulking again at the idea of his little brother being taller than him. Well come with me Luffy, I have to introduce you to somebody, she's my little sister, Ace said making Luffy's head pop up. I guess that means I have 2 little sisters now, Luffy laughed making Ace even more confused. Shirahoshi is my other little sister. You should meet her soon but you would have to go back to Fishman Island, Luffy finished. Ace smiled at the knowledge of having another little sister. Well it's some distance away so we should get going, Ace finished walking away with his crew and Luffy following behind. 3. Ace just carry your girl and we can use Jeppo to get there, Luffy said walking through the bamboo forest up the hill. Both of them blushed but Ace just picked up Bonnie surprising her and used Jeppo to go up into the sky. Let's go before I leave you behind, Ace said, kicking again and taking off. Jeppo is not faster than me just flying, Luffy said laughing and soon took off catching up to Ace surprising him even more. That fruit is overpowered, Ace simply said. I'm pretty sure you could use your fruit to float in the air or something like that, Luffy said again chuckling. Wait, I read in the paper that you had a fruit called the Gura Gura no Mi and when I read about the fruit it said that it was a paramecia that let you cause vibrations and earthquakes, Bonnie said confused at how he was flying. Oh, it's because I ate another devil fruit after and that's the one that lets me fly and do more things, Luffy answered. That wasn't in the newspapers, she answered looking confused. When I fight the Marines or most people I never use those abilities because I don't want them to know about it. It's really hard though not to turn intangible as it's an instinct, but I can use it Wano, all I want is the island is cut off from the rest of the world so I'll be okay, he said as he kept flying happily. That's just FING unfair, Bonnie said but decided to tighten her grip on Ace to try and make him feel flustered and noticed it work as he had a blush on his face. A couple of minutes later the group of 3 arrived at the house where Tama lived. Tama, we're back, Ace said out loud and soon the door slid open and out came a little girl which brought both Bonnie and Ace into a hug which put a smile on both of their faces. Tama, this one of your other older brothers I was talking about, Ace said and pointed to Luffy who was just smiling at the little girl. Tama let go of both Ace and Bonnie and walked towards Luffy. Are you really my Aniki? She asked in a hopeful but hesitant voice. Shishishi, of course I am. Any of Ace's friends are my friends and any of his siblings are mine too, Luffy said smiling patting the top of Tama's head. He was surprised when the girl suddenly brought him into a hug. Luffy just brought her up and put her on top of his shoulder carrying her. You should all come inside, Hitetsu-sensei is here right now, she said. Then we go inside, Ace said motioning for Luffy to follow them inside which he did. So you two are back, spoke a man to the group as soon as the group walked in. And who is the new guest? He asked, looking at Luffy who had Tama on top of his shoulder. I'm Ace's brother and Tama's new older brother, he said smiling. The old man just smiled and motioned for them to sit down. Luffy was about to go sit down until he noticed the sword hung up on the wall which made him stop. Oi, Asen, whose sword is that? He asked, still fully focused on the sword. No one wields that sword as nobody can tame it, and everybody is scared of it because it's a cursed blade, Hitetsu said. Luffy just smiled looking at the blade feeling a strong aura coming from it. I can tell you are interested in the blade but even if you are brave enough I can't let you have it. The only rightful way to get the Kitetsu blades is by starting at the Sandai and after taming it making your way up to the Nidai, and then the Shodai even though the latter was stolen long ago, Hitetsu finished. Luffy frowned a little bit as he was interested in getting the sword but understood nonetheless as he was the owner of the blade and did not want to disgrace the man by just taking the sword. Then can I just test to see if I could tame it and would be worthy to use it? Luffy asked the man, who was shocked at what the young man had just said but just nodded. Hitetsu reached up and grabbed the sword as Luffy just put Tama down. Luffy grabbed the sword and unsheathed it. He could still feel the eerie aura emanating from the blade and smirked as he felt that it was a real beast. Luffy infused his haki in the blade and noticed that it made it different somehow and demanded blood for allowing you to use it. It really is bloodthirsty, he said out loud. I don't have any ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman or anything but I still have pride as a swordsman and still want to see how good I really am and fight the best of the best, and this is a valid test, he said to himself before throwing the blade up the air causing it to spin and sticking his arm out underneath it shocking everybody who was watching. Luffy closed his eyes to see what the result would be if he was a good enough swordsman to where he could tame its curse. The blade came down around it missing his arm and sticking into the ground all the way to its tsuba at its extreme sharpness. Luffy just smiled as the sword had decided that it was worthy and had a strong enough spirit to wield it. What the hell were you doing, you idiot? You ate a Logia so it wouldn't have hurt you if the sharp side had come down, so why did you infuse haki into it? You could have lost your arm, Ace yelled at Luffy. That's why I did it. If I didn't that would have been cheating the blade, Luffy said, picking up the blade and sheathing it and handing it to Hitetsu. You would be worthy to use the sword if only you had the sandai, Hitetsu said, grabbing the sword and putting it back up on the wall. Oh well, I'll just have to find another blade while I'm here. Wano is said to have very powerful samurais, so I would expect there would be high-graded swords here, Luffy said. Aniki, how long are you going to stay here? Tama asked, looking up at Luffy. Well, I had just come to pay my respects, but since my old sword shattered I want to get a new one, and since Ace is here I'll stay until he leaves as well, Luffy finished. Can you take me with you? Tama asked. I'm a pirate and you're still too young to be a pirate, Tama, Luffy answered, but to be honest to himself he didn't know what to do. He had passed by the village and noticed how the people were starving and suffering. He had even gave them most of the food he stored in his dimension, the other he wanted to give to his new little sister. He didn't want Tama to suffer and live like this, but at the same time being a pirate was dangerous and she was still a little girl. Luffy then noticed Tama pouting and turned her back to him, which was his weakness. I'll think about it, Tama, but I can't promise anything right now, Luffy said, which made Tama start jumping in happiness. Aniki, I have to teach you how to make a straw hat so you can repair yours in case you ever need to, Tama said, grabbing Luffy by the hand and dragging him out the house. And maybe you can help Ace since he keeps burning everything, Tama said, throwing a playful shot at her other brother. Of course, the one who was always hot-headed ate a fire fruit and can't control it, Luffy said, throwing his own little shot at Ace, which worked as Ace just had his head down but still had a smile on his face. Bonnie, drag your boyfriend out here so we can play with Tama, Luffy said, yet again making them both blush. I can't wait until you like a girl so I can make fun of you, Ace shot back at Luffy. So you do admit that you like her, Luffy answered back, wiggling his eyebrows, making Ace's entire face red at how Luffy had just played him. And we'll see if I ever like one, probably not, he said, smiling, walking out the house as Ace got up and walked out with Bonnie. 3. Aniki, where are you going? Tama asked. I have to go to Kuri. Izo said that Odin was the daimyo of that area of Wano and his castle is there, so I have to go and pay my respects, Luffy said. Don't worry, I'll be back soon enough and I'll steal and bring back food for the entire village and maybe I can get a new sword. You can play with Ace and the glutton while I'm away, Luffy finished and patted the top of her head but quickly was forced to dodge and fly into the sky as an irritated Bonnie almost touched him. I ain't getting turned into a baby, he said, sticking out his tongue and flying away, leaving behind an irritated Bonnie. Luffy flew for some time and was currently flying over the wasteland between the forest where Tama was at and Kuri. Kaido really ruined the land, Luffy thought to himself, furious at the pain he had brought to the people of Wano. He was about to go faster until he picked up multiple people with his observation, which made him stop and head in that direction. Stop running, you beach, spoke a man from the group chasing the woman through the wasteland. The group kept chasing until the woman ended up tripping and falling down on the ground. The woman had turquoise hair that reached her waist and blue eyes. She was wearing a pink furosode kimono with purple flower designs along the sleeves and the bottom. Kayashiro had reportedly killed you for disrespecting the shogun, Kamurasaki. I guess he lied. Maybe we should have fun before we take you back, said the man, licking his lips. Luffy was some distance away watching on at what was happening, ready to jump in if anything went wrong, as he did not like the way things were going, especially as the man implied he was going to do to her. He would never allow someone to take advantage of a woman. He was friends with all the women of Amazon Lily and letting something like that would be disrespectful to them, and he also had 2 little sisters. Luffy put his hands on the sword ready to go in and kill them if necessary. At first and foremost, he was still a pirate and killing was never out of the question, and he would not show mercy to anyone who hurt his family or threatened to RPE a woman. If only I had a sword or a weapon I could fight back, but I don't have anything, Kamurasaki thought to herself, gritting her teeth. I guess this might be as far as I go. Even after everything Denjiro and Kawamatsu did to protect me, I couldn't stay alive. But death is a better alternative than letting them find out about Kayashiro's real identity. If he did, whenever my older brother comes back in a couple of years and the rest of the scabbards return, he wouldn't be able to help them. She finished, thinking to herself, accepting herself that she would rather die here. But the really interesting thing that we heard was that your real name was Kazuki Hiyori, and that would make Kayashiro a traitor for harboring you, said a man, sending chills down her spine at how he knew that information. She was about to bite off her tongue so she could die, but as the man placed his hand on her shoulder, a cold aura suddenly settled in on them, making the hairs on their neck stand up. What the hell is dash? The other men couldn't even finish his sentence as he was stabbed in the heart, ending his life, shocking the people around him. Luffy pulled the sword out of the man before making a quake bubble at the end of it and swinging it towards the group, sending them flying back, crashing through the large rocks he was hiding behind, killing them, leaving only the man who was next to Hiyori was standing still in fear at what the hell had happened. Before he could even speak, he was slammed into the ground by Luffy. The man was trying to speak but Luffy threw him into the air making a quake bubble on his hand and hitting the man as he came down causing cracks to appear killing the man instantly and causing the ground to get destroyed and split down the middle forcing Kawamatsu to move back so she wouldn't fall into the crack which seemed to go down forever. Sorry, I guess I went overboard and almost got you hurt, but I just can't stand people who do that, Luffy said sheathing his sword and extending his hand to help the woman up. But is your name really Kazuki Hiyori? Luffy asked in a serious tone looking straight into her eyes. Hiyori was debating on what she should say. She knew fighting was out of the question as she had just seen what happened to the other group of people who were going to take her. Yes, my name is Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, she said, deciding that if she was going to die she would die saying her real name, the name her father and mother gave her, but she didn't expect to just hear laughter coming from the person who had saved her. That's a surprise, I didn't know one of Oden's kids was still alive, Luffy said smiling. But it seems like some people are after you so I can take care of you, he finished. Why would you take care of me? Hiyori asked, skeptical and confused on why a stranger would want to help her and what seemed to be a foreigner at that. Your father was like a brother to Oyaji and he was the commander of the second division of his crew. That makes you family, Luffy answered, shocking Hiyori as Denjiro had told her how her father had first left the land of Wano with a group of pirates. Would you happen to be part of the Whitebeard Pirates? She asked. Yup, Luffy answered happily and turned around to where she could see his back and pointed to his tattoo. I came to Wano to pay my respects to Oden and protecting one of his children would be doing that, Luffy finished, making Hiyori smile. Then I guess I am in your care. I didn't get your name. What is it? Sorry, she said embarrassingly at not knowing his name. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, Shishishi, but I'm on my way to Kuri right now, or I can take you to Amagasa village. You would be safe there, Luffy replied. I'm guessing you're going to go to my father's castle, so I will go with you, Hiyori answered. Alright, but I'm not walking there, Luffy answered, confusing Hiyori. I can carry you on my back so we can get there faster, Luffy then said, to which Hiyori simply compiled, and was shocked when Luffy started floating higher into the sky. Shishishi, I can fly so we should be there soon, he said, shocking her even more. 3. The two arrived at Oden's castle a couple of minutes later as Luffy was flying faster than before. The two arrived up on the mountain overlooking Kuri and Hiyori led Luffy to where the graves were as she had been there once before with Kawamatsu and Denjiro. Luffy silently walked up to the graves, putting 2 incense sticks in front of each grave and lighting them before kneeling down in front of Oden's grave and bowing his head showing his respect. He then used his darkness powers to access his dimension and brought out a glass case and a black flag which had Whitebeard's Jolly Roger on it. They didn't come, but they always cared about you and miss you, Oden, and if your daughter wants to come with me we will all protect her, he putting the flag inside the clear case to protect the flag from the elements and then putting it in front of the grave. I can't do it right now, but I promise that one day I will free your land so people can eat as much as they want and live happily and not live under a tyranny, Luffy finished talking. Hiyori watched on with tears in her eyes. She was glad that people still cared about her father and mother, and could feel that Luffy deeply respected them and genuinely meant that he one day would free Wano. Thank you, Luffy-san, this really means a lot, Hiyori said out loud, which made Luffy simply smile. Luffy got up and walked back. I'll let you spend time with them. I have to go steal some food for the people of the village, but we can stay for the rest of the day if you want, Luffy said as he walked away and then took off down the mountain towards the town to steal food as Hiyori went forward and kneeled down in front of her parents' grave. A couple of hours later Luffy arrived back at the top of the mountain where Hiyori was. Well, I couldn't find a good enough sword, but I found a lot of food for the village, Luffy said with a smile. I didn't know you were looking for another sword, Hiyori said as she looked at Luffy. Luffy then noticed she started deeply thinking as she had a serious expression on her face, so he stayed quiet. I have a sword you can have. It was originally supposed to be inherited by me, but it will be put to better use if you wield it and I think my father would not mind, Hiyori said. You do? Luffy asked. Yes, it is a high-graded sword as well. It is part of the 21 Owazamono grade swords, Hiyori followed, surprising Luffy. But it is with a man named Hitetsu, she finished. Hitetsu is Amagashua village, Luffy said excitedly at getting a new sword. Then we should go. My parents would not have wanted me to spend too much time here, Hiyori said, to which Luffy just nodded and carried Hiyori on her back and flew into the sky. 3. Tama, I'm back, Luffy said out loud as soon as he landed back in front of the house where Tama lived. Aniki. Tama came out running out of the house and hugged Luffy's leg. Here Tama, it's some candy I got, Luffy said, pulling out some candy and handing it to her. Did you bring candy for the other kids? I don't want to eat it all. If there's not any more I have to share with them, Tama said, making Luffy smile. Don't worry, there's a lot more you can eat, Luffy said, which caused Tama to smile as she ate the candy. Hiyori-sama, what are you doing here? Hitetsu said, shocked as to why she was there. I was on the run from the capital as some things had happened and Luffy saved me from people who were chasing me, Hiyori answered. But Hitetsu, can you bring out my father's swords? She asked, to which Hitetsu simply nodded. Hitetsu brought out a box and opened it, revealing the aim no Habakiri and Enma. Why did you want me to bring out your father's swords, Hiyori-sama? Hitetsu asked, curious. I am going to give Luffy-san, Enma, Hiyori answered, shocking both Hitetsu and Luffy. What, I can't take it, that's Odin's sword and you are his daughter, that is supposed to be yours, I can't take it. Luffy said, stepping back little as he thought it was disrespectful. Hiyori-sama, your father said he wanted you to inherit this sword, are you sure about just giving it to him? Hitetsu said. Shock was visibly evident in his voice, which just confused both Ace and Bonnie as they just thought it was a sword. Yes, I am sure, Hiyori spoke as she walked forward and picked up Enma with both hands and walked over to Luffy. Luffy-san, I'm giving you this sword because I saw how deeply you respected my father, but I want you to promise me that one day you will free Wano, Hiyori said, looking straight into Luffy's eyes. Luffy was hesitant to agree, not because of the promise he would do that no matter what it took when he was strong enough, but hesitant at taking the sword because of its significance. He closed his eyes and calmed his nerves. I promise, Hiyori, Luffy spoke and grabbed the sword with both hands. I promise, I will get stronger and free Wano no matter what. 3. Omake. Training is exhausting, Sabo said as he walked down the hallways of the revolutionary headquarters. He kept walking towards the library as he wanted to go read. Ever since he got here, the library was the place he spent the most time when he was not training under Dragon. Sabo opened the door and noticed that Koala was also reading a book sitting down at the table. What brings you here, Sabo? She asked as she looked up and put both her hands under her chin, smiling at the blonde. You know I always come here to read, dummy, he responded as he grabbed a book from the shelf and sat down. Or maybe you just like spending time with me, she said, giggling, making Sabo just raise the book to cover his face so she wouldn't see his blush. Koala just smiled before getting up to get a new book as she had already finished the she currently had. Koala saw a book on the higher shelf she was interested in reading but couldn't get it even when she was on her tippy toes as it was on a high shelf. Sabo just chuckled at the scene before he got up and picked Koala up so she could reach the book, but startled her. Sabo-kun, what are you doing? She said as she had a scarlet-red blush on her cheeks as Sabo was holding her up. Sabo just looked up at her for some time until he realized what he had done and suddenly put her back on the ground. I was just trying to help you get the book, he said, bringing down his hat to try and cover his blush. You could have just reached for the book, Koala said, holding her skirt looking down at the floor, but I don't mind, you were just trying to help, she said in a low voice which Sabo was barely able to hear. So you're finally making your move, Sabo? Came a voice grabbing their attention. D-Dragon-san, what do you mean? Sabo stuttered out. Nothing, just surprised you finally made your move after all this time. I was wondering who between you two was going to make the first move. When you finally make her your girlfriend, you should tell Luffy. He is going to want to know when he has a new member to the family. You know how serious he is about friends and family, he said, smiling before stepping back out of the room. Well, don't let me interrupt you more than I already have, but if you're going to do anything, do it somewhere private, he finished with a smirk on his face as he closed the door and walked away, leaving a flushing Sabo and Koala behind. Art does not belong to me. Chapter 11, Wano Kuni. Point 2. Luffy held the sword in his hands. The sheath was purple with gold and was embellished with simple, golden, 5-petaled flower motifs on each side. The tsuba is a trefoil shape and each lobe is holed in the middle and thickly ridged. The tsuka is lacquered solid purple, rather than cloth-wrapped, as is the saya, and also has a golden kashira and kojiri. It also had 3 pieces of cord, one directly above the kashira, without hanging end, another on the saya a short bit below its mouth with 2 hanging, tufted ends, serving as the seijo, and yet another cord further below on the saya, again no hanging end. Further, a little bandaging is present on the tsuka. Luffy unsheathed the blade and noticed it had the same irregular flame-shaped hamon as the Kitetsu blade and black no hai, but quickly sheathed it felt an ominous aura emanating from the blade tugging at his haki, and this was not the place to battle with the sword as people were around. If you don't know what it looks like, use Google. How is it, Luffy-san? Asked Hiyori as she noticed Luffy quickly sheathed the blade. Good, but I would like to go off somewhere to use the sword, Luffy said. There is a cliff overlooking the ocean, we can go there, Hitetsu answered, closing the box and holding it safely before leading the entire group to the cliff. 3. Ace, hold this for me, Luffy said, handing Sulu over to him. Luffy walked forward away from everybody, and when he was a good distance unsheathed the blade. He held the blade when he felt the same aura from before. He held it in his right hand and suddenly felt the blade start absorbing his haki. TCH, I knew it was going to do something but I didn't expect it to be this strong, Luffy said, gritting his teeth, battling to keep his haki. He suddenly had a purple aura around him as his battle continued, and he brought the sword in down diagonal slash, sending out an attack, accidentally cutting the entire cliff off, surprising him even more. He brought up the sword and noticed it was absorbing even more haki to the point where his arm looked dried out. I respect you as a sword, but a good blade listens to its wielder, Luffy said, now using Ryuo and overpowering Enma for the time being and sheathing it. What the hell was that? Ace and Bonnie screamed out at what they saw. Hiyori and Tama had her mouth wide open at what they saw, shocked at the power of the sword and Luffy, while Hitetsu looked on stoically but genuinely surprised the young man was able to tame Enma. Shishishi, that was actually tough. I didn't expect it to do all of that, Luffy said jokingly while walking back towards the group. Aniki, you're strong, Tama said, happily running and jumping onto Luffy, forcing him to catch her, to which Luffy just giggled. So are you going to keep the blade? Hitetsu asked. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. It's an amazing blade and it goes well with Sulu. I'm going to make them both go down in history as one of the greatest swords in history, Luffy said, smiling and grabbing Sulu from Ace. Something tells me you were holding back when we fought, Ace said, looking at Luffy. Sure, why would I do that, Ace, he said, laughing, which caused Ace to sigh as he was still weaker than his little brother. Both of them hadn't gone all out, but he could tell he wouldn't win. Hiyori-sama, since Luffy is going to take Enma, I have to suggest you take aim no Habakiri now, Hitetsu said, looking at Hiyori, shocking her, but before she could talk he spoke up once again. I am sure your brother and father would not mind you using the sword until your brother returns, then he can decide if he wants you to keep it so he can make his own legacy or use it himself and continue his father's legacy. He finished, making Hiyori look down and start thinking. Something tells me you are already very skilled, Hiyori, and I could also train you while I train with Enma. Sulu and aim no Habakiri are very similar, and if you decide to come with me to Oyaji's ship, there is another person you can train with. Oyaji and the rest of the crew would protect you without a doubt. From what they told me, they took care of you when you were a baby as well, Luffy finished, looking at Hiyori. Hiyori kept looking at the ground, not sure of what to say. Denjiro did train me how to use a sword, so I am decently skilled, not as good as you since you had more time, but can still hold my own. So I will hold you to your word of training me, and for going with you I have to tell Denjiro so he does not worry about me. But Luffy-san, could you do something for me? Hiyori finished. Yeah, sure, what is it? There is a person who took care of me before Denjiro. He was another of my father's retainers. His name is Kawamatsu, but he got captured some time ago and got sent to Udon. I would like you to break him out, Hiyori finished. Yeah, no problem, I'll get him out, Luffy finished. Ace, you want to beat up some worthless prison guard pirates or whatever they are? Luffy asked. Sure, I wouldn't mind at all, Ace said with a smirk on his face. Then we go in a week. I want to train with Enma a little bit before and train Hiyori and find a way to talk to Denjiro. This is going to be a lot of work, Luffy said, sighing. 3. Alright, so the plan is I'm going to absorb you into my dimension and I'm going to sneak in. Tezuka is in there so you can talk with him, Luffy said, on top of a roof in the flower capital. Of course it would be easy for you, you're literally made of darkness, you can turn into your element and just hide with nobody noticing, Hiyori answered, hitting him on the head. Stop hitting me, Yori, I'm going to get brain damage with how much you, Ace, and Bonnie hit me, Luffy answered, rubbing his head. Luffy then spread his darkness, absorbing Hiyori. Alright, let's get this over with, Luffy finished and ran forward into the building, sneaking past people. He spread his observation and immediately felt the strongest aura there and started making his way there. It's not smart to sneak into the compound of Yakuza boss, a blue-haired man spoke, turning around and looking at the corner of the room. Wouldn't expect anything else from you, spoke Luffy from the corner, his darkness forming his body. Denjiro unsheathed one of his swords and got in a stance. I'm not here to fight, Denjiro, Luffy finished, shocking the man at how he knew that name. How do you know that is my name? The man said in a dangerous voice at the possibility of his identity being leaked. Hiyori told me she said she wanted to talk to you, so I brought her, Luffy answered before raising his hand, spreading darkness, bringing out Hiyori, shocking Denjiro once again. Hiyori-sama, are you alright? Denjiro asked in a relieved but concerned voice, falling down on both knees, glad that his master's daughter was alive. Hello, Denjiro. I am fine, Luffy-san saved me when I was being chased by through the wastelands. Although the reason I came here was that I needed to talk to you, Hiyori finished as she sat down, followed by Denjiro and Luffy. Hiyori-sama, why do you have aim no Habakiri? Asked Denjiro as she noticed the sword on her waist and knew that she was passed down Enma and her brother was passed down aim no Habakiri. Hitetsu told me that I should wield aim no Habakiri for the time being until my older brother comes back since I gifted Enma away, she said, shocking Denjiro. Hiyori-sama, why did you give away Enma? That was one of Oden-sama's swords. Who did you give it to? Denjiro spoke in a worried voice, kind of freaking out but keeping his voice low as he did not want to alert anyone in the building. I gave it to Luffy-san. Hiyori followed and pointed to Luffy as he put his arm up and opened a little portal to his dimension and pulled Enma out. But the thing that I came to talk to you about is to let you know that I will be leaving Wano soon and going with him, and will also free Kawamatsu from Udon. Denjiro was shocked at what he heard, but most of all he was worried for her safety as he did not know Luffy. Hiyori-sama, are you sure he can be trusted, and where would you even go? Would you even be safe? I can promise her safety. She would be under the protection of the entirety of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luffy said, shocking Denjiro once again as he heard the name of the pirate crew, as that was the crew that Oden had left Wano with. And how can you do that? Luffy put the straw hat on his head instead of it hanging it around his neck and being on his back. He turned around showing his tattoo. I'm the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the same division Oden was. Oyaji considered Oden his brother, and the crew also took care of Hiyori and Momonosuke when she was a baby, so I have no doubt when I say that they will take care of her. Also Aizo would be there as well, Luffy finished. I see, so she would be safe. Wano is not safe anymore for her, and if she can leave and be free, that is the best that can happen, Denjiro finished. Yes, but Yori told me that in a couple of years the rest of the scabbards will return as Toki sent them into the future with her devil fruit, and then you will all engage Kaido in a fight for Wano. I will come back and fight with you all and try to convince Oyaji to come fight as well so this land can be free. I promised Yori when she gave me Enma that I would free Wano, and I will do it no matter what it takes, Luffy said, making Denjiro smile. Then she will be in your care. But what was this about freeing Kawamatsu? Luffy said he will go to Udon and free him tomorrow, so we also wanted to ask you if you had a map or information of the prison, Hiyori asked. I have a layout of the prison, Denjiro said, getting up and going to retrieve the scroll. The group then discussed the layout and what would be the best plan, even though Luffy had already made up his mind on showing up, destroying everything and freeing the good people, and did not care about hiding for the most part, as from he had seen Kaido and his commanders had recently left on an expedition days ago. After the plan was discussed, the group talked, as this was probably the last time Hiyori and Denjiro were going to be able to talk for some years. Take care, Hiyori-sama, and when the time comes, me and the rest of the scabbards will free Wano, but be sure to enjoy the freedom that your father had, Denjiro said as she hugged Hiyori. Thank you for everything, Denjiro, Hiyori said with tears in her eyes. She soon stepped back and next to Luffy as he absorbed her into his dimension. Be sure to take care of her, Denjiro said, looking at Luffy, having found respect for the boy. I won't let anything bad happen to her, Luffy answered as he walked forward into a shadow, disappearing. 3. You ready, Ace? Luffy said, looking at Ace as they were currently on top of the prison walls. Yeah, let's just go beat up some idiots, Hatarubi, Ace said as he extended both of his arms out, creating many greenish-yellow fireballs down into the prison next to the guards, which getting everybody's attention. Hidaruma, Ace finished as the fireballs all burst into flames, hurting a good majority of the guards. Oi, Ace, you never wait up for me, Luffy said, raising his hands, making tendrils of darkness that went forward and wrapped around the guards, slamming them into the wall and floor, knocking them unconscious. Let's just get this over with, Luffy thought to himself as his darkness started spreading over most of the yard, freaking the people out. Yami no Kage no Setsudan, he spoke as the darkness wrapped around the shadows of the guards, constricting some and impaling it, hurting the guard's physical body, while Ace took out the rest of the guards easily, as none in this part of the prison had armament haki and could damage him. Luffy, let's split up and take care of different areas of the prison so we can do this fast, Ace said, to which Luffy nodded in agreement. Ace took off running, going to take care of the other part of the prison. I've been wanting to try this, Luffy said as he looked down at all the prison guards in the other part of the prison. Oi, Tezuka, how much would it take out of me if I used it? Good majority of your stamina, since you haven't mastered traveling through shadows, Tezuka answered from Luffy's head. Luffy just nodded before opening his portals and pulling out his swords. He unsheathed them and suddenly went into a shadow, disappearing, then appearing behind of the guards, cutting them, shocking the others at what the hell happened. He continued to travel through shadows, cutting all the guards before they had a chance to counter. That was exhausting. I really need to master it, Luffy finished, panting before moving on to take care of more of the guards and vice wardens who had recently come out as they saw what was going on. Some time later, Ace and Luffy had finally taken care of all guards, vice wardens, and the warden, and were now taking the shackles off all the prisoners. Luffy walked up to a large dark cell where he felt a powerful presence from. So you're a fishman, Kawamatsu. Hiyori and Denjiro never told me that, Luffy said, looking inside the cell before cutting it open. How do you know those names? Spoke Kawamatsu, looking straight at Luffy with narrowed eyes. Well, I'm here doing Hiyori a favor, which is freeing you, he said as he walked up and unshackled him. Is she okay? Hiyori's fine, she's in Amagasa village, Luffy said before they both walked out the cell. As they got outside and Luffy walked towards Ace, a certain voice got their attention. "How do you have that sword, young man?" spoke a blue-haired short old man looking at Luffy but more specifically at the purple sword he had in his possession. Kawamatsu looked at the sword and his eyes quickly widened as he recognized it was the sword of his master. "How do you have Oden-sama's sword?" "It does not belong to you," he said in an irritated voice. "She gave it to me as a gift as I needed a new sword and I made a promise to her," Luffy said. Kawamatsu kept looking at the old man for some time as he looked similar but could not quite put his finger on it until he paid more attention to the tattoos. "Old man, are you the former Yakuza boss Hyogoro?" asked Kawamatsu, surprising that anybody even remembered his name since it was so long ago and looked nothing like he did in his prime. "Yes, that would be me," spoke the short man. "Well, before you all start catching up, could you all leave the prison as I have to destroy it, and it would be bad if you were all inside," Luffy said, rubbing the back of his head as the former prisoners all started walking out, crying tears of joy at finally being free. Luffy stood in the still in a courtyard of the prison before making a fist and bringing his hands into his chest before punching off to the sides, causing cracks in the air to appear, soon breaking the prison walls, destroying everything. The prison was now just piles of rubble. "Baraku Horu," Luffy said, putting his hand on the ground and spreading darkness, taking in all of the rubble. "I don't know when it might be useful in a fight, so might as well take it all," Luffy thought to himself as observed all the rubble into his dimension. 3. Luffy was currently off in the bamboo forest training with Enma while Hiyori caught up with Kawamatsu and Hyogoro talked to Hitetsu as the group had barely returned some time ago. "Oi, Luffy, can I talk to you about something?" said Ace as he came walking through the forest to where Luffy was. "Yeah, what is it, Ace?" "I want to go fight Kaido," Ace answered, making Luffy's eyes widen at why the hell his brother wanted to do that. He knew Ace was stronger than most rookie pirates. He was a supernova after all, and that was incredibly rare, but he was talking about fighting an Emperor of the Sea, and that is a big difference. From what Luffy had seen so far, Ace relied too much on his devil fruit. It was good that the Mera Mera no Mi considered him worthy and talked to him at how he could master its power, but he was going to need more than a devil fruit to beat stronger pirates. "That's a horrible idea, Ace. I'm not saying you're weak, but Kaido is on a different level from both of us. If we fought him we would both die. You wouldn't even be able to damage him. The only way to damage him would be with advanced Haki, which you don't have, which is understandable since you have nobody to teach you, but you have a long way to go. This is not Paradise or the East Blue, Ace, this is the New World, and I know you barely got here, but I've lived here most of my life and here Haki is the most important thing. If you thought that draws Haki was an issue, you would get knocked out by one hit from Kaido," Luffy said, looking Ace in the eyes. "I don't care. You saw how the prison and how those people suffered, how they were slaves being forced to work and the towns of people starving, the children, Luffy. Tama is here suffering, and starving children should not go through this, nobody should." Ace yelled at Luffy, frustrated. "I know, that's why I'm taking Tama with me. She's my little sister, so I can't see her suffer like she does. I wish I could take the people out of here, but I can't. I want to fight Kaido too, but the truth is it would be for nothing. I'm too weak and would die for nothing. Ace, you know I care about family more than anything and would do anything for them. Tama just recently became my little sister, but it still makes me mad to see her suffer and starve. At the end of the day, you can be mad all you want, but the weak can't do anything in the world of pirates. They can't even choose how they die. There's going to be a time when Wano is free, but the time is not yet. You have to stop being hot-headed, Ace, and learn to pick your fights." Luffy answered back at Ace, trying to make him understand. "I'm just not a coward and don't run away from a fight, and I thought you weren't one either," Ace said as he walked away, leaving Luffy behind. "Running away from certain fights doesn't make you a coward, Ace," Luffy yelled out to Ace as we walked away. "I wonder if this is how Pops felt when I always said if you ran away from a fight made you a coward," Luffy sighed as he went back to training. 3. A couple of days later, Luffy was currently playing with Tama in front of the house while Hiyori was currently training with Kawamatsu as Ace was off to the side with Bonnie. Ever since they last talked, the two brothers had not talked much as Ace still looked mad, and Luffy decided to do what he did when they were still little by letting him be until it looked like he was over it. "I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid after what we did. I wouldn't be surprised if some of Kaido's subordinates contacted him on the prison being destroyed and he sent one of his commanders back here," Luffy sighed to himself before throwing Tama up in the air and catching her, but stopped as Hyogoro stepped outside and called for Luffy to come into the house. "What is it?" Luffy asked as he noticed it was kind of like a meeting as everybody happened to be inside and he hated meetings. "We got hand of some information that said that one of Kaido's all-stars is returning to Wano as they got the information that the prison was destroyed," Hyogoro spoke, to which Luffy just shrugged his shoulders as he was expecting it to happen, but caused Ace to have a little smirk on his face. "Well, that's what I was expecting to happen," Luffy spoke as he walked out of the room and went back to play with Tama. 3. Luffy, yelled Bonnie as she was running trying to find him. What? Luffy said in a groggy voice, rubbing his eyes as he had been sleeping and it was still relatively early. Ace is gone. He left behind a note saying that he was going to Kaido's castle to fight his commander, Bonnie said in a desperate worried voice, making Luffy quickly get up. What an idiot. I'll go, Luffy said, flying into the sky. Take me with you, Bonnie said, following him as she wanted to go help Hom. No, you stay here and stay hidden and take care of your crew. I'll take care of Ace, he finished, picking up speed and leaving Bonnie behind. You better not let anything happen to him, she thought to herself, still mad at being left behind. 3. With Ace. Ace had just got off his and walked into the castle on the island of Onigashima. Now I just need to find that commander and beat his butt, but looks like I'm going to have to take care of stupid subordinates, he said as he noticed the people in front of him. He rushed in to attack the group and had an easy time as they were all weak and couldn't even damage him due to his devil fruit. Ace kept moving through the castle with some injuries. As he had gone deeper into the castle he had fought stronger opponents, including some with Haki, but nothing he couldn't take care of. He then soon reached a giant room which seemed to be the center and connected the entire castle, and a torii in the middle with a golden dragon wrapped on top of it. Lord Yamato, you have to stop him until Queen Sama returns. He is destroying everything, spoke subordinates. It is not my responsibility to take care of this island. I just came here to see who was causing all of the destruction, spoke Yamato. She had long, white hair that is bound between orange rods into a ponytail at the back, which fades into aqua green and then blue the further down it goes, and ends in rectangular locks. Yamato also has large, orange eyes with prominent eyelashes, and wears gold hoop earrings on both ears and has red horns. Clothing-wise, Yamato wears a pair of red hakama pants and sandals, and, much like Odin, wears a large purple and white Neo Daisuke behind the back. Who are you? Yelled Ace as he saw the girl they were pushing. You go first, she answered back. I'm Ace, he said as he rushed into clash using his devil fruit, which was blocked as Yamato brought her Kanabo club forward to intercept and sent the fire off the side as she had imbued it in Haki. Stop destroying the island, you're just going to make father angry when he returns and the people might suffer even more, because of your actions, she spoke out. Then I'll stay here until he returns so I can take his head, Ace yelled out before going forward to clash again. Yamato infused more Haki into her Kanabo club and swung it forward, making Ace grit his teeth at the Haki as he was not as experienced. Ace leaped back but was caught off guard as Yamato immediately rushed right after and had no time to dodge. Raime hack, she called out after hitting him, sending Ace flying back. What the hell? Ace said as he got coughing up blood from his mouth. I don't want to kill you, so you should leave before Queen returns. He had barely left when you arrived, so he should be back soon, Yamato spoke, trying to get the pirate to leave. Why don't you leave? You act like you don't care about your father, but you're still here, and why do you care about what happens to another pirate? Ace asked curiously as he had noticed the way she referred to her father. It was in a voice of anger, the same as him when he thought of his own father. Because I don't want to be here, I want to go out to sea and be free, and go on an adventure like Odin and see everything he did, and because I just don't want you to die for no reason, you can't beat him. She finished, her voice going from being full of admiration and hope to one of anger and sadness as she looked on at the dragon statue and suddenly hit it, breaking it out of anger. Lord Yamato, your father is going to be furious, yelled out the subordinates as they watched, their faces pale at what was going to happen as they had seen how Kaido beat his daughter. Ace just smirked before infusing his fist in fire and going forward to destroy the dragon even more. Now Yamato, what would Kaido think when he returns? Mohahaha, said a man, grabbing everyone's attention. The man had very large and wore black and yellow overalls and had blue oval sunglasses hiding his eyes and the tattoo of the beast pirates on his right arm. Queen, Yamato hissed out. So you're Kaido's commander, Ace said, holding his ribs as he was still feeling the effects from Yamato's hit. Yes, brat, now I just have to take care of you since I'm guessing it was you who destroyed my prison, he spoke, walking forward. I'll fight you instead, Yamato spoke as her teeth suddenly turned sharp. Transform and I'll make those shackles explode, Queen shouted, not wanting to deal with her and her troublesome devil fruit and making Yamato stop her transformation. That pesky mythical Zoan of yours, he thought to himself. Heiken, Ace called out, sending a column of fire forward towards Queen, simply pulled out his club and infused Haki into clashing with the fire. Ace, you should get out of here, you wouldn't win, Yamato hissed out, trying to make him run away. I don't run away from fights, Ace hissed out as he jumped, prepared his next attack but stopped as Queen was kicked away, crashing through multiple walls. You should listen to advice people give you, Ace, came a voice behind all of the dust, the rubble getting his attention as he recognized the voice of his little brother, but was confused as he saw him as he looked completely different. What happened to you? He asked, confused as Luffy looked completely different. His hair was now completely black and had dark black eyes. He didn't even have the scar under his left eye. Well, I came here to fight a commander of an emperor. They can't really find who I am. It would start a war, so I changed what I looked like, Luffy said, now beside Ace. You didn't have to come save me. I could handle it myself, Ace answered back, still irritated. No, you couldn't. You could have given her a difficult time but would have still lost if she used whatever devil fruit she had, he finished, pointing at Yamato. How do you know I have a devil fruit? She asked, pointing at herself. Oh, I've been here for a while, and saw when your teeth suddenly turned sharp, so I'm guessing you have a Zoan, but I don't know about your horns, maybe because you're the daughter of Kaido. Humans are all different, he finished, which caused Yamato to look down. I do have a Zoan, but I'm not fully human, she said in a low voice, still looking down. Oh, so what are you? Luffy asked, curious. I'm half human and half Oni, she finished hesitantly. That's cool, Luffy said with stars in his eyes. Is that why you have horns? He asked, now appearing next to her, poking her horns. Sure, you're technically shorter than me, but your horns make you look taller, he finished, pouting. Yamato looked up, shocked as to why the somebody thought it was cool that she wasn't human. Everybody, even the weird people in the crew, called her horns weird and said that she was trash because she was not human, even though her father was not human at all. If I take the shackles off of you, will you join me? Luffy asked, still looking at her with stars in his eyes. Yamato just looked at Luffy and the grin on his face. You can't take them off without the key, so I can't go with you, she said. Yeah, I can, Luffy said as he coated his arms in haki and grabbed the shackles. Luffy closed his eyes and started letting his haki flow freely. A red aura surrounded his hands and it went into the shackled, which caused it to suddenly break, and Luffy quickly pulled them off and threw them far away into the group of subordinates, making a wall of darkness protecting himself, Ace, and Yamato from the explosion, which ended up taking out a lot of the subordinates. See, I told you I can do it. Now you're coming with me and you can't refuse, Luffy said, jumping happily and side-hugging Yamato. When I set out for my adventure, you're going with me for sure. Sure, he finished, laughing as some tears came to Yamato's eyes as she saw the explosion, making her a little sad, knowing now for sure that her father really didn't care what happened to her, as she would have died, and that she was now free and could go on her adventure. After everything her father had done to her, she still wanted to believe that he still loved her as his daughter, but he was really just living in a fantasy, lying to herself. Yamato, can you and Ace take care of the rest of the subordinates and I'll take care of Queen so we can get out of here? Luffy asked, looking at her and wiping the tears that she had in her eyes. You can't beat me, brat, Queen said as he walked out back through the hole in the wall. We'll take care of them, Yamato said, smiling and turning around towards the rest of the subordinates at the castle before she unleashed a blast of haki, knocking out a big group of them, which surprised Luffy. You have conquerors, Luffy said with stars in his eyes. I don't want to fight you anymore, from what I can tell you're boring, Luffy said before spreading his darkness liberation. He called out, releasing the remains he had absorbed from Udon prison, and sent it towards Queen, surprising him and trapping him under all the rubble. Take care of them and let's go. This is boring, he called out, laughing. Heiken, Ace called out, sending a column of fire forward. It's been some time, Yamato said, smiling as she started transforming. Luffy and Ace just looked intrigued at what was happening and were shocked when she transformed into a white tiger. Yamato just looked on in her transformed state, and then suddenly white lighting started shooting off from her body. She then opened her mouth and shot a lightning blast forward at the group, taking the rest out. The group was now outside at the docks. So how are taking her? My boat is only for one person, Ace finished as he was standing on his boat. I got it, Luffy said, jumping up and dropping his boat down on the water. Let's go, Yamato, he said. My name is Yamato, she responded with a tick mark on her forehead. It's not that hard, you hard-headed idiot, she said, hitting him on the head. Whatever, let's go, he said as he applied gravity and took off from Onigashima. 3. Luffy was currently relaxing as the boat was just moving forward toward their destination, while Yamato just kept moving from side to side and putting her hand in the water, excited as she was finally out of her prison and was no longer chained down to stay at Onigashima. Luffy then realized he still hadn't taken off his cloak to change his appearance, so he took it off before finally talking to Yamato again since they had taken off. Yamato, what's your dream? He asked as he looked forward, eyes on her. Yamato looked back at Luffy but was taken back as he looked different. Who the hell are you? She asked as she held her kanabo in a tight grip, ready for a fight. It's me, Luffy. When I first saw you, it was just that I had changed my appearance as I didn't want Queen to know who I was, as that could have been bad, but this is what I actually look like, Luffy answered, which calmed Yamato down. She just looked at him before getting closer and poking him in the head. You should have said something before, she said. I did, you're just an idiot and didn't listen, Luffy answered back. Who are you calling an idiot? We barely met and you got lost inside the castle like 10 times. You idiot, you're dumber than me. Yamato answered back as both now had tick marks on their foreheads, lighting clashing between them. You still haven't answered my question, dumbass, Luffy said, their foreheads still against each other. Yamato just smiled before finally pulling back. My dream is just to be free and go on a great adventure like Kazuki Oden, she answered, shocking Luffy as it sounded like she admired Oden and also making him smile at his dream. That's an amazing dream, and if you come with me we can go on the greatest adventure. I promise you that, but why do you want to go on an adventure like Oden? Luffy curiously asked. Because I saw a recording of how he died. He boiled for an hour and how he sacrificed his life to save them when it was supposed to be the other way around. He died like a real man, saving his friends. He also dreamed of going on an adventure, which he did, Yamato finished, proudly pulling out and holding a journal. What's that journal? Luffy asked, his eyebrow raised. It's Oden's journal. Everything about his adventure he wrote in here. Do you want to know what he wrote? She asked. Tell me and I'll drag you to the waterfall and throw you off, Luffy said in a deadpan voice. Why would I want to get spoilers of the upcoming adventure I'm going to go on in a couple of years? He finished, putting his hands behind his head and laying back down. As if you could, Yamato answered back in a teasing voice, sticking out her tongue. But when are you leaving Wano? 2 weeks, Luffy simply replied. How old even are you? Luffy asked curiously as he wanted to know more about the girl. I'm 17, she answered, to which Luffy's head just fell and had dark clouds over his head. You're older than me, Luffy said, to which Yamato just had a smirk on her face. The two continued to talk for the remainder of the trip as they made their way back to Amagasa village. 3. The group soon arrived at the beach and got off their respective boats and started walking toward Hitetsu's house as Luffy wanted to go see Tama and Hiyori. As soon as the group arrived they heard a yell which caused Ace to freeze and go pale. ACEUFBSTRD. Luffy stopped along with Yamato, with the former having a wide grin on his face. Ace slowly turned around but was met with a slap which brought him to the ground. When he opened his eyes again he was confused when his hat was covering his eyes. As he lifted it back up he noticed that his shorts fit him way too big and looked more like pants. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard laughter erupt all around him as he noticed Luffy leaning on Yamato, laughing his butt off along with the rest of his crew. Now you're not going to be able to run away and do some dumb shit like always, Bonnie said, picking Ace up and putting his hat on her head as she had turned him back to what seemed like 9 years old. Hold him right there, let me take a picture. Luffy laughed out and pulled out a Kamiko and took a picture of Bonnie, who was grinning holding Ace's hat on her head, and Ace, which was just frowning, looking irritated. 3. Luffy woke up groaning and rubbing his eyes. He noticed that everybody was sleeping around the bonfire as they had partied all throughout the night. Ace was hugging Bonnie with one arm as she was clinging on to him with his hat still on her head and her head on his chest. No wonder she changed him back to normal, she wanted to cuddle with him, he thought to himself with a smile on his face. He looked around and noticed that Yamato was not next to him and was missing, which made him curious and stood up to look for her. Where did that masked guy go? He took off in the middle of the party, he thought, but shrugged it off as he wanted to find Yamato. Yamato was currently laying down on the grass, all her focus on the stars in the sky while relaxing to the sound of the waves crashing against the cliff. It had been one of her desires to just gaze at the stars ever since she was a child, as she had for the most part always been in shackles and beat by her father. She was deep in thoughts until she heard footsteps getting close to her, which caused her to grab her kanabo. Calm down, idiot number 2, it's just me, she heard the person say, which calmed her down and brought a smile to her face as she recognized the voice. What are you doing here, idiot? She asked, still looking at the stars. I woke up and realized you weren't there when I looked to my side, he said with a smile, laying down to her. I thought you were going to knock out the entire night after how much you drank, and I don't like the smell of alcohol, but you wouldn't let me go, she said as she remembered the drinking competition that took place and that Luffy had actually won. We have a lot of parties back on the ship, so I got used to it, even though Marco always gets mad, which doesn't make sense. I'm a pirate in the eyes of the world government, a criminal, I even killed people, so why can't I drink in peace? Not like I'm an alcoholic. You should have told me and I would have let you go. I just wanted you to have fun. But why don't you like the smell of it? He finished. Yamato just laughed before going quiet again as she was deep in her thoughts. What's wrong, Yamio? Luffy asked in a more serious, concerned voice. Nothing. Don't lie to me. It's just that I'm scared of what's going to happen in the future when father finds out where I disappeared to and what he is going to do, she said. It's just going to be a fight. Since when have you been scared of that? Luffy asked, chuckling, confusing her. Didn't you say that you didn't want to start a war? And also that you and Ace would both die if you fought him, Yamato said with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, I don't want to start one, but wouldn't Kaido start one if he comes after you? Plus I don't care about dying. I'm not scared of Kaido. The only reason I don't fight him right now is because I made a promise that I would free Wano, which I would not be able to complete at the moment, as you need to take down the entirety of the Beast Pirates and Orochi for that. But I would fight anybody to protect my friends and the people I care about no matter what. I promised you that you would be free so you could go on an adventure, and I keep my promises. If I have to fight your old man, then it is what it is, Luffy finished in a nonchalant voice. But what would Whitebeard say when you bring me and he finds out I'm Kaido's daughter, a rival of his, plus I'm not even fully human? Sure, Oyaji doesn't care who your father is, he doesn't care about the blood in your veins or what the world thinks of you. Once you join his crew, he considers you family, and family is the most important thing to him. Plus, if he found out what Kaido has done to you, he wouldn't mind fighting Kaido. He might even go out of his way to fight him if he ever found out. Actually, Luffy finished laughing, wanting to reassure her. Yamato just smiled before sitting up and turning to Luffy. Do you care that I'm not fully human? She asked, staring at Luffy. Luffy frowned before sitting up and staring into her eyes and putting his straw hat on her head to where her horns would not damage it. Why would I care? You're my little half-oni, he finished with a smile, putting his forehead on hers, which caused her to smile. But you still didn't answer my other question. I don't like the smell of it because it reminds me of when my father drank so much and got furious. He would always come down into my cell and beat me to take his anger out, as he thought I was just another disappointment, she said in a low voice. Luffy just closed his eyes, furious as to what he had just heard. Both of his hands were balled up in fists to the point where he drew some blood. Well, he's never going to be able to do that again. Nobody is. I'll kill anybody who even tries, he finished, kissing her on the forehead. 3. Are you really leaving now? Asked Tama, holding on to Luffy's and Ace's leg with tears in her eyes. Oi, Tama, why are you crying? Luffy asked, concerned as to why she was crying. Because you're both leaving and I'm going to be lonely now. What do you mean? Aren't you coming with me? Luffy asked, his eyebrow raised, which caused Tama to have a bright smile on her face before she jumped as high as she could, hugging Luffy, forcing to catch her. You can't go with Ace since it's going to be too dangerous, but you can come with me as I have more brothers that can take care of you, Luffy said, putting her on her shoulder. You better take care of her, Luffy. Ace said while looking at his younger brother and sister. I will. I won't let anything happen to them. Luffy said, smiling. The people all started saying their goodbyes, and now the Spade Pirates were on their ship while Hoyori, Tama, and Yamato were on Luffy's boat while he was sitting on the edge, his feet dangling over. Oi, Bonnie, take care of my brother and don't let him be a dumbass, and don't give me a nephew, Luffy said, calling out to the ship that was next to him. It's not like that, you idiot, she answered back, irritated. Is that why you two always cuddle when you go to sleep? Luffy said, eyebrows raised as he noticed ever since the party they had, the two of them always cuddled. The two of them just blushed and put their heads down as they had been caught. What about you and Yamato? You two are always together? Ace said, trying to get the attention off him. You don't need to worry about that, he answered back with a smile on his face. The group finished saying their goodbyes and Luffy brought his boat back into his dimension as he was going to fly into calm waters before bringing them out, as he didn't want to bring them down the waterfall as it would be too rough. See you again, Ace, Luffy said as he flew off, leaving them behind. Image does not belong to me. Chapter 12, Developments and Stuff. Marco, when do you think Luffy's coming back? He's been gone for a while and I don't want to do any more of his paperwork. Thatch said while leaning on the railing looking at the deck. You barely even did any of the paperwork, you always handed out papers to all the division commanders you are. But he'll probably be back soon. Marco answered. Thatch was about to talk yet again, but was interrupted as the lookout in the crow's nest yelled. Luffy incoming. Marco and Thatch suddenly perked up and started looking out to sea, looking for their little brother, and soon their eyes landed on his boat. Guess the little devil is finally back. A couple of minutes later the boat pulled up next to the Moby Dick, and Luffy carried Tama on his back while Hiyori and Yamato jumped onto the railing, confusing the commanders and everybody who was waiting on the deck surrounding Pop's chair as to who they were. I'm back, Oyaji. Everything went good, just with some extra things, Luffy said, rubbing the back of his head. Since you brought 3 people back with you, I would guess so. But who are they, my son? Whitebeard asked, looking at his youngest son. They're 3 people I met in Wano. This is my little sister Tama, this is Hiyori, and Yamato, Luffy answered, and noticed Whitebeard's, the commanders and Whitey Bay go deep into thought when they heard one of the names. Hiyori is the daughter of Odin, Luffy said, making them all go wide-eyed. Now wonder that sword looked familiar, you are. Marco said, with a smile on his face, looking at Hiyori as he remembered their adventure with Odin. The commanders along with Whitey Bay all wiped some tears from their eyes as they remembered taking care of her and her crazy father. I found her running away from thugs who were trying to hurt her, and I thought that we could take care of her since Wano is not in good condition right now. Luffy finished and immediately noticed the air suddenly turned cold as Whitebeard, and the Commanders had a dark aura around them. Gururara, of course she is the daughter of my little brother, she is family and we protect ours. Whitebeard said with a smile, a small tear escaping his eye as he knew what happened to said brother at the hands of Kaido and remembering when she was little and the entire crew took care of her and her brother. So, what happened to the other brat? He asked curiously. I think we should talk about that some other time, Luffy said, giving Whitebeard a look that he understood. And who is the other guest? Whitebeard asked. She's the daughter of Kaido, Luffy said in a serious voice looking into his pop's eyes. The rest of the crew except the commanders flinched, and narrowed their eyes at the girl which caused her to look down, but the commanders all had an emotionless face knowing that their little brother wouldn't do something as risky as bring Kaido's daughter without a reason. And why did you bring her? You do know what could happen, don't you? Whitebeard said in a serious voice looking at his youngest son, curious but also concerned as to what the consequences could be as he didn't want to endanger his family. Yes, and if he comes, I'll fight him myself, Luffy responded. And you think you can beat him? Whitebeard asked, his eyebrow raised. No, but I won't let him take Yamato without doing anything. The BSTRD already destroyed Wano and is making thousands of people suffer, and I'm not going to let him take her back so he can lock her up in a cell and beat her whenever he wants. I promised her we would go on an adventure and that she is never going to go back, and I plan to keep those promised, Oyaji. Luffy finished, eyes still locked with Whitebeard. When the crew heard this, they were shocked at what Luffy had just said, as he always followed Oyaji's orders without question no matter what they were. He didn't say it in a disrespectful tone, as he would never disrespect Pops, but a tone of commitment and determination. And why do you care so much about her when it could start a war? You are not someone who would go out of their way to start conflict. Whitebeard asked, as he knew his youngest son would only start conflict himself if his loved ones were in danger or someone had ideals that he hated. Because, you don't need to worry about that. Luffy answered, stopping himself from saying his real reason, which made Whitebeard, his commanders along with Whitey Bay, have a smirk on their faces as they got an idea of why he cared so much about the girl. Thatch, did you catch that, Marco whispered to his brother, who had a smirk on his face. Of course, I did. I ain't a fool, Thatch answered, still smirking, patiently waiting for the opportunity to tease his little brother later. Later, he asked, to which Marco nodded as he already knew what he meant. Whitebeard was still looking directly at his youngest son before turning to the girl who was identified as Yamato. He knew the conflict it could lead to, as Kaido was one never to shy away from fights. He instead always dove into conflict, but he could not say no to his youngest and refused to keep her after Luffy said that Kaido beat her and kept her locked in a cell. He loved all of his sons and daughters and would never lock them in a cell and never take their freedom away, so he could never send back a child in his eyes, back to live that life, as she probably never experienced a real family, as Kaido only ever cared about power and conflict. Then welcome home my daughters, except Yamato. I suppose as that would just make things complicated with the brat, he said with a smile which caused Yamato and Luffy to suddenly look up, both of them blushing. But you are still family and everybody here will accept you, he finished with a smile on his face. Aniki, can I go play with Big Mustache Man? Tama asked, still on Luffy's back, causing him to smile. He's your pops now to Tama, Luffy said as he walked forward and put her on Whitebeard's hand, who brought her up and sat her on his knee overlooking the deck. Whitebeard looked at his youngest daughter with a smile on his face, as he always adored family no matter how recently they joined. She was his daughter nevertheless and would protect her. Hiyori just had a smile on her face before quickly being surrounded by the commanders, with Marco and Vista patting her head as they remembered when she was still a little baby. Get the booze and let's throw a celebration, Whitebeard's voice boomed through the deck, which caused the pirates to roar in excitement at throwing another party for their new family. If anybody even gets alcohol near Tama, I'm knocking them out, Luffy thought as he noticed his brothers all run like dogs to get the barrels of sake they had. 3. Luffy, stop drinking, you. Marco said, irritated, chasing after Luffy, who was running away from him with a bottle full of sake. Leave me alone, you stupid chicken. I just want to drink in peace, he said as he kept running away, jumping over the heads on his other brothers. Luffy kept running until he was pulled down by Thatch and was held in place. So little brother, are you going to tell us what's going on between you and the white-haired girl? Thatch asked with a smirk on his face. Nothing you need to worry about, Luffy answered. Come on, tell us, but where did she go anyway? She left the deck a couple minutes after we all started drinking. Thatch said, which caused Luffy's eyes to suddenly widen. Give me the bottle, brat, you've already drank like 2 barrels worth, Marco said, hitting him on the head and taking Luffy's sake away. Luffy didn't even fight back as he thought back to the night where they stayed and how Yamato didn't like the smell of booze as it brought back the memories of her father beating her. I'm an idiot. Luffy sighed as he leaned back and looked up at the sky. Do you know where she went? I saw her walking to the back of the ship. She's probably by herself, everyone is here partying, Marco said, wiggling his eyebrows at his younger brother, which he noticed. I think you have been hanging around Thatch too much. You two better not even think about reading that stupid orange pawn book in front of Tama. I'll drown you myself, you BSTRDS, Luffy said, his eyes twitching. What's this about some orange book? Came a voice which made both of them immediately freeze and go pale. As they turned around, they both saw their sister Whitebeard holding Tama in her arms. If I even see you reading that book, I will rip those books to shreds and make it to where your bloodline would end. With you, she said in a cold tone, sending shivers up their spine. Luffy just smirked before getting up. You can take Tama to sleep in my room when she's tired. She can sleep on the bed. I prefer the hammock either way. Luffy said, as it was already dark and getting pretty late and knew that Tama would soon be getting tired. Whitebeard just nodded before focusing on Tama and playing with her as Luffy walked away to the back of the ship. 3. Still looking at the stars? Luffy spoke as he noticed her laying down by herself, her eyes admiring the beauty of the night sky. I was until you interrupted me. Don't act like you don't love talking to me. Luffy said as he sat down next to her. Why did you come talk to me when you were having fun? She asked with genuine curiosity. Can I not come talk to you? He asked, to which she just shook her head. I just wanted to spend some time with you, he finished as he suddenly started tickling her, making her start laughing and squirming around, trying to get away from Luffy but couldn't as he kept her close to him. You're annoying, Yamato said through pants as she was catching her breath as Luffy had finally stopped tickling her. You might want to be nicer to the person's room you're going to be staying in. Luffy said with a smirk as he noticed Yamato immediately sit up, her face red. I don't want to hear your loud but snoring, Yamato huffed. And I don't want you clinging on to me to the point I can't breathe when you sleep. Luffy said before laying down, putting his head on her lap. Yamato just smiled as she started playing with his hair. Because I'm scared that if I don't cling on to you when I wake up, you're not going to be there anymore, and I'm going to be by myself again. Why do you think that? I'm not going to leave you, Yamato. Luffy standing up, and before she could start talking, Luffy suddenly started kissing her on her neck, making her stop talking. What are you doing? Yamato said, barely being able to talk as she held on to his head. Luffy didn't answer as he just kept kissing until he suddenly started skiing on her neck, making her bite her lip and fall back onto the deck. Luffy then stopped and noticed her face was red and was slightly panting. Shishishi, it looks good on you. I might have to give you more, he finished smirking. Yamato just smiled before he brought Luffy down and started skiing on his neck, giving him a hickey. You're not the only one who can do that, Yamato said, smirking against his neck. 3. Couple weeks later. I finally caught up to you. I've been looking for you ever since you disrespected the old man by burning his flag back on Fishman Island. Spoke Jinbei as he came out of the water. Captain, that's the Shichibukai Jinbei, spoke a crew member who was on edge. And what are you going to do about it? Ace asked as he stood up, fire starting to come from his body. I came here to take care of some cocky rookie pirates, Jinbei said before sending forward a lot of water shots forward, forcing Ace to raise a wall of fire to protect his crew. I'll deal with him. Don't interfere, Ace said before going forward to punch Jinbei but was blocked by Jinbei's Haki-infused arm. Ace used his speed to try and catch Jinbei off guard, but was having a difficult time as Jinbei had a lot more battle experience. Ace leapt back before sending forward a fire blast but was surprised as a wall of water sprouted from the ground protecting Jinbei. There's no way that's Fishman karate, Ace said, his eyes narrowed looking forward. I ate the Mizu no Mi. Since when is there a water devil fruit? And when I asked Luffy about you, he said you didn't have a devil fruit power. Ace said, confused as he never even knew a water devil fruit existed, and as to why Luffy would lie to him. It is one of the secrets of the world only certain people know about. And Luffy left before the prince said it was you, so it would make sense as to why you're alive, otherwise he would have taken care of you. He would kill anybody who disrespects Whitebeard's name. I barely ate the fruit recently, barely a couple weeks ago, and Luffy was away so he didn't know about it yet. Luffy wouldn't have killed me, he's my brother, Ace hissed out. Then I will do him a favor and take you to Whitebeard instead of killing you here, Jinbei said before he got in a stance before he engaged Ace once again. 3. A week later. Bonnie, calm down, you haven't slept since they started fighting, a crew member said worriedly as he looked at the pink-haired girl who was holding on to a cowboy hat on her head, looking forward as Ace and Jinbei, who were barely standing on their feet. The two of them suddenly collapsed, falling forward, their heads bouncing off the ground, which caused Bonnie to immediately run forward to help Ace. Bonnie turned him over before wiping the blood from her face. Ace, are you okay? Can you hear me? I'm fine, it's not like I died, he said as he coughed up some blood. There's a ship coming, spoke a crew member, getting everyone's attention. They couldn't make out what the ship looked like as there was a lot of steam that was caused from Ace's fire and Jinbei's water, but they could see that it was huge. A couple minutes later the ship was right off the island and saw the shadow of a giant man standing on the head of the ship with people on both sides of him. "So, you're the brat that wants to take my head?" came a deep voice from the man, sending chills up some of Ace's crew. "So that's Luffy's brother you are. Really bad timing that we sent him away to check up on Fishman Island, you are," spoke Marco, rubbing his head, seeing Jinbei and Ace's brother both the ground with some pretty bad injuries. "I'll take care of this." Marco picked Jinbei up and take him to the infirmary. "I'll take care of the brat, don't interfere," spoke Whitebeard as he jumped off the ship onto the island. "Run away. I'll hold him off," Ace spoke in an urgent voice. "We're not leaving," answered the crew simultaneously. "It's a captain's order. Leave now." The crew suddenly turned quiet, but before they could do anything Ace raised a wall of fire between, cutting them off from him and Whitebeard. "You think you can take me on, you spoiled brat?" Whitebeard spoke with amusement in voice as to what he would do. "No, I'm just letting them get away," he answered before going into attack but sent flying back. Ace was panting on the ground and tried to get up as Whitebeard was getting close to him, but was shocked when he saw Bonnie jump through the wall of fire and stand in front of him. "You're always a fing dumbass," she hissed out. "And what are you going to do?" Whitebeard asked, looking down on the girl, but brought up his Bicento and blocked Bonnie with the flat side so as to not cut her before sending her flying back. "Gururara, you're not going to catch me off guard, brat. My son told me of your devil fruit ability. My mustache is too great for me to lose it when you turn me into a brat. Then take my life, and let Ace go," she pleaded. "Don't be a fing idiot." Ace spoke before rushing forward, moving Bonnie out of the way, going to punch Whitebeard, but was hit down by his Bicento, knocking him out. "Gurara, persistent brat. Thatch, take him to the infirmary, and get ready to sail off." Whitebeard spoke before walking away. "What about the girl Oyaji?" Thatch asked. "Let her come." 3. "Where's Luffy?" Ace asked as he sat against the railing with Bonnie's head on his shoulder. "He's away. He went to go check on Fishman Island and Hancock called him if he could go visit, so he did. He should be back in 3 days though," Thatch answered. "Are you not going to eat? You haven't eaten much in the days you've been here, all you have been doing is trying to kill Pops." "Where is Yamato, Tama, and Hiyori?" Ace asked, ignoring Thatch's question. "They all went with him as well. Yamato and Luffy are always together. Every time we get off on an island they always go on dates or take Tama to play. They even treat Tama like she's their daughter. You should have seen them when some fool tried to kidnap her. Luffy almost sunk the entire island. We had to calm him down, and Yamato just electrocuted them all to death. And Hiyori is always with them too, taking care of Tama or just doing whatever. Those 4 are very close." Thatch finished with a smile on his face as he remembered the time his little brother had almost gone on a rampage. Sounds like something he would do. He's cheerful and calm most of the time, but when someone threatens his friends and family he's completely different. Ace said with a smile. "But I think I'll take you up on that offer of food." 3. "Ah, we're finally back," Luffy said as he jumped onto the ship. He was about to talk when he heard a person yelling, "I'm still going to take your head, Whitebeard." Luffy saw a person jump up with an axe behind Whitebeard, and quickly disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing between Whitebeard, and kicking the axe off to the side, and grabbing the person, slamming them onto the ground before pulling out his sword and putting it at the person's throat. Ace?" Luffy said, confused as he finally got a look of the person's face. "Why are you here? And why are doing something so stupid?" he asked, removing the sword from his throat, but still holding him down. "He fought Jinbei. They were both injured, so we brought him here. He's good. He's been doing this since he woke up on the ship, you are," Marco said, trying to make everything clear, which worked as Luffy let Ace go and helped him up. "Oh, sorry about that, Ace," Luffy said, laughing, rubbing the back of his head. "When the hell did you get another tattoo?" Ace asked as he noticed the tattoo on Luffy's left arm. "Oh, it's kind of like yours, just that it's YST. Standing for Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Tama. I already have a lot of things that represent people close to me, so I just got this. I also got a cool snake from Boa, but it's playing with Tama right now." Luffy finished. "You're letting her play with a snake? It's going to bite her, is it venomous?" Ace asked, panicking. "Yeah, it's white cobra, so it's only natural for it to be venomous. But don't worry, it doesn't bite, and you know Tama is good with animals. I really thought she had some sort of devil fruit with animals, but she actually doesn't. And the snake is calm around them, and only gets mad when he feels threatened. Other than that, he just wraps around people's neck and shoulders and sleeps," Luffy said, wanting to calm Ace down. "Where is she right now?" "Yamato took her to our room since she fell asleep on the way here, and Hiyori went to her room to change because she wanted me to train her later." So is your crew here? Luffy asked. Yeah, most of them came chasing after me, and ended up catching up there down below in the cabins right now except Deuce. They said that he just took the extra boat we had, and decided to leave on his own. Ace finished sounding sad at the last part as his first mate had essentially abandoned him. So, he abandoned the captain, huh? Just forget about him, Ace. It wouldn't be good thinking of a traitor. Luffy said, serious as he spent months caught up on Teach's betrayal. So, Fireboy, have you thought of the other offer? Your brother is already part of the crew and Oyaji already offered to take you in, asked Thatch as he walked up next to Luffy. Ace, you should definitely join. You're still going to be able to do a lot of things and go on all the adventures you want. And maybe I'll make you the vice commander for my division, and when I go on my little adventure for some time you can take care of things here. Don't push the brat to join if he doesn't want to. It's his choice at the end of the day. Whitebeard interjected as he noticed his sons urging the boy to join. 3. Couple days later. Welcome to crew, Sparky, said Thatch side hugging Ace before starting to drink from the sake bottle he had in his hand. You the glutton, you eat as much as Ace and Luffy, he said looking at Bonnie who was stuffing her mouth with pizza. How come you're drinking so slow, Luffy? You usually drink a lot, Ace asked as he noticed his little brother was just eating. I don't drink as much anymore. Yamato doesn't really like the smell and she has a sensitive nose because of her devil fruit, so I just drink a little bit. That's why she just congratulated you before going back to our room, Luffy said smiling. Aniki. Can I stay with Ace tonight? Asked Tama as she wanted to spend time with Ace and Bonnie. Yeah, as long as they're okay with it. Luffy said, patting the top of her head before she took off running and jumping on Ace. I want to go check on Yamato, so she headed down as soon as it turned dark, and it's been a couple hours since then, so I'll be off, Luffy said leaving the deck. 3. Luffy soon arrived at the door and opened it. Yamato, are you dash? Come cuddle with me, she said, interrupting him. You don't even let me finish my question, Luffy said as he sighed as he walked forward to the bed. I don't care, answered Yamato before grabbing his hand and pulling him onto the bed. Where's Quetzalcoatl? Asked Luffy as he had left the snake with Yamato. He's asleep inside the cabinet. Good, because if I let something happen to it Tezuka would have killed me himself. Luffy said, chuckling, remembering how Tezuka immediately gave him the name to Snake as soon as Boa gave it to him. You better keep it in mind, brat, Tezuka said in his head. But Luffy, we need to talk, come to your mindscape so we can get this over with fast, he finished in a more serious voice. Luffy put arm around Yamato's waist to bring her in so she would be comfortable before closing his eyes and going into his mindscape. What is it, Tezuka? Are you sure it's wise to fall in love without knowing if you are going to survive the final battle? Asked Tezuka, looking forward at Luffy. I know you're hesitant to fall in love with her even more than you already have. That's why you've never told her you loved her, because you're scared that when the time comes, you're going to leave her. But you are still being selfish because being with her makes you happy even though it might hurt her. Is it wrong for me to be selfish? I want to have a happy life and she makes me feel like that. Is it wrong for me to want a person that I can be with, laugh with, and always have by my side? I didn't ask to fall in love with her. I know it sounds cliché, but when I saw her, I immediately had feelings for her and I wanted to protect her to make her smile and happy. I promised you that I was going to fight the person who has the Teo no Mi, and I will, but I also want to have a happy life in case I die, Luffy answered in a cold but unsure voice. If you really loved her, wouldn't you want her to be happy, and not suffer in case you do die? How do you think she would feel if you died and she lost the person that she loved above all? Well, I'm not a perfect being, Tezuka. I'm selfish. Everyone is selfish about something, and I'm selfish about Yamato. I love her too much. I don't want to hurt her in the future, but I still want to be with her. Luffy finished, his voice quavering. Then how about you actually tell her what's going to happen if you're going to be selfish? I guess you are just that type of person, Luffy. You would do anything to protect her, but you want to be happy together even if it might affect her in the future. You are going to have to stop with the selfish love and move on to something more, but I don't blame you. It's normal human nature and no human is ever going to be perfect. Flaws will always be present no matter how hard one tries to hide them. Tezuka finished. Then I'll tell her right now, Luffy finished, leaving his mindscape. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yamato was on top of him. You know you can talk to me if something is bothering you, she said as she looked into his eyes. Who says anything is wrong? Because I noticed you went into your mindscape to probably talk with Tezuka, and you shed some tears, she said before she raised her hand to his face and wiped the tears away. You actually noticed? Luffy asked, his eyebrow raised. I'm always paying attention to you. You're an idiot, so I have to keep an eye on you, she answered with a smile before leaning down to kiss him. Like you're not an idiot. But we have to talk, Luffy finished the last in part in a more serious voice. Yamato noticed the serious look on his eye, so nodded before but stayed on top of him regardless. Luffy just sighed before explaining what he promised Tezuka, and how he might die in the future, but being selfish because he loves her. Lemon warning. You really are selfish, Luffy, but you aren't the only one. Yamato said as she leaned down, planting a kiss on his lips, but was surprised when Luffy pulled her closer to him, and moved his tongue into her mouth. It wasn't the first time they had kissed like this, but this time it felt more possessive. This time he was ravaging her mouth like never before. The kiss is messy, the way they both like it. There is just tongue, hard pants, and them together enjoying each other's presence, which makes him happy. Both of Luffy's hands grasped her rear before picking her up, to put her back on the bed to where he could be on top. She wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him closer to her, the bulge in his shorts rubbing against her now wet entrance, which let Luffy feel her soft lips through the thin fabric of her sleepwear. She then started scratching down his arms and stomach, leaving red marks as if claiming what is hers, while also making sure he feels pleasure and not pain. A couple seconds later, he pulled away from the kiss, both panting, a string of saliva connecting their mouths. He propped himself as he wanted to get a better view of Yamato, which immediately caught his breath as he saw her panting, face flushed, and her messy hair on the bed, in his eyes making her look like a queen. The way the moonlight illuminated her skin caused a happy smile to appear on his face as it reminded him of when he fell in love with her back in Wano when they were together looking up at the stars. You can't just do that, Luffy. Tama could walk in here whenever, Yamato said, panting with half-lidded eyes looking at her lover, holding one of his hands to her cheek, not wanting to let him go. She was always scared of losing Luffy, which is why she always clinged on to him, his arm when they were walking, or just hopping on his back when felt like it, or when they both slept, because to her he always radiated a loving warmness that always made her happy. And now, after what Luffy had told her, she was even more scared to lose him. He was the one that saved her from her prison, the first person who unconditionally loved her, and she was afraid to lose him. I don't want to hear anything from the one that wrapped her legs around my waist to bring me closer to her, and scratched my arms, chest, and abdomen, leaving red marks. Also, Tama is sleeping with Ace and Bonnie today, so we have the room to ourselves for once. Luffy jokingly responded, which caused Yamato to smile and giggle. Then don't keep me waiting, my king. She answered as she wrapped her arms around his neck and brought him to another kiss, biting his lower lip, making him groan from the pleasure, but in response he once again took control when he ripped her shirt open and started caressing her soft breast, which caused her to into his mouth, letting him take control once again. He continued to play with her breast, which he couldn't even hold completely in his hands as they were too big. Luffy then pulled away, and started going down, wanting to taste more of her, liking a path down her neck to her collarbone, nibbling on her skin until he got to her breast and took her hard pink NPL into his mouth while caressing her other breast with his hand, causing her to release a a sound which Luffy wanted to hear over and over again. A sound that he was only allowed to hear as he was the only one who could see her like this and do these kinds of things to her. She was his and he was hers, there was no other way it could be. Luffy was already certain that there was no other person that he could love in a romantic way other than her. Luffy then remembered what he read in Marco's Orange Book about an important part in pleasuring a woman, something called a CLTRS, and needing to give it pressure. So Luffy, determined, slid his hand under her shorts, and stopped when she let out a low and felt her grip suddenly get tighter, and pull him more into her chest. He once again added pressure, making her and squirm under him. He kept adding more pressure, as he then let go of one of her nipples before taking the other one into his mouth, intently skiing on it, and biting on it, earning more of her and she dug her nails into his shoulders. She was wet and he was curious, he wanted to know how it would feel, so he decided and pulled her shorts off. He then proceeded to insert his index finger into her most sacred place, making her put her knuckle in her mouth to hold her as she knew she would end up being too loud, which could lead to them getting interrupted. Luffy twisted his finger to feel more of her, causing her to squirm under him, which captivated Luffy, the way she shook when he added another finger, her shallow breath, the attempts to keep her from coming out which were unsuccessful. Luffy kept pleasuring her with two fingers while at the same time still skiing on her breast, as a smile came as he felt Yamato's nails dig into his shoulders once again, and how her head was leaned back with her eyes half lid, and hair sticking to her sweaty face and forehead, and how she moved against his fingers. Luffy then brought his thumb up to pleasure her CLT while still moving her fingers into her, bringing him even more pleasure, her hips moving against his frantic pace, as Luffy kept speeding up as she was soaking wet now, so much that Luffy wants to eat her, but she's starting to squeeze him now. She was quivering, her thighs shaking. Luffy, I'm going to dash. I know, so why aren't you? Luffy finished as he picked up his pace and added more pressure to her CLT, making her even more, determined to make her feel good and to make sure she comes. Before he knows it, she's clenching down around his fingers. He lets out a growl at how wet and warm she was. After a couple more moves, she finally ended up coming. A couple of seconds later, before she could even recover, Luffy pulled out his fingers before going down himself and starting to lick her, making her squirm once again from the feeling of his tongue massaging and entering her as deep as possible while his fingers played with her CLT and sliding down to spread her lips wider. He then wrapped his arms around her thighs to bring her closer to him so he could even taste more of her, which in response Yamato wrapped her legs around his head, pushing him even deeper, making her even more as her eyes rolled to the back of her head. He wonders what it would taste like when she comes, the thought of which caused him to do it even more passionately than before, which caused Yamato to grip his hair as he was now going even more ferociously. After a minute she could no longer hold it and released a second time, at the same time Luffy slurping and enjoying her taste. Yamato slowly let her legs fall down to the side, unwrapping around his head, freeing him once again. "You really do taste sweet, my little Oni," Luffy commented, liking his lips. "Stop teasing me, and give it to me," she begged as she grabbed onto his shorts, wanting to take them off. "As you wish," he answered as he unbuttoned his shorts and took them off along with his underwear, freeing his manhood after all this time. Yamato looked on, a little bit scared as she saw his member spring up, but at the same time excited as this was their first time. As he gets back on the bed, she immediately grabbed his hand and brought him over her body, his manhood rubbing against her entrance, causing the both of them to as they felt each other's warmth against their most sensitive places. "Do you really want to go all the way?" "You don't have to, Yamato," Luffy spoke in a concerned voice. "It's okay, I want to do it. Just go slow, it's my first time," Yamato answered. Luffy just nodded before moving back to where his manhood would be at her entrance. He looked up at her, looking into her eyes, wanting to make sure she was okay with it, which Yamato appreciated before she nodded, reassuring him that it was okay. He slowly sheathed himself inside of her, spreading her walls, forcing her to bite her lip at the pain, feeling his width, filling her walls until Luffy suddenly stopped. Luffy stopped sheathing himself when he felt a little barrier which he knew was the hymen. He knew this was going to be painful for her, so he stopped and gave her time to get ready, or in case she decided that she wanted to stop. As to him, her feeling comfortable was more important than this. "Just do it fast." Luffy nodded before sheathing his entire length in her in one final move, taking a lot of effort to not release from how tight and warm she actually was. Yamato was no stranger to pain, as she was forced to train since she was a child and was always fighting, but this pain was new to her, which required time to adjust, and smiled when she felt Luffy grab both of her horns before leaning down and planting a kiss on her forehead. "You can move." Luffy started moving into her slowly to let her get more used to it, and so he could control himself. He started picking up the pace as Yamato's head leaned backwards in pleasure. Luffy then sped up even more, groaning as she started clenching around his manhood. He grabbed on her hips before moving even harder, the sound of mmms and groans filling the room along with the sound of clapping skin from Luffy moves. Luffy, slow down or I'm going to come," Yamato said, barely able to get it out as she was busy miming and gripping the sheets as she was of a high of pleasure like she had never experienced before. "And what's wrong with that? I want you to feel good," Luffy said through his groan, and he picked up the pace as Yamato wrapped her legs around his waist, bringing him in deeper, which caused Luffy to lean down and capture her mouth once again and start playing with her BRST, causing her to into his mouth. It was a sloppy kiss with Luffy dominating her mouth like before, his tongue exploring every corner, a minute later causing Yamato to come from the pleasure she was feeling, making Luffy groan even more as she felt her clench around his manhood even more. "You're so tight and warm, Yamato." Luffy let out a groan into her ear which sent a chill down her spine at how his voice sounded, which gave her confidence as she pushed Luffy away from her, confusing him before laying him against the head of the bed, as she was on her knees over his manhood before she went down on it, sheathing him once again inside of her. She started riding him this time, wanting to be the one to pleasure him, but that would not happen as Luffy grabbed her by the hips and matched her pace, pushing himself deep inside of her, making her eyes roll back in pleasure. "Luffy, you're filling me up," she ummed out, which made Luffy want to take her harder and deeper every time she ummed his name. Luffy sat up as Yamato was riding her before grabbing her BRST and taking them into his mouth, once again biting on her NPL, making Yamato let out a little scream before putting her hand over her mouth. He then proceeded to SCK on her BRST, leaving multiple hickeys all over it. "Why, Yamato, I'm about to come. You have to get off," Luffy struggling to even speak from the pleasure. Yamato kept riding for some time until she got off and went down to above his manhood and started stroking him with her hands and liking the base of his, sending a jolt of pleasure up his spine as he saw her liking his member. She quickly proceeded to engulf his entire manhood into her mouth. For what she lacked in experience she more than made up with enthusiasm as she bobbed her head up and down while using one hand to slide him at the same time. Yamato, I can't hold it in anymore, Luffy warned, but Yamato just kept sking him, simultaneously looking at him in the eyes with cloudy half-lidded eyes full of pleasure. Luffy soon reached his limit and released his seed into Yamato's mouth, by instinct grabbing both of her horns and pushing her down, putting all of his manhood in her mouth, hitting the back of her throat. Yamato tried her best to swallow it all, but couldn't as strings of cum spilled from the sides of her mouth. When he finished, Luffy released his grip on her horns, which let Yamato get up as she sat on the bed with her legs to the side with both hands in front of her. She soon then opened her mouth, showing Luffy her mouthful of his seed as she looked at him with half-lit eyes, which made Luffy's pride immensely increase at the sight he was watching. She then proceeded to swallow it all and wiped the what had spilled from her mouth with her finger before putting the finger in her mouth, making sure to consume all of it. You're tasty as well, lover, she said with a smile on her face before going forward to cuddle with Luffy. That was really hot at the end, Luffy said with a chuckle. Well, whenever we're free I'll do it all over again, she answered before they both shared a kiss before they both got under the blankets and Yamato put her head on Luffy's chest. You really marked up my melons, you know. And you marked up my arms, chest, and abdomen, and if it wasn't because of my tattoo, you would have marked up my back, Luffy playfully responded. I'll mark you up more tomorrow before we go get breakfast. He finished with a smile on his face. You're not the only one who's going to do that, she spoke as she brought her mouth to his neck and gave him a quick hickey before going back to her old position. Don't leave me, Luffy. Please, don't ever leave me. I love you, Yamato. I won't leave you, he said as he placed a kiss on her forehead. I love you too, Luffy. Lemon End. 3. A couple days later in Mariehua. Just kill me, pleaded a man who was tied to a cross, had cuts all over his body with the sides of his mouth cut open to where you could see inside. The other man with the saber in his hand didn't listen and proceeded to cut the man's leg off. UDMN before the man could finish his head was cut off. I'm the king of the world. I can do whatever I want with no consequences, spoke the man looking down at the decapitated head. I'm Sama, I have some news you might want to know, spoke one of the 5 elders. What is it? From our reports Whitebeard has 2 Will of D members on his crew, and one of them having Conqueror's Haki, as for the other it is unknown. The man spoke handing over 2 bounty posters. The red-haired man looked at the first bounty poster and his eyes widened. Portgas D. There's only one man that Rouge would have a baby with, they both loved each other since they were kids. I can't believe that little brat's legacy lives on. You really love being a pain in the butt, don't you, Roger? He finished talking out loud before going to look at the other bounty poster and his eye had a calculating look. Monkey D. So Garp is a grandfather. His brat is an annoying little pest with the revolutionary army he started. My own nephew is trying to end the world government which I rule, I'll kill him soon enough. From the looks of it his grandson is the bigger threat between him and Roger's brat. He finished looking at both bounty posters. Yes, he is the one that we know that possesses Conqueror's Haki. He is also the 2nd Division commander, and has beaten one of Big Mom's commanders, eliminated a lot of pirate crews, and killed a lot of vice admirals as well as CP0 agents. As of right now there is no way to get information on them, the elder stated. The other man just looked at the posters for some time until he noticed the straw hat that the Monkey D was wearing, which caused him to grin. Call my son, and tell him to go get information on the Monkey D brat. He should be able to get close, and don't send any Marines after him either. I don't want to hear him complaining when he has to kill pesky Marines. The man ordered as he sent the elder away. So little brothers, all of our bloodlines live on. The future certainly looks interesting, I wonder who will end up on top this time. I can't believe you went from admiring both me and Garp when we were kids, to being that much of a troublesome brat, Roger. The man thought to himself. Your 2 little brothers were a troublesome duo. The only other people whose Haki is that strong is yours, Whitebeard's, and that troublesome brat Joy Boy from all those years ago. Although his will was carried on by Roger and will be carried on for many centuries, Hugh spoke to his host. We'll see how strong their brats will be. And if they're a problem I'll end them all myself, and then we'll end whoever has Teska, so you're the only god left. If we take care of Teska, Joy Boy's inherited will shouldn't matter anymore, he spoke before walking off. 3. Why are you here, Hawkeyes? Whitebeard said as he looked at the swordsman who had boarded his ship. I just came to visit my student, Whitebeard. I want to see how far he's come, and I'm bored so I'm going to spar with him on a nearby island. Sensei, Luffy said, staring at Mihawk curious as to why he was there. Since when the hell is Luffy actually respectful? Thatch commented. Well, he and Rayleigh taught me a lot, and I'm still a swordsman so I have to show respect. We taught you to, Thatch responded. Yeah, but you're all my brothers, that would be weird. Return him in one piece, not half dead, Hawkeyes. Whitebeard added, to which Mihawk just nodded before telling Luffy that he wanted to spar, to which Luffy just agreed as they both set off to a nearby island. 3. Couple months later. What are you doing, Anchor? Asked Shanks as he looked on at Luffy. Well, since you come to visit out of nowhere a lot more now, and we get off on an island, I might as well train my devil fruit. It's not every day I can train with the Gura Gura no Mi on an uninhabited island. He finished as he made a bubble around his fist before putting it in front of him and just sending out the shockwave without punching. Isn't that good enough, Luffy? No, from what someone told me, the color of the quake bubble determines how strong it is, and how much of the power my body lets me use. The light clear bubble I have right now is normal, but he said a light blue bubble does the most damage and even makes it easier to use my haki with it. So, if your body is sick, you can't use the full ability of the fruit? Shanks asked, to which Luffy just nodded. What about your haki? How is that going along? And who is that person who told you? I'm focusing mostly on my conquerors right now, to where I can coat my body in it, and use it in defense like all of you, to where I can't even get damaged unless the other person haki is strong enough. Still really hard though. My armament is pretty good. I just let it flow through my body and use advanced Ryuo to damage from the inside or use conquerors to boost it, but I still want to get it to the level that I saw Rayleigh use, when he sent out a blast. As for my observation, I'm almost breaking that point to where it lets me look into the future. I just need one final push. It would really be helpful when fighting that shiny BSTRD Kizaru. And it was just a friend, Shanks, nobody important. Luffy finished before infusing his arms in haki and suddenly seeming to grab the air in front of him. He quickly used up a lot of his strength and tried to pull it down, which he managed to do, still struggling, which caused the island to start tilting, surprising Shanks as he also saw the sea pick up slightly around the island. Luffy then infused even more haki into his arms, and made dark tendrils holding down his shadow onto the ground, which Shanks failed notice. He then suddenly brought his arms further down, which caused the island to start splitting. You dumbass! Shanks turned around to the side and noticed a small tiger running their way, and suddenly jumps onto Luffy's head, bringing him to the ground. Yamato, what was that for? He asked, rubbing his head out of breath as he felt sore. You were causing the sea and island to tilt, and split some of the island. And you interrupted Tama's training. Yamato answered. Don't even think about it, Luffy said. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Yamato, who was in her tiger form but now significantly smaller, to where she was the size of a cat. Yamato just grinned before immediately jumping on Luffy's head and hitting him with her paws. Ever since you could change your size, you always do this, Luffy thought with a rain cloud over his head. Well, you never do anything about it, Yamato said, smiling before jumping onto his shoulder. Still can't believe you got together with Kaido's daughter. You really had the ball to go to his island, destroy his prison, and come back with his daughter. I wouldn't even be surprised if you got her PRGNNT, Anchor. Shanks finished with a smirk on his face. I'm not ready for a kid, you dumbass. I'll have a baby with her later. Luffy answered, staring at the red-haired man, wanting to make Yamato flustered. Which worked, but was quickly shocked with lightning as Yamato had discharged lighting from her body, making him crash onto the ground. Yamato, can you go tell Hiyori and Tama to get ready? I want to leave later today and Water 7 isn't close. Yamato just nodded before jumping off his shoulder and walking off. Why are you going to Water 7? To get a ship. My boat barely fits 4 people in total since I modified it at Wano, and I'm going to get more people for my division, so I need a bigger ship, Luffy answered as he stood up. Then be careful, Anchor. From what my intelligence network told me, CP9 agents are stationed there for some kind of mission. Yeah, I know, I got some reports on that too. I'll just keep a low profile. And after that I'm going to go pick some fights with Mihawk to further my conquerors, fight some marines, and then kick it back. 3. Time skip. Luffy is now 17. The ship is really nice. I thought they were exaggerating how good Water 7 was, but I was wrong. Luffy said as he was at the front of the ship looking out to sea. Looks like the Oro Jackson, except it's black and gold, because why not? I like how the Oro Jackson looks. It also has sea stone on the bottom, but it's not noticeable. Are you really going to use that ability to change your appearance, Luffy? Yamato asked as she stood next to him. Yeah, I don't want the Marines to be annoying and just chase me since I'm in the East Blue. And I don't feel like dealing with weaklings coming after me trying to make a name for themselves. I'll take it off when we get into paradise, or maybe just wait until we get back to the New World. That's a long time though, she finished, pouting. You act like you're not sleeping with me, and I'm not going to keep it on when we're alone. Luffy finished making Yamato smile before she left to go check on Hiyori and Tama. You do know just changing your appearance is not going to throw those people off, especially not those two. Tezuka spoke to Luffy. I know, but I doubt the king of the world would come down to deal with me right now, and the other one won't do anything as he knows Oyaji would hunt him down. Plus, if he does try, and do anything like start a war, we have someone who can possibly beat him and at minimum leave him severely injured to the point that even some random pirate could finish him off. I mean, they did fight all the time in the past. Luffy finished remembering the talk he had with the person and how he agreed to help when the time came. Well, now off to the East Blue, and recruit some people. They're most likely going to be weak. But soon they're going to be some of the strongest. Luffy finished smiling. Chapter 13, East Blue Saga. She was so nice. The whole town was so nice. Spoke Hiyori as she had Tama on her lap. The group had just left Dawn Island a couple of hours ago, as that is where Luffy wanted to start, just like Ace and Sabo, and he also needed to see Makino's baby. And the baby was so cute. Yamato said with stars in her eyes as she remembered the little boy who was barely a year old. Aniki was spoiling him to the point Makino wouldn't even let him see him unless he stopped giving him toys and gifts. Tama said, laughing. Of course, it was my first time seeing him. I have to spoil him. But she wouldn't let me feed him meat, the poor baby, Luffy said, sulking. I'm going to kill that red-haired BSTRD when I see him. He never told me he got her PRGNNT. Luffy finished, making Yamato chuckle as she went to sit on his lap. Luffy just put an arm around her waist before he put the straw hat on her head. You're going to have to hold it for me for as long as we stay in the East Blue. Luffy said, not really wanting to take a risk of them finding out his identity until he was ready to leave the East Blue, and it would be late for them to send reinforcements. When we start collecting the members, call me Lucy until I reveal who I am. 3. She was weak and she had one of the biggest bounties in the East Blue. Kobe, you really are a coward. Luffy laughed, poking fun at the pink-haired boy who he decided to bring with them, after defeating Alvida. Well, let's go see how this supposed demon is, and get you into the Marines. Lucy, you can't be thinking of recruiting him to your crew. You have 2 women with you and a child. They call him a demon for a reason. He might kill you. Kobe finished in a worried voice before getting hit on the head by 4 people simultaneously. They aren't weak, Kobe. Hiyori and Yamato could beat anyone in the Blues, while Yamato can probably beat anybody we run into in Paradise. And Tama isn't weak either. She might not have the physical strength, but she's fast, so don't underestimate my crew. Luffy finished in a more serious voice, to which Kobe just nodded, still rubbing the bumps on his head. 3. So that's the strongest swordsman in East Blue. Doesn't look like much. Lucy, what do you mean? He's a demon in human flesh. You shouldn't recruit him, he will kill you. The way he is right now, he would have a hard time even hitting Tama. Luffy laughed, making Tama smile. After all, she was trained by his brothers and himself to use observation haki, and he and Ace taught her Saru to some extent. They kept watching until a little girl went to offer him some rice ball, which he refused, and she was thrown out by a cocky blonde-haired man in a suit, which caused Luffy to disappear and catch her in midair. Take her to her mom. I'll go talk to Mr. Swordsman, Luffy said as she put the girl down, and left back towards the courtyard. Couple minutes later. So how did it go? Yamato asked as she saw Lucy walk in and sit down. All right. He's actually a good guy from what I saw. He just didn't want the little girl to get in trouble, so he acted rude, and his dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Luffy explained before grabbing the butter knife on the table and putting it in his pocket. Why are you taking a butter knife with you? Hiyori asked, eyebrows raised. In case he wants to challenge me, I need something to fight him with. It's for his safety. Lucy finished shrugging his shoulders before stuffing his mouth with food. 3. Orange Town. What are we doing in this town, Captain? Asked Zoro as the group had just docked the ship. I'm here because I need to have a talk with a certain clown. Answered Luffy as he kept walking. The group kept walking throughout the town and noticed the extensive damage, with multiple buildings being destroyed all over the streets, until a girl came running towards them, bumping into Luffy. Oh, hey boss. You came to save me at the right time. I'll leave the rest to you. The orange girl finished as she took off running once again. We'll kill you for trying to steal from Captain Buggy. Spoke one of the 3 goons as the trio all went forward ready to cut Luffy down, but before they could get closer, a wave of power washed over the area, sending chills up Zoro's spine, making it hard for him to breathe, bringing him down onto his knees, and made the trio fall unconscious, foam coming from their mouth. I could have taken care of them, Yamato, said Luffy, poking her cheek playfully. They were weak and I want to move on so I can run into somebody strong and have a good fight, Yamato finished before grabbing his head and head-butting him, making Luffy fall back onto the ground. You did an amazing job, Roronoa. You actually managed to stay conscious, considering how powerful Yamato's Conqueror's haki is. That's impressive. Maybe your goal of being the world's strongest swordsman is possible, Hiyori said with a smile, ruffling his hair playfully, irritating the swordsman. The group continued to walk, eventually meeting up with the orange-haired girl again, and even getting her name, Nami. She refused to join the crew many times, but eventually after Luffy's multiple attempts she struck a deal that would help the both of them, but Luffy was still locked in her joining. "Alright, Zoro, come with me, I want to see you actually fight. You guys can go back to the ship, we won't take long." Luffy finished walking off with Zoro behind him. "Why were you so determined for her to join the crew, Captain?" "Because I saw her stealing money back when we ran into Kobe and she looks like she would be a good navigator. Now let's see what you can do, Zoro." The duo arrived where Buggy's crew were currently located and began to fight. Well, not really. Luffy had used a controlled wave of his Conqueror's Haki, knocking out most of the people, leaving just Buggy and what seemed to be a guy on a unicycle, which he let Zoro fight. The fight soon ended on time as Luffy had just ended his talk with Buggy, both of them having a more serious look on their face by the end. "Let's go, Zoro, I have to go get my sniper from a certain island." 3. Gecko Islands. "Why exactly did you want to come here?" Nami asked as she knew there was nothing really interesting here. "A certain sniper from another crew has a son that lives here, and I want to see if the talent runs in the family," Luffy said with a smirk before he saw multiple pirate flags pop up. A couple of seconds later a scrawny kid with a long nose that calls himself Captain Usopp appeared and started saying that he 80 million subordinates under his control, which made everyone burst out laughing, until Usopp pulled out 2 cold Colt revolvers and pointed them at the crew, which made Luffy have a serious expression on his face, and soon a big white snake came out from the ocean behind them and wrapping around Tama, hissing at Usopp, the snake's hood expanding in a threatening way, making both Nami and Zoro confused. "Risk your life," Luffy said in a colder voice while looking at Usopp dead in the eyes. "What do you mean?" Usopp responded, his hands shaking. "Whenever you pulled out your pistols and aimed them at my crew, you put your life on the line. Pistols aren't games and I don't like when my crew is being threatened." Luffy finished, his eyes constricting, showing that he is serious as the sun was soon covered by storm clouds and the ocean behind them was becoming even rougher, waves crashing against the beach, confusing Nami at how the weather changed so fast. Usopp's arms were now shaking even more and he soon fell on his knees, barely being able to breathe through the weird pressure that was slowly starting to rise throughout the area where they were. "Well, at least we can talk peacefully now, so let's go." Sure. The group stayed on the island for a couple of days as Usopp introduced them to a certain girl named Kaya, although not everything went smooth due to her butler and some plans that were later discovered due to Luffy going on a walk. Even when Usopp tried his best, Kaya would not believe him and even got furious at him, calling him a liar even though he was telling the truth for once, but untrustworthiness is the price you pay for a life of lying. "Lucy, get up, they will be here in an hour." "You have to get up," Usopp said frantically. "It's too early for you to be yelling, calm down," Luffy said as he had been sleeping. "Zoro, Hiyori, do you want to take care of the pirates that are supposed to be coming? I know both of you have been bored." Luffy finished as he laid back down as Yamato had wrapped her arms around his neck, demanding for him to lay back down, making Luffy chuckle as he noticed she was drooling a little bit. The both of them just nodded, Zoro smirking while Hiyori was just smiling. The two went with Usopp while Quetzalcoatl stayed in the water to deal in case anything crazy happened, which was unlikely as they were in the East Blue, and honestly the snake could deal with the crew alone as it had grown in size significantly in the years. The group had made quick work of the pirate crew as Zoro took on Nyaban brothers and Hiyori took care of Kuro while Usopp and Quetzalcoatl took care of the fodder. A couple days later. "Well, it's time for me to go and be a brave warrior of the sea, Kaya," Usopp said with a smile on his face as he was finally about to set out and be a pirate like his father. "I wish you the best, Usopp. To me you already are a brave warrior, but when you accomplish your goal be sure to come back and tell me all of your adventures," Kaya said with a smile on her face before placing a kiss on his lips, making him go wide-eyed while Luffy fell to the ground as he was laughing so hard as Usopp's face was completely red and looked like a little kid in a trance. The two said their goodbyes as Usopp went on to board the ship. "You can now call me Captain Usopp," he said as he stood on the railing. "Never going to happen," Luffy answered in a deadpan voice. "Then I'm the vice captain." "Not happening either. You're the sniper." "Fine. Then who is the vice captain?" "Not you." 3. Couple days later. "How could I serve you all, ladies?" a curly eyebrows waiter said as he spun as he got to the table where Lucy and his crew were sitting. "What about us, you shitty waiter?" Zoro said, irritated as it looked like the waiter completely ignored them. "Other people can take you order, I only take the orders of the beautiful ladies, so you can shut up, you stupid Marimo." "Calm down, Zoro, we can just tell the girls to order our food." "And what can I help you with, my beautiful white-haired princess?" Sanji said as he grabbed Yamato's hand, kissing it, startling her, which caused Luffy to immediately stop laughing. I will sink this entire FING ship if you do that again, Luffy said in a deadpan voice looking at Sanji, which caused Hiyori and Tama to start giggling as Luffy was always a little overprotective of Yamato. I'll just have a lot of meat, Yamato answered, as she laid her head on Luffy's shoulder with a smile on her face. She barely had my meat a couple days ago, and she already wants more. What a pervert, Luffy thought to himself, completely misinterpreting what Yamato had meant. Next day. So, what are we waiting for? Zoro asked as he noticed the whole restaurant was in uproar as owner Zeph had just handed over food to feed the entirety of the Krieg pirates. Blonde cooked to join the crew, and my sensei. Luffy answered as he had spread out his observation haki and felt the familiar presence of the world's greatest swordsman. A couple of minutes later the entirety of Luffy's crew were outside on the platform that came from the Baratai waiting for the start of the fight while Luffy was laying down and looking at the sky. I will now take this ship into my fleet and it will be the start of my greatness to go and conquer the Grand Line. Don Krieg yelled loudly, wanting people to admire his greatness, but caused Luffy to start rolling around on the floor laughing, making Krieg himself and his crew irritated. The rival pirate crew started running towards the restaurant, all yelling ready to slaughter everyone who stood in their way until the ship that was next to them got cut in half, resulting in waves making the platform hard to stand and sending the majority of the crew into the ocean. What the hell was that? Asked a lot of people in shock at what had happened, but Nami took the distraction as a chance to make her leave, which Luffy, Yamato, and Hiyori all noticed. Did you really follow them all the way here just because they interrupted your nap, sensei? Luffy finished looking at the coffin boat with green candles getting closer to them, making Zoro go wide-eyed as his captain called the world's greatest swordsman his sensei, the title that he wanted to gain for himself, to accomplish the dream he and Kuina had. I was having a pleasant dream and the pests had to interrupt it. There is also nothing to do, Mihawk finished as he stepped off his boat onto the platform. Luffy looked over to Zoro and already noticed he had put on the bandana on his head and his hands were shaking with excitement as he walked forward and jumped onto the rubble closest to the boat, which caused Luffy to sigh. Since you're just wasting time, how about we duel, Hawkeye, Zoro said, glaring at the man who looked over to him like he was nothing but an insect. If you were a capable swordsman, you would be able to tell the difference in power and skill between us, Mihawk said as he walked in front of Zoro. So, this is the swordsman you brought onto your crew? The drive and will is there, just that he is too cocky as of right now, although he shouldn't be after you beat him. I want him back alive, Luffy said as he grabbed the butter knife from his pocket and threw it at Mihawk, which he caught, making Zoro's eyes twitch. What the hell kind of duel is this? Zoro said in a sad tone as he looked at Mihawk, who had a smirk on his face as he was holding the knife. Well, me and my student are not some beasts who would go all out when hunting down a rabbit. My guess is that he carried this around in case you ever challenged him to a duel. I mean, a captain wants to keep his crew safe. Mihawk said, which caused Zoro to get even more irritated. My dream is to be the greatest swordsman in the world, but that doesn't mean I would turn my sword and challenge the man I decided to follow and call my captain, Zoro said, which caused Luffy to smile in the background. You know how the fight goes, well, the one-sided beatdown. Oi, that wound is going to take a while to completely heal, and I was going to start teaching him haki soon, Luffy said, holding both of his swords, as he stared at Mihawk, who had just cut his swordsman across the chest. Then he will simply have to push through his limits, Mihawk said with a smirk as he lifted his sword to block Luffy, who appeared in front of him. The clash caused the sky to open down the middle and caused what seems to be black and red lighting to go everywhere and sent out a shock blast, pushing everybody in the area back except Yamato and Hiyori, and Tama, who were around her, as she just looked on a little jealous as Luffy was getting to fight and not her. Luffy and Mihawk continued to trade blows, creating even more shockwaves, causing waves to crash against the platform as the weather got significantly worse. Are you not going to use your devil fruit powers? Mihawk asked with a smirk on his face as he pushed Luffy back. It's not like we're going all out, and I don't want to destroy the restaurant, Luffy responded before infusing his sword with even more haki, which caused Mihawk to get into his stance once again before they both leaped forward. The two ended up on opposite sides, a little cut appearing on Luffy's cheek as well as Mihawk's. If you would have cut my facial hair you wouldn't have made it to see the end, Mihawk said, as he put his sword on his back. A couple minutes later Mihawk left feeling amused enough, which caused Krieg to immediately go back to gloating and him being taken care of by Yamato in one hit, as she was getting annoyed. As soon as the battle was over the crew went back to the ship as they were annoyed, and Sanji went back into the restaurant as he had to get his things ready as he was joining the crew. I wouldn't keep struggling when Quetzalcoatl gets annoyed when he bites, and he's venomous, Luffy stated as he sat on the ledge of the ship looking at the orange-haired girl on the ground who couldn't move as the snake was wrapped around the entirety of her body. Shut up, I never saw any of you as friends, just a means to an end. I hate pirates, she shouted back, as tears fell from her eyes. Is that why you have the Jolly Roger of a crew tattooed on your arm? It looks like you don't like it by the way you always grab your arm to the point where you draw blood sometimes, but you still have it nonetheless. Nami continued to cry and stopped struggling as it was proving futile, and even if she managed to get free there was no way she would be able to overpower Luffy. We're here to help you, Nami. Nami just stared at the ground for a couple of minutes before finally starting to tell Luffy everything about what happened to her island and how her adoptive mother was killed, and how the fishmen who killed her forced her to join his crew to draw maps for him. Then we will go there and free your island and free you. You're part of a big family, Nami. But first I need to go get a backup knife, Luffy finished, before he ran into the restaurant. 3. I call fighting their captain. Yamato said as she raised her hand in the sky, a cheeky smile on her face which made Luffy's sweat drop as he could tell she was itching for a fight. Are you sure you want to fight Yamato? You could barely walk in the morning, Hiyori said, smirking, teasing her, causing Luffy cross his arms and immediately start gloating, making Zoro grin while Sanji cried tears behind them until Luffy was hit with a thunder bagua by Yamato sending him flying away, making both the male members immediately shut up. Couple minutes later. That actually took longer than I expected, Luffy said laughing as he sat on top of the rubble from Arlong Park as Nami and Nojiko were both crying together as the other villagers were celebrating the defeat of the fishmen. Chi, won't you look at that, the infamous Arlong Pirates were all defeated by some unknown group of brats playing pirates. The man laughed, getting everyone's attention. He turned out to be a marine which for some reason looked like a rat. Oh, it's the marine who tried to steal Nami's money. Now move over, brats, so we can take the rest of the money the fishmen have collected from the people of the Konomi Islands. The man said, which outraged Nami as. To her the money belonged to the people. It doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the people who were forced to pay them for their lives while the marines did nothing, Nami said, outraged, which annoyed the marine as he wanted more recognition, and to get a promotion, so he pulled out his pistol and shot at her with a smirk on his face until the bullet was cut in half, missing the sisters. Oi, I don't appreciate you shooting at my family, especially when it's a scummy marine like you, Luffy said, holding Sulu in his left hand with his cloak off, showing his real appearance, which shocked everybody there and confused the original three as to why he wasn't wearing his cloak. Why the hell is Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander here? The marine said simultaneously, slowly stepping back in fear. I just came to collect members for my division. Why else? The only thing I've done is stay in the background as I don't want weak marines coming after me to try and make a name for themselves just like all of you, but since we're leaving soon and they can't stop us, why not give headquarters a headache? Luffy finished before unleashing a controlled wave of conquerors, knocking out the group of marines. Finally, Yamato said as she jumped onto Luffy's back, wrapping her legs around his waist, essentially making Luffy carry her. You act like you don't see the real me when we're in our quarters. So, our real captain is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and Lucy was just taking over the role, Zoro said as he looked at Lucy, who was seemingly still sitting on top of the rubble. But this still doesn't make sense, the same sword that Luffy has is the same as the one Lucy used. Aniki will explain later, so don't mention anything, Tama said in a happy voice before running towards Luffy. 3. Couple days later. So can we get an explanation, shitty captain? Sanji said, a bit irritated as Zoro just laid against the railing without a care in the world. Don't you care about an explanation, Zoro? Nami asked as she noticed he was the only one the members that were picked up in the East Blue that did not care. Not really, he's my captain and that's all that matters. Zoro said through a yawn. Well, the truth is I just put on a cloak to hide myself from the marines, and as I said back at Arlong Park, I did not want to deal with weak marines coming at me trying to make a name for themselves. So, I just changed what I looked like, but you were still talking to me. I myself wanted to for my division, so that's all the same. And yes, I have 2 devil fruits and the world government doesn't know, so that's why it only says that I have 1 in the newspapers, and it will stay that way for now. Luffy finished as the trio just nodded, understanding everything. Lucy is just going to be a clone that will use my other powers, so he's just going to stay around when we go out onto islands. Other than that, it will be us and whoever else joins on the way until we get back into the new world, and you can meet Oyaji and the rest of the family. Luffy finished with a smile on his face, making Usopp go pale as he meant meeting one of the Yonko and the strongest man in the world at that, while the other 3 just shrugged, deciding to put their faith in their commander. We'll be arriving at Logtown in an hour, so we should get our things ready. Nami said as she stood up and walked off, but was interrupted by a news coos that came by, which caused her to buy it. She started reading it, which caused her to scream out in frustration before she fell down, fake tears flowing down her cheeks, confusing the entire crew. Luffy went up and picked up the bounty posters, which caused him to smile, but it was quickly replaced by a face void of emotion. Wanted. Dead or alive. Roronoa Zoro. Epithet, Pirate Hunter Zoro. Bounty, 20 million. Wanted, dead or alive. Lucy. Bounty, 10 million. Wanted, dead or alive. Sanji. Epithet, Black Leg Sanji. Bounty, 10 million. Wanted, dead or alive. Hiyori. Bounty, 10 million. Wanted, dead or alive. Yamato. Epithet, Yamato of the Beasts. Bounty, 90 million. Wanted, dead or alive. Monkey D. Luffy. Epithet, Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty, 2 billion. Luffy finished reading as he handed out the wanted posters to each one of them with Zoro smirking while Sanji was on the ground sulking at how his was lower than Zoro while Hiyori just sat with Tama. You alright, Yamato? Luffy asked, looking at his lover. Yamato did not respond for a couple seconds, still just looking at her poster. Even after I leave, I'm still somehow connected to him. I just want to be my own person, but yet there is still a connection between us both. The common people might not know, but there are still people who will know what it means. Yamato finishes still looking as the epithet the Marines gave her. How did they even find out? From time to time Cypher Pole agents went to Onigashima as he and Orochi sell things to the world government and I guess they must have found out that he was my father. Yamato answered, to which Luffy just nodded before grabbing her head, bringing her towards him and kissing her forehead. Soon enough your name will be bigger than his and you will not be in his shadow. He said with a smile on his face which made her put her head on chest. I'm surprised you're not sulking because your bounty didn't get raised. She said with a smirk knowing Luffy was always trying to get a bigger bounty. I already caused enough chaos in the last year and a half and caused them to finally raise it into the billions. They wouldn't raise it now since we're in the East Blue. Luffy finished laughing a little remembering all the trouble he caused, especially messing with the higher-ups in the Marines giving them headaches and destroying some of Big Mom's, Kaido's territories, while just messing around with Shank's territories. 3. Captain Smoker, the crew under Whitebeard's second commander, is here. Shouted a Marine as he burst through the door into the office panting. Smoker just took his cigars out of his mouth before giving the man orders to get as many soldiers ready to go fight as he intended to take the crew and the commander of the Yonko most importantly. But sir, the reinforcements are not even close. And their crew is not weak, headquarters already gave them bounties, and they're all high, especially for the East Blue, but the one with horns is completely different for a starting bounty. I don't care, we're Marines, it's our duty to enforce justice and capture pirates, so we will go and capture them. Smoker finished before getting up and walking out of his office and to his bike powered by his devil fruit abilities. With Luffy. Not a bad view, Luffy said as he sat on top of the platform where Roger died. He had an amazing death considering he lived a life of pirates. Most pirates die but not before watching their entire crew die in front of them and feeling helpless, not being able to do anything about it, or in the middle of a battle. While you died with a good view, you're one lucky man, Roger. Get off the platform, that is property of the world government, signifying its power, a Marine spoke as he looked up at the man, not able to get a good look at him. Luffy looked around with a smile as he felt the presence of multiple Marines already surrounding the area, which made him happy as he was going to get to fight a little. He stood up and was about to jump down until he felt a presence which immediately caught his attention. The weather above immediately started getting worse with the winds picking up and rain starting to fall. I wish Mom was here so we could both beat him up. And he is being annoying changing up the weather for no reason, Luffy thought to himself as he saw a cloaked figure on a faraway rooftop which he knew was his dad. As Luffy looked up, his observation suddenly kicked in, which caused him to move off to the side as he saw a fist made of smoke attempt to hit him. As he was about to grab the smoke, a lightning bolt suddenly struck the platform, causing it to collapse. What a BSTRD, Luffy mumbled to himself as he walked out of the rubble. I'm not going to let you get away, Straw Hat, Smoker spoke as he grabbed the jit of his back. Oh, and what are you gonna do, Smokey? Luffy said in a little mocking tone which irritated Smoker as he rushed forward and tried to hit Luffy with his sea stone tip but was immediately stopped as he was stopped by Luffy with his knife, shocking Smoker. You're a little out of your league, but I have to go, I'm already bored of being in the blues. Luffy finished before he rushed the Smoker and kneed him in the stomach before kicking him in the head through the wall of a building. Luffy unleashed a blast of Conqueror Haki, knocking out the other Marines before taking off running down the streets on the way to his ship, coming across Yamato as she had gone shopping. You're already causing trouble and we haven't even been here for an hour, but luckily for you I had already got us some clothes, she said with a smile on her face before suddenly jumping on Luffy's back, making him stumble before recovering his balance. Luffy kept running until he stopped as he saw a cloaked figure in front of him. So, gathering members for your division, and causing trouble like always, the man spoke with a grin on his face. The world would be boring if I wasn't messing things up every day. But where is Sabo? Luffy asked as he wanted to see his older brother. He had to go take care of some island who was being ravaged by pirates as they were abandoned by the government, because they couldn't pay the heavenly tribute. But who is the girl on your back? Just my future wife. Yo, Yamato said, greeting him, raising a single head, looking at Dragon without a care in the world, making the man burst out in laughter at how close the two were. Well, that certainly is interesting, already having your eye on a future wife. Yeah, if you don't try and kill me with your stupid lightning strikes, Luffy said, still annoyed. It wouldn't kill him, but still a pain in the butt to deal with. It's not like he was rubber. Something like that shouldn't even be close to killing you. But I did hear you want to make Whitebeard the new pirate king, so why would you leave the place where the old one died? I just helped you destroy it, to signify that a new one will be crowned. Dragon finished and immediately noticed the smile on Luffy's face. It's still annoying to deal with, but not even close to damaging me, old man. If you really want to kill me, destroy my heart, because as long as it keeps pumping, I'm not going to stay down. But just wait until me and Mom both see you again. We still plan on kicking your butt, Luffy said with a smirk before starting to walk as he heard multiple Marines come his way. Yeah, I know she's going to give me a beating when she sees me again. Dragon said to himself as he saw Luffy run off into the distance. Let's see what big things you will cause, Luffy, Dragon thought to himself as he disappeared. 3. We're finally going back into the Grand Line, Luffy said as he looked forward and saw the Red Line. He was currently wearing black shorts with a red waist sash and no shirt, showing his tattoos. How are we even supposed to get into the Grand Line if the Red Line is blocking the way? Nami shouted, frustrated as he had no idea what to do. Up the mountain, answered Luffy and Yamato simultaneously, making Nami have a confused look on her face at what the hell they just said. Yamato was now wearing a new pair of red hakama pants, a sleeved white kimono with diamond-shaped designs on both sides with an indigo wisp pattern bottom half, and red obi. I still can't believe they had kimonos and stuff there. I didn't think they had any, since samurais don't really exist here. Maybe some samurai came through here before and left an impression or something leading to shops like that being established here. Zoro, show me your swords. Ever since we came back, I keep feeling a familiar presence that I felt before, Luffy said, looking at the green-haired swordsman who was laying down against the railing. Zoro just complied before grabbing the two swords he had and handing them both to Luffy, who started looking at them and immediately stopped as he unsheathed the katetsu. So, you have the Sandai katetsu, Luffy said out loud, which got Hiyori's and Tama's attention. What do you know about it? The owner of the shop didn't even want me to get it, saying it was a cursed blade. All of the katetsu blades are cursed. I have held the Nidai, and the aura of that is completely different from this one, Luffy says, staring at the blade. And did you get stuck with the curse? I don't know. Hitetsu said I did, since I unsheathed it and took control of it, but nothing has happened yet, so he is probably wrong. I mean, I don't even know what the curse is. Luffy finished handing Zoro back his sword. Wow, you really are full of surprises, Roronoa. Hiyori adds, wanting to slightly irritate Zoro as she enjoyed teasing him, which doesn't work as he just falls asleep, causing Hiyori to pout. As she got no reaction. 3. I didn't even know you could go up a mountain. What the hell is wrong with this place? Nami screamed as they were now on top of Reverse Mountain and were about to descend into the Grand Line. Luffy just smiled as he put down a barrel in front of everybody. Well, we should all announce our dreams right here, Luffy said with a smile on his face as he put his foot on top of the barrel. My dream is to make Oyaji the Pirate King. My dream is to take down my father. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. My dream is to find the All Blue. My dream is to free my homeland. My dream is to make a map of the entire world. My dream is to make my homeland free so the people can eat as much as they want. My dream is to become a brave warrior of the sea.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.